I forgot one thing. Yeah, it's the way it goes. What's up, YouTube? It's me, the Artisan MC, and I am back on this Sunday. You've now embarked on the hero's journey. Um, be sure if you're coming through here, uh, like, share, subscribe, or just hit the like button. And it helps what I do here. Um, I guess a little. All right. So I'm trying to keep the show rolling pretty quickly today. If Dead Set is out there, um, we gotta talk, bro. We gotta talk. We have to talk because I sent you an email this week when it happened, and you're the only folks I know I can talk about this about. So we gonna have to talk. Other than inviting Quinn over on my miniature channel. So today we got a couple of topics today, and if any of you are new and wonder why I don't do it, I usually don't put my topics out early, not because I don't know what to talk about. It's because I don't give lead-ins to what I talk about. Maybe that should change. I don't know, but I like to think about what I'm going to talk about on Sunday for the week, and not just blurt out the first thing that falls out of my damn head. But I got this. I saw this early this week, and that was before anybody did any reviews on the shit. So right now, I'm sitting too close. What up, Rainfire? What up, Aqua Techie? Aqua Tucker. Sorry, I'm doing some stuff in the background. I saw this early, and I haven't seen it on a huge screen yet. I only saw it on my phone, so which is why I didn't do a review for it yet. But I changed my thumbnail at the right time. I see, because it was always the plan 6 months out to change my thumbnail for the show to what it is, because I'm looking forward to something at the end of the year. It's not Doomsday. It's not Doomsday. Sorry. I'm a Marvel fan, but I'm not looking forward to Doomsday. I'm not. So today on the menu, we're going to talk about House of the Dragon, obviously X-Men 97, but also this. So I'm going to watch this now. I was going to save it till later, but I'm going to watch it now because I'm curious to watch this where I can see everything. And I spent yesterday cleaning house, doing my errands and whatnot, and I was listening to Children of Doom again, just because I was trying to solve a riddle, something I didn't remember clearly. So I'm going to bring this up and give myself a little bit of a. I'll cut it out later, YouTube. Don't get too bitchy about it. Maybe I should use the other one. Yeah, I should probably use the other one. It's easier to cut out. Easier to cut out. Shut my whole stream down. Warner Brothers love doing that shit. What up, Beastly Nerd? Yeah, I'll talk about Rivals too. Playing with the Jubes. All right, let's go ahead and start this over because what is it doing? Stop. Idiots. All right, so here we go.
I trusted you! You promised me that you would never take power in your name.
Promises, promises. Now, you guys know I'm looking forward. I'm very, very much looking forward to Dune Messiah. Very much. I'm a Dune fan. And as I've said before, this is the part of the books that has never been represented on the big screen before. If you were old enough to remember the sci-fi version, which most people did not watch, I can tell you that now, proof positive, because I was alive when it came out, and most people wasn't watching that shit. But so much for having DVDs and videos and stuff. You can go back and watch it and catch up. So, outside of the Sci-Fi Channel version of Dune, which was the closest version to the actual books that there has been made until Denis Villeneuve started doing his Dune movies, this portion of the Paul story has not been seen on the big screen before. So I am really amped to see this and really interested in how he brings it to life. The first two have been good outside of the Zesty Sandwich part, which was coined by Dead Set Anime. That was pretty much the only part that we were having an issue with. Everything else was looking awesome. Everything else looked awesome. Story was there, leading on. We feeling it, right? Feeling it. So getting into the Messiah part of it is fascinating and a little bit of apprehension, a little nervous, but still down for it. So if you don't know in that part, Shani and Paul do have a baby. A baby is coming. And this part of the timeline for Dune, this part of the story, the Messiah part, is the more interesting part where, as much as you were liking Paul, the first two movies, you'll probably dislike him a little bit because he does make a turn in the second movie. He does. And we'll talk about it. Let me finish watching this damn trailer. But Zendaya being pregnant, that'll be something to see because she's going to look like a stick figure that swallowed a grape. I'm pretty sure.
Convinced me that this was your home. That I was your home.
Now this is the part I want to see. Now, unfortunately for you, if you never read the stories, you don't actually see this part in the stories. You don't. You hear about it, you don't read about it. Unless it came in some later books that I'm forgetting. But this is the part that I'm interested to see is the jihad. Them going out, the Fremen going out into the universe and waging war for this 12 years on these thousands of other planets. Crazy work. And who Paul becomes. And mind you, Paul at this age is still, I think he's like still in his 20s. He's not even 30 yet. Crazy. Just to let you know how arrested our development is in the West right now. Motherfuckers don't do shit like this at their 20s. If they did, you wouldn't be so amazed by the movie Obsession and Curry Barker because he's only in his 20s. Or the dude that did Backrooms is only in his 20s. This is so odd nowadays that 20-year-olds don't change the world at all. It's so odd nowadays. In earlier times, not that fucking long ago, 20-year-olds was always changing shit up, always being the ones to make new things. Nowadays, they don't. So that's the age that Paul is. One second. Old alarm. Old phone. Old alarm. Sorry about that.
What do you know about me?
And I can see where I got that from. This whole part, which is why I took that image for my thumbnail, and I took it from when we saw the teaser trailer. I already knew what I was going to do. I told you I'm a chess player. I play out moves way in advance. And 6 months into the year, this was going to be what I was on from that point on. This version of Paul, hair shave, no more of that long hair in the face, little kid Paul. This is adult Mr. Muad'Dib showing up over here. And that's a reveal to show that that is the warrior.
You've conquered the galaxy. You've destroyed thousands of worlds.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on that?
Now, this scene, if it wasn't spoiled for everybody already, it would be really impactful in the movie. I think it would be really impactful in the movie. This is, if you know the broadness of a person's back, just by looking at the back of them, and you hear their voice and recognize their voice, you would understand that this is Jason Momoa coming back into the movie. And this is the Gola hate. It looks like Duncan Idaho. Hopefully they'll do a good job of explaining it in the show or in the movie what the Gola is. And I'm curious if they'll really give him his metallic eyes. That'd be interesting to see. But as far as how this looks, this throne, yeah, that looks awesome for what it is in the book that you're supposed to feel. When you come to Paul's throne room, you're supposed to feel small. It is supposed to make you seem like you were going down and something that's elevated really high above you to understand how big all of this is. Because mind you, Paul's throne room is so much bigger than Shaddam IV's throne room. He dwarfs you when you're sitting there looking at him. This looks awesome. I want to see this and see this Gola relationship because this Gola goes forward. But backgrounds, costumes, characters, like, man, this looks. Denis Villeneuve's vision is like awesome. Set building is just like, damn, they went for the money on this one.
I think you're way beyond redemption.
Why are you here?
To deliver.
And that was another shot of the throne room. So because he's a Gola, Paul tests him.
Why are you here?
Right. So this is the throne room. This is everybody walking into that throne room. Is that not intimidating? Coming to this one big ass, big Diaz and shit, this big ass room. Like, bruh, they spent some money on this. This is not CG. That does not look CG. At least this upper part is probably built.
To deliver a peace proposal.
Peace is a good thing. Why should I refuse?
Am I PewDiePie? That is my PewDiePie. Yep.
Peace is a good
They're
thing.
looking like Princess Leia.
Why should I refuse?
Now, see, this is all scenes from the Jihad, which they only talk about in the books. You don't see, right? I talked about this before, and thanks to BGS for putting me on to this. Is that all of these stories, these three epic trilogies, the Foundation. Well, Foundation wasn't even a trilogy. Foundation, Dune, and Star Wars all came right after each other. They fell in line in succession. Isaac Asimov did the Foundation series, and then Frank Herbert gave his answer, his version of the Foundation story in the Dune series. George Lucas gave his version of what these other two, his answer to what the other two did in Star Wars. And for me, reading through all three of those lines, Star Wars has the most action. Dune is the most philosophical. So you'll hear about battles, but there's most of them you won't even see. You won't see them at all. It's about the person. It's about what's going on inside of them. So this part on the big screen, well, it's visual. You got to see these battles. So seeing these different worlds and seeing how these Fremen react to being on different worlds when they've come from Dune, I want to see that. I want to know that he played that up a little bit, because that should be culture shock. Culture shock. And mind you, I saw the trailer once on my phone, but my eyes were not taking in all the detail watching it on my phone on a sunny day, as it is right now doing this. And this is, somebody else has stopped it here, and I'm like, yep, this is the people plotting against Paul to try to remove him from power. The Guild, the Sisterhood, Bene Gesserit Sisterhood, and that should be Duncan, Idaho in there. And then I was forgetting who Robert Pattinson's character was, but this is Seitel, Face Dancer. That's a problem. I want to see how they do that effect on screen. I really do.
Because it's meant to destroy you.
See, so like this was the part I did see on the phone. It's like, oh man, this got to be awesome. That's Stilgar. Why am I forgetting everybody's names today? I got to finish drinking my coffee. Javier Bardem, his character of Stilgar. Right? He runs a siege. He's lived on Dune his whole life. Arrakis. He's only seen dunes, only seen sand. Really scarce water, really got to save everything, even your moisture, your breath. Finally going to a world and seeing a fucking ocean. That has to be a religious experience for somebody. Has to be. That this voice from the outer worlds came to you, told you about these things, took you to these other planets, and one of these planets that you go to, you finally see an ocean. An ocean. That has to be a religious experience. But it does denote a paradigm shift that will happen for the Fremen after that.
We plan to strike at the core of Imperial power.
You intend to kill Paul?
Yes. Yes. What up, Fracture? He said, son got Al-Gaib. Yep. You knew I had to talk about this. I'm sure Robert Pattinson will do fine. This face dancer character, spoiler, doesn't stay around very long, but I'm really interested to how he will play him, because a lot of the times in the story, this motherfucker is sneaking around behind somebody else's face, but he has tails. He's fucking arrogant, dude. He has tails that people kind of feel that something's not right with him. So I'm waiting to see how he plays this role, because that's not the face he'll be using most of the time.
Regime change.
Idiot. You've just signed our death warrants.
I found someone.
Drum saying. Now, this is the part that bothers me. This part that he's talking about, they want to do a regime change and they found somebody. It's kind of setting it up in this trailer like Chani is going to turn on Paul. Now, that is completely not what happened in the book. And that better be a fake out, because they already showed Duncan. They already showed Duncan, Idaho coming back, or Hate showing up. But the way it read to me in the trailer watching it the first time was like, huh? She don't turn on him. What the fuck? So, like I said before, that was a part of the second movie I didn't like, and her walking away was bullshit. But I'm willing to give her 15 minutes in this movie, 15 minutes to go through her goddamn tantrum and get back on cold with Paul. Because the rest of the story needs her in her role. I'm not caring about a modern actress or modern feminism giving a shit about they need to make some changes in somebody else's masterwork so they feel a little better about themselves. This is not a vanity project for you. It's not. She needs to get her ass back on code. They need to get this character back to where this character is supposed to be. Because that is the original work. So I don't need a huge play up when Zendaya going bad and making it seem like she's, going against Paul, which in the story you can say that there's grounds for it, but it didn't happen because that's not the way it's supposed to go. So she got 15 minutes to, have a tantrum, act out. But then she got to get back on code, man, because that will be some crazy, crazy work.
The future has a way of talking to me.
That's a good saying.
I can't see what's ahead.
How does it feel to be human like everyone else, Paul Atreides?
So the end part, spoiler. I think that's Saitel doing a little bit of the face dancing when he's sitting there. How does it feel to be human, Paul Atreides? That's not Zendaya. I mean, that's not Chani. That's Saitel. Yeah. Now, this is the part that could be exciting and problematic for me. He says it's the epic conclusion. Everybody who's read these books already knows this is not the conclusion of shit. This is not the conclusion of anything. Right? But this will be possibly the jumping off point for Denis Villeneuve. Now, the problem with that for me, I don't see another visionary enough director with enough scope and scale in their vision to make any of the other movies, to make a number 4, to go on and tell the story of Leto II, which is still the awesome parts of the story. Because these first 3 to 4, it's just the story of Paul. And Paul stops being a main character. And then his children become the next character. I want to see that part. That's when the shit really gets amped up. All these other 3 are just the prelude. So Denny's is setting it down after this, and whoever picks it up after him, I'm really worried about how the scale would be, because only other person I can see doing something this big and actually trying to faithfully adapt something might be Christopher Nolan, but I'm still waiting to see how the Odyssey turns out, because Christopher Nolan has done better doing his own work rather than adapting somebody else's work. And that's where he's getting a lot of heat from right now. Adapting someone else's work. Do your own stories. Then you don't have to listen to these motherfuckers about any of your casting choices. So I don't know. I really don't know who would have the vision to do something like this, because the standard has been set. The standard individual style has been set. true enough, going into the later stories, the later books with the children could have a different style, could look differently, but it's always going to be referred back to this because this reset the standard even past the David Lynch movies. Blew him out the water. So I don't know who can follow this act. I really don't. But I'll be there for it as long as it don't take another 20 years.
You have no fear.
Now that shit right there. I went back to listen to Children of Dune yesterday for a reason, just because I was missing some parts on Alia on how exactly she turned. And trying to see how they can fit this in because they didn't put Alia in the second movie, except in a vision. She should have been born already. She should have been born already. From the moment Jessica takes the water of life, Alia should have popped out. But they didn't have her in the second movie. So how they throw her in there now is the interesting part to me. I'm willing to give them some leeway on how they put her in there. But aging her up, I don't know, and getting the character where that character needs to be, I believe Anya Taylor-Joy can play that character awesome. I believe she can. She is weird enough looking now that you would be unsettled by her a little. She can play the abomination. But I do want to see Alia of the Blade. I really do. Because that little motherfucker ain't nothing to be trifled with. So I'm waiting to see that.
You have no fear, do you?
I fear dishonor.
You sound like an Atreides.
I've been told I was one.
Now that's badass right there. This motherfucker just dropped down. Dropped down out the ornithopter like, it's just me, bruh. It's just me.
I was one.
Just me. Look, that ain't a new Mortal Kombat character, man. that ain't smoke or sand. That's Jason Momoa getting to act like a badass, not like his Lobo character. It's like one dude. Yeah. Well, that's the other scene I wanna see. This looks like the stone burner scene. It looks like the stone burner scene, which I really want to see. Yeah, that's the stone burner scene. I am waiting for that scene. I'm waiting for that scene because there's something that happens with the stone burner that just recently I thought about. It's like, man, this is like I copied this in the Matrix. Kind of copied this in Revolutions.
Forgive me.
Now that's a visual too, because
For all I've done.
that is a visual too. All of these are actually good visuals, which is what I'm talking about when I say I don't know if another director has the scope to do this. That's a scene unto itself too. Regardless of what you might think about Zendaya or anything else, Chani of the Fremen standing that close to a sandworm and being able to touch it like that, and it's not moving, you know that's a problem. That's something different is going on because the Fremen have lived on Arrakis for ever. They don't be fucking with the sandworms like that. Sandworms don't fuck with them like that. Even the Thumper is luring them out and kind of working them to ride them. They don't just be sitting there like pets. They're not pets. They're not fucking pets. She's sitting there petting this goddamn thing like it's a pet. Something's going on. I'm willing to see that. Not from a book, but I'm willing to see it.
Forgive me. For all I've done. For
for all I've done.
They put it in there. They put it. No, they fucking spoiled it, dude. They put it in there. They need that in the trailer. Didn't need that in the trailer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get your ass up here, sir. We got to talk right now because I'm not going to be here. I'm here for a short time, not a long time. I've been waiting all week to get your ass through here to talk about this damn trailer. So, let's fucking go. That link is for Dead Set. So, the rest of y'all hang back for a minute, but me and Dead Set got to talk real quick.
Done.
Oh, y'all know who Brian K. Vaughan is, don't you? All my comic book fans. Oh, I just put away some Brian K. Vaughan comics yesterday. Ew. What up, Deset?
What's up?
Um,
I hadn't seen the
so,
trailer yet, so don't.
oh, you want me to roll it back for you?
Yeah, I saw you talking about Dune, and I was like, and then I came in on that scene with Chani patting the worm.
Taking a
I'm like,
worm.
I'm about to vomit.
There could be a good reason for that, man. It's not in the book, but there could be a good reason for that. I was waiting for you to show up. You saw my thumbnail, man. It's we on the Hajj right now. we on a 6-month Hajj till the movie comes out. So
That means 6 months to fix that bullshit that they did last time.
well, I just said I'm still holding to you got 15 minutes to let her have a tantrum. Let her have a tantrum and then get back to the work, man. Get back on code. I'll give her 15 minutes. Give her 15 minutes to get her acting out and Yo Chani to have her attitude and shit like that. But that Zesty saying bitch need to get back on code after that 15 minutes. That's about as much as tolerance I want to give it in the movie.
Yeah, because goddamn it, we need them damn twins. Damn it.
We need to get to these goddamn kids. Let's get to these
Yes,
babies.
sir.
All right, y'all. This is for Dead Set. I will. Damn, I can't mute the sound for them and not for you. So I'm gonna just take the hit this week. But here you go, sir.
I trusted you! You promised me that you would never take power in your name. You convinced me that this was your home. That I was your home.
What do you know about me?
You've conquered the galaxy. You've destroyed thousands of worlds.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think you're way beyond redemption.
Why are you here?
To deliver a peace proposal.
Peace is a good thing. Why should I refuse?
Because it's meant to destroy you.
We plan to strike at the core of Imperial power.
You intend to kill Paul?
Regime change.
Idiot. You've just signed our death warrants.
I found someone. The future has a way of talking to me. I can't see what's ahead.
How does it be human like everyone else, Paul Atreides.
You have no fear, do you?
I fear dishonor.
You're still making Atreides.
I've been told I was one.
Forgive me for all I've done.
Shit.
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 All right, now you've seen it.
Okay.
Now you've seen it. What you think?
Duncan Idaho. Why the hell is he there? He should be dead.
Should be, but
He
you
should
know,
be dead. Ernie Hyllett was the one who saw him to the end in the first. Duncan Idaho died in the last movie. We know
Mhm.
this. And in the book, he got killed at that time, fighting in the siege.
Mhm.
So why the hell is he there? He can't be a Gola now because he didn't show up as a Gola until later.
No,
Which
he showed
meant-
up in the third one.
Yeah, which meant that Slay Laxu had him.
They got the body after the fact.
Exactly. Why is he there? And Zendaya is still zesty. I mean, what?
Yeah, she still was zesty.
Yeah.
I gave you credit. I called her zesty Sam Bishop. That's his word, man. I told you that. You always get credit for that for life.
Oh
So
my
10
god.
years from now, if I'm talking about that movie, what you think about Dune 2? Oh, you mean the zesty Sam bitch? That's what my buddy did. Say, it will live on forever.
You know what I think?
Ain't no ranch dressing.
I'm gonna watch it.
No, I'm definitely going to.
That does not look good.
Really? Go ahead. Get into it.
That don't look good because of the fact that, number one, at the end of the first book, Paul was certain. Paul didn't become uncertain until the second book. So he shouldn't be uncertain at this point. So I'm wondering if they're mixing the second book with the end of the first book. Because that's the only thing that makes any sense.
The second book was 12 years later.
Yep.
Right? 12 years later is the second book when you find out about the jihad. That's what I was telling everybody. You don't actually see the jihad in the books. You hear about it, you don't see it because these books are more philosophical and not Star Wars action. So any fight scenes that you see mostly in this shit will be stuff that they added in because it's not described in the book. You just know what happens. Right. So third book, because I went back and listened to it again last week, that's where Duncan shows up again.
Yeah.
He shows up again. So this is during Paul's reign. And what I was telling him is that you might not like Paul. You're not supposed to like Paul. The turn in these movies came in the second movie.
Yep.
And Paul's turn comes in the second book a little bit, getting into the third one. Because I went back and listened to Children of Doom this yesterday. Like, just to put some pieces together for myself again about this movie and what they're mixing and what they're not mixing together. And yeah, it's like book 3 and 4 mixed together.
Yeah, because I mean, Paul became an exile after he, pussied out on the Golden Path.
Well, you saw the visual. I think what you saw the visual for the Golden Path, where you see all that sparkles of gold and stuff like that floating in that black. I think that's supposed to be the visual for the Golden Path. I think, oh, that's the Golden Path.
Yeah. But they're supposed to be doing Children of Doom, so I'm wondering if they're going to be, if he's trying to bridge those gaps.
I think he is. After going back through it again, Children of Dune is pretty fucking long. And that's why I listened to it again to figure out where he would break it up. If you're just gonna do that as a set of movies would you just pick up with the kids? No fucking way. That book is way too goddamn long. I listening to it again, it's like it went on too long. This part of the story could have stopped right here. You could have stopped right here where Leto goes off on his own and started a new movie.
Mm-hmm.
You could, if you wanted to do it as a 2-movie block, that's probably where you would break it, right? Because you go to the first, legendary siege, and then you go past that legendary siege. It's like, man, that's a little bit too much in the same span. Like, fuck, you could have stopped this a while ago. You could stop it right after him and Ganima split up.
Yep.
It's like, so it could be broken up into 2, but since he only has 1 movie, I can see them taking that part, that first part with the twins, and moving it into Heretic or Messiah,
Right.
and melding those 2 together, so you get a good lead off, a good handoff to the 4th movie, which would be just the children or just Leto.
Right.
So yeah, it's he's mixing and matching. I don't know exactly where he's mixing and matching, but most of that stuff with Seitel and Duncan coming back, that's all in the second book. So it's all in Messiah. So it's like, okay, well, at least he's using that. But the first one they always break up into damn near 2 parts. Like,
Yeah, definitely. But I think the David Lynch version, as weird as it was with the weirding way, I think they did a good job as making it compact.
yeah, they did. I mean,
Yeah.
I was disappointed when I actually went back and read past Dune into the rest of the Dune series. I was actually disappointed that the Weird and Way part wasn't in there. I was like, oh man, I kind of like that. That was like the basis of one of my comic book characters. Like, I kind of like that idea, man. There was a whole science behind that shit.
I like that too, because that was
I did too, man.
creative.
It's like a force punch, man. It's like the Shatter Point with Mace Windu. Like, we can't do the Weird and Way. I love being able to shout somebody down like that. Like, silence. Like, oh, shit. That was awesome. Nope. Got the voice. No weirding way. Like,
Yeah. But I was glad that, number one, this sci-fi series left it out, and Villeneuve left it out.
Yeah, they did their own. They did what was more in the book as opposed to what David Lynch did. But that David Lynch version is famous for that, and I like that part. Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
It was creative, and it was close enough to the source that he could get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Because the Atreides and the Bene Gesserit do have a fighting style that most other houses don't have. They do.
That's right. Prana Bendu.
Right. So if you taught that to your kid, which makes your kid able to stand up to some of these fremen, then they will want to learn that. Like, how you do that?
Exactly.
Okay, it's the weirding way. It's the witch's way.
Jessica bested Stilgar.
Stilgar. 2 moves, bro.
Yeah. She kicked his ass.
That's better than the samurai. Like, I got 2 movements, man.
Yeah, he told him, y'all get back, because this bitch gonna kill all of us.
Yeah, exactly. She got that weirding way.
Yeah. But yeah, she kicked his ass in the first book. So it's that Prana Bendu style is ferocious.
It's ferocious. Right before I said breaking bones and monstrous sound of your voice. Look, man, having gone back and listened to Children of Dune, how Jessica was training Fendon, Faradin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Faradin. I always fuck up saying the name because I always hear Faraday first. I always see Faraday first in my mind, not Faradin. That's stupid. But her training him, that's basically all she was doing. She was giving him Paul's training. So the Bene Gesserits know some shit, brother. You don't be fucking with this. Look, think of it this way. If feminists want to be empowered by this movie, you know the group of women nobody fucks with in the Dune franchise? It's them damn Bene Gesserits.
The Bene Gesserit and later the Ardent Martyrs. Yeah.
One of them women you don't be messing with, bro. That's why they can say all kind of shit. They can say all kind of shit to you, but it's like, yeah, that's a Bene Gesserit though, man. Don't be fucking with that bitch. That's like the Jedi, dude. People don't be really trying them. They don't. They just know already. Like, don't try them. Yeah, she rolling in here by herself, but hey, Like, don't try it. That's what you. Look, just leave it at that. Don't. You ain't got to make Shawnee all possessed.
Because they couldn't even try to Bene Gesserit even intellectually because they
No.
had that what you call it, the prescient memory.
Yeah,
They saw all the way back to their foremothers and their interactions with the men. They just couldn't see the men, but they saw those women.
listening to that book again, I forgot a line that was dropped in there, and it was Ganima
Hmm.
going back and forth with Urlan.
Yeah.
Urlan was trained by Reverend. Damn, I'm just
Gaius.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that bitch. You know who I'm talking about.
Hmm.
Gaius Maham, right? She was trained by her after Jessica. So Irulan is kind of a failure too, because both her Helen Maham's charges kind of broke bad when they got next to Paul, right?
Hmm.
So Ganima, who is another preborn, she's sitting here talking to Irulan and calling Irulan how dense she is. They having an argument. She told her, "I can't believe how dense you are." I'm like, bro, she just called you fucking stupid. Mind you, this bitch is still like 9.
Yep.
She's talking to her all kinds of crazy, right? She said, "Man, I know my line back to Agamemnon." And I'm like,
Yes, she did. She
"Wait
did.
a goddamn minute! I missed that before. Agamemnon, back to
Earth.
ancient Greece
Yes.
on Earth. Oh my
Mhm.
fucking god, bro! It look layered in this story, bro. What that means to be that preborn and what it means to be the Kwisatz Haderach and being able to see down your line. I was like, oh, these motherfuckers like avatars, bro. They can
I
see
mean,
everything.
for people who haven't read the God Emperor Dune, that motherfucker saw all the way back to the birth of mankind. He went all the way to the beginning.
Yes, but he said, I am million. Do not. What did he say? Do not judge this child's body. I am millions of years old,
Hmm.
and he was a 9-year-old
Yep.
telling you this shit. Like, nah, bro, I know. No, I absolutely know. I know who you are. I know your line. I know what such and such was said at this moment and this time. Like, yeah, you try to kill something like that. Like,
Yeah.
you can't deal with no young child having that kind of game on you.
Because in the end, I mean, they can talk about Ganima being an abomination, but Gaius
Yeah.
Mahel was right. Both of those children are abominations when you get down to it.
Yeah, they all are. The only difference is, I don't want to spoil the movie for some people who ain't read the book, but the only difference is with the twins is they got control.
Yeah, they got control.
They got control. It's because of who's in them and who wasn't in Auntie. That's the only
Exactly.
difference. That's the only difference. Who is there protecting them on those two separate lines, on the father line, on the mother line? Who is there protecting them? So
Yep.
they were able to give them that protection, because going through children again and getting that story, like, man, this is it's not even a burden, bro. It is almost a death sentence.
Yep.
Beyond taking the water of life, if you can even get to this point, that's like a death sentence, man. I end up feeling more sorry for the auntie. I'm just saying the auntie because I'm not trying to spoil shit, but I end up feeling more sorry for the auntie than anything else.
Yeah.
I really do. I end up feeling, pretty much sorry for her because it was not of her doing.
Right. That's true.
It wasn't really of her doing. She didn't want that shit. She just wanted, like, in the X-Men terms, there's a reason Charles went into Jean's mind and put in psychic blocks.
Exactly.
There's a reason for that. It seems like, oh, it's so hard she did this. No, he was actually doing her a fucking kindness.
The burden was too
otherwise, a telepath that damn strong, you're going to hear everything. All the time that you don't want to hear. It can be problematic. Just act like you got the radio turned on and you listening to every station at once. That'll drive you fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. You have to learn how to block that shit out. And Auntie didn't know how to do that shit.
Nope.
She didn't.
And when the Baron showed up.
Woo! That motherfucker right there, bro. He might as well have been Pennywise at that point.
No doubt.
Cool. Not cool, man. Not cool at all.
But it does bring in the scope of Leto's powers.
Yes.
Because the fact that he held that down for 3,000 years and kept going, and he was unfazed by it all the way to the. Well, I won't say he was unfazed by it, because sometimes he would shout out, "Damn the Ixians!"
Mm-hmm.
And he would have some outbursts, but
Right.
he kept his mind.
Yeah. And going through the last book is really seeing him set himself on that path as a fucking child.
Yep.
Knowing what's coming, knowing all of the shit that he's going to have to do, and for how long he's going to have to do that shit. Like, nope, this is how we get shit right.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we get it right. And I was falling asleep right at the end of the book after the sand trite stuff, and he meets his father again.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking spoilers. But I was starting to fall asleep at that part, and I missed one point. I was really missing because I fell asleep. What was the actual point of him? Did they revert the planet, or did they not? What was the point of him taking on the sand trite outside of longevity in life, which he could have got just from the spice anyway?
Oh, he wanted to control the spice because if at the rate that humanity was going,
Yeah, they're gonna burn that shit up.
Yeah,
they're gonna
they were
lose it.
going to self-destruct. So he had to send people out into the scattering, which is what happened. They went out to the scattering, they came back changed. And of course, by the time they came back, the Tleilaxus, they had learned to create their own artificial spice.
Yeah.
But he was hoarding everything and just rationing it out, and he controlled the entire empire.
Okay.
Through the spice.
Yeah, that's the logical point where it goes after that.
Yeah.
What is it? God Emperor was the book I had not read yet.
Oh, you got to read the God Emperor.
Yeah, that was the one I had not read yet, and that's why I went back through Children to remember where it left off, because where I remembered it left off is probably exactly where it was, but I was just refreshing myself because like there's a lot that's going to go on in this next movie that I want to be able to pick out where the divergence came and what book they're overlapping into it, because it's not just all one book. It's not.
No. Yeah, because I think one thing you already know that the God Emperor, he became a sandworm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then you know that there were hardly no sandworms on Arrakis at the time, because Arrakis became a paradise,
Right.
which means it was literally true that all the spice came through him.
Ah, that's why.
Yep.
Yeah, because they were basically, it's like overfishing or deforestation or anything like that. They had pretty much terraformed that planet. So Dune was not dunes anymore. It was grass, forest, verdant, and that shit with water. It had water all over the place, which was killing the fucking sandworms.
Yep.
Because they killed the sand trites. It's like, motherfucker. Like, fuck this whole thing up. Like, God damn.
And
somebody got to set it right.
And that's what he did. He said it right, because when he died, well, you hadn't read it, so I'm just going to. Okay, yeah. When he died as the sandworm, that was on Arrakis, and he reseeded the planet with sand trout in that moment. And then, of course, the Bene Gesserit moves there. Next, you know, Arrakis becomes Chapter House.
Okay, now I know where Chapter House fits in after him.
Yeah.
After the God Emperor. Okay.
Yep.
Now I know, because I've seen depictions of what he looks like when he turns into a full worm, which, given what happens in Children of Dune, yeah, he's going to have to turn completely. Yep. I mean, I want to see that part, him just getting the sand trites. I'd want to see that in the movie. When I first went through it, I was like, man, this would make an awesome fucking movie part. They never get to this in the movie because it's too much to get through first. But if they ever did, I want to see that boy take on these sand trites and just turn into a goddamn superhuman, like beyond what he was before. But turning into the worm shit, I said, yeah, that'll throw some people for a goddamn loop. That'll throw some people for a loop. Like, what happened now in this next movie? Like, the fuck is that? What are you talking about? That's Leto. You don't recognize him?
Yeah. I want them to. I don't know how far they're going to go with this series. I want them to go all the way, but that's wishful thinking.
Yeah,
But at least God Emperor, because
at least
he
the
becomes the tyrant. I think you're really going to love God Emperor because they get into governance, it gets into history, but he's a tyrant, but you get to see the benevolence that comes from that tyranny.
Yeah, that's what he was getting into of really understanding when he was in that first Hidden Siege, the one with the legend that everybody was poisoned. I'm forgetting the name. I keep wanting to say Jakarta, and it's not fucking Jakarta. Jackaroos, thank you. See, this is the problem with audiobooks. Yeah. You remember it, you remember how it sounds, but you never saw the word.
Exactly.
You've never seen the word, so it's harder to recall it in that fashion. That's the only downside to me about audiobooks. Because you've only heard it, you haven't seen it. So yeah, Jackaroos. When he was sitting there and they was feeding him that damn the elixir and kept putting him into the trance and stuff like that and bringing him out and asking questions and then putting his ass back into it. That's what he was talking about. He understood what was going to have to happen when he finally had his awakening and shit like that. Yep. It's like, I have to be this person. I have to take them through this, and they will not understand. They will not understand the things that I have to do. And this road is, he was talking to the little chick that he has next to him about how bad it will seem, but he will have to go through this. He will have to put everybody through this to move humanity onto that golden path.
Yep.
That he's going to have to be the one to do it. And the thing I keep thinking about at this time is like, this is a fucking 9-year-old. This is a 9-year-old. It's a 9 or 10-year-old. That's fucking nuts, dude. Because in the sci-fi version, they aged him up to like a teenager.
Yeah, they did.
But in the written work, they say these motherfuckers like 10 years old. They don't say there is no time skip between when this stuff starts happening for them for like in this many years later. It never says that shit. So it's still a 9-year-old. I'm like, yeah, okay. That's why they talk about how small he is. Someone as small as your size cannot hope to best me. And he's besting grown-ass men as a 9-year-old. Like, the part I was still lucid on last night was he leaves Jackaroos. He gets this worm. He goes through the storm on the worm. He gets to this next place, right, in the far south, and this dude in the thopter sits down and finds him, and he just looking because it's one little motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
Lay the hell out there off a worm. And he looking around like, the fuck? How'd you get out here?
Yep.
I'm just sitting there thinking about it in the world of the place. That has to be an odd goddamn sight, dude. You really do look like, who else is you with? Where your people at? No, little 9-year-old boy in his fucking steel suit, way the fuck out there by him, is lonely. Talking like, don't judge me by my size. I'm millions of years old. What the fuck are you talking about, little kid? Bruh, that these are visuals just from the book. Like, man, if somebody could just show how vast this landscape was with all these dunes and this one little kid out there that they saw riding on a worm, like, the fuck? That's weird even for a Fremen child.
Yeah.
Given the context, it's weird. It's weird for Fremen. Like, no, why are you here? How'd you get out here? Where your parents at? Who with you?
But it's so
I was laughing to myself listening to that shit. It's like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. That don't look right at all. But, nah, we gonna take your water, little man. I don't think so. I'm not a little melon. Like, fuck you. Like, fuck you. I ain't no little melon. Don't call me little melon. No. That shit he told him. Like, okay, I got you.
Rainfire. Which Leto is he talking about?
Let's see what he said. Dead said is wrong that I laughed when Leto died. At death, is it wrong that I laughed when Leto died and it was supposed to be tragic and emotional, laughing out loud the visuals in my imagination while reading it? Which Leto?
Yeah.
Because even the second one is technically the third one named.
Mm-hmm.
Even the second one is the third one named. So
I assume he's talking about the first one, because when he, what was it was kind of funny. Oh, Leto to the worm. Oh, okay.
got it.
When he and his wife died, falling to the.
I don't know. I don't know how they died, so don't have him have to tell me. Rainfall.
Oh, okay.
I ain't read that part. Shut up,
shut
nigga.
on that. Okay. All
Gotta
right.
leave somebody else to spoil it for me. God damn.
All I'm gonna say is this, Ian.
What kind of mind trick you using? You keep trying to use the voice on you.
All I'm gonna say is this: it wasn't. It was supposed to be transformative, and it was kind of funny. I ain't gonna lie, but it was. It was transformative because not even Leto took that shit seriously.
Okay. Where you got it from? Because Jesus moment in the book. So you trying to spoil it twice. I'll get there. I just finished Children again. So I can go on to God Emperor now. Because when I went back through those 4 books, that's why I paused. Because in my mind, it's a new part of a story.
Yeah.
Right. That the first 4, first 3, not first 4. First 3 are Paul's story up to a point, and then it becomes Leto's story.
Yep.
So I wanted to break it up in my mind that way. So when I got into the all Leto story, it was from God Emperor on. Because when I think about the written part, it's those 3 together. They have to be together. Right. Even though you get the handoff of one character to another main character, it's all together.
Yeah, it's a 3 generations classic. Thing. You know, grandfather Leto, father Leto, Father Paul, and then of course grandson carries the legend to its.
Yep. Leto Paul, Leto the second. Like,
yep.
Okay. It's regimes, it's leaders, it's main characters. Okay, I got you. In Foundation, it was worse because you go through the Foundation series with their books. It was like 9 of those motherfuckers.
Oh yeah.
Every book it changed off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like every 2, you had a new main character.
Yep.
And that's why I hate and like the Foundation television series, because they throw all that shit together. Apparently nobody wanted to read all of that shit, so they just got the cliff notes and they throw in characters that don't even show up in that timeline yet.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, that's somebody from way. Fuck are you doing? Like, oh, God damn it. Like, they're just throwing people together. Like they don't even exist in the same time, dumbass. This person.
That's my issue.
Yeah.
That's my issue with watching movies that are based on books these days. But I do admit they did do well with the like Project Hail Mary, but that was a one-off. But with these mega sagas that are like 7 or 8 books long, it's like in my intellectual world, I would hope that people would go back and read this stuff.
So, me too.
Yeah, but they don't. And then they get online and argue with people who have read it.
Exactly.
Just shut the fuck up.
I want to shut the fuck up a lot of the time just because I don't like. It's like that story I told you guys about going to see the Green Lantern movie. The 2 black kids were sitting in front of me talking about how the first Green Lantern was John Stewart. Well, yeah, that's your Black Lantern. I'm happy about that. But no, he wasn't. And me sitting there rolling, like, oh my fucking God, rolling my eyes.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But at the same time, do I want to argue with you while we're sitting down and watch this Ryan Reynolds movie? No. Let you be wrong, but go back and read a fucking book. Read the original material. Just experience the original material. That's all you need to do. Spend some time and do that. But because reviewing shit online is a big deal now, a lot of people don't go back and read that shit. That's why it's easier to repeat people than to go back to the source material and go through it yourself because it takes time.
Hmm.
And what I know about the younger generations, millennials on, they don't want to take any time to do that shit. That's why shorts are better than long form videos for them because it's 15 fucking seconds.
And it's ironic because you and I are in the same generation.
Mhm.
For us, reading was about a journey. You were on a journey when you read.
You were
Yep.
immersed. I was cleaning. I started that book. I woke up early yesterday and I had to clean house. And then I had the Pokemon Go event going on. Go Fest this week, right? So from about 7 o'clock or so when I woke up, I turned on the audiobook and I'm cleaning house listening to the audiobook. And that's where it was. I was just immersed in that world the whole time, which is what I wanted to be.
Yep.
I don't understand something that's like, oh yeah, I just got a 15-second burst and that was it. I fell down a rabbit hole. I watched 80 15-second videos. Like you could have watched one book. You could have listened to one book. To me, it's not my generation. My attention span is longer than that. I want to be immersed. And when you sit down with a book, that's exactly what you're doing. Like, man, I put aside 4 hours. I'm into this bitch.
Yep.
This is the story. This is the story I'm thinking about. You're making visuals in your head about what's on the written page and what's happening and understanding this character and stuff. It is a fucking journey. It is. And you want to take that journey every time. It's like, how do you go through Lord of the Rings and think, nope, the best version I got was just on the screen? You never read it though?
Mm-mm.
You don't know what they left out. You don't know what you're actually missing. Always go back to the source material. Always. Always, always.
Ironically enough, you were talking about the guys who were sitting in front of you.
Mhm.
John Stewart as a Green Lantern.
Mhm.
I was in England when I saw Lord of the Rings, the first one that came out.
Fellowship.
Fellowship, yep.
Mhm.
And the guy sitting when the Balrog scene came up,
Mhm.
the guy sitting in front of me called it a goddamn Umberhawk. And that's Dungeons and Dragons shit. And I was sitting there thinking, wrong universe.
Wrong universe. Kind of right, because you know where they got it from.
Yeah. She
Well, there
said
was
he yelled out Umberhawk. I said,
Yep.
God damn.
You got to go back to the source material. Understand some of the stuff always comes from somewhere. And even, I think even the Balrog in Lord of the Rings, I think that came from the Bible or some Jewish stuff, like mysticism or something like that. The stuff always comes from somewhere. And my thinking is always, you always go back to the origin so you understand where people took stuff from. Right. So it's kind of like what Paul and Leto and them can do. You go down in your line. You go back down the line. If you could see down the line, go back down the line and go to the origin of where this stuff comes from. Like Ganima was talking about, or no, Paul was talking about to somebody, don't try to use the voice on him. Like I remember when they first tried. No, it was Ganima bitching at Erlon about don't try to use the voice on me. She laughed at her ass when she tried to use the voice. Said, are you using the voice on me? Bitch, I remember when they first started doing that. The first steps in trying to develop the voice. I remember that. You need to quit. Bruh.
Ganima was vicious.
She was, I will kill him.
Funny thing about
he's gonna come here and it's gonna be a marriage proposal. I will kill him. I tell you what, on that night when he come here, yeah, I'm gonna kill his ass. Don't leave him alone with me. That motherfucker gonna die. Like, bro, I am Fremen.
You got one thing about those Doom books, especially Children of Doom, you got to be ready for some dark shit because there are some lines in that book like the children were 9 years old in the orgies participating in that shit. So put all your bullshit aside and just go with it.
Put your modest sensibilities aside. This is a different world, different shit going on, different cultures. So this is what happens in their cultures.
And these kids were basically
Spice
adults.
orgies are a thing.
Yeah. Spice, because that's how Paul, what she called it, Jessica. When she took the water of life, it was during a spice orgy. So,
which means at that point, everybody is kind of having a sharing of everybody else's experiences. They feelings and sensations and stuff like that. It's like, oh, okay. And that's how Aaliyah was born, you know.
That's how Leah was. Yes, exactly. So basically, that's because that whole spice orgy, when you think about, the male and the female coming together, that was just oneness. When you break it
Mhm.
down to it, you got to
All
look
it is,
past the
yeah.
sex. It's just oneness.
That's all it is.
Hmm.
So you can have your modern sensibilities about the shit and be, oh, women being objectified. Shut up. It was women there too.
Yeah.
They liked it and they didn't give a shit.
And remind you, the Bene Gesserit came up with the shit anyway.
Benny Justice came up with it, so they was double donging it forever, bro.
Oh, yeah,
They've been falling down on each other for millennia. So don't worry
that's a good
about it.
image.
It is a good image. When I saw that in the first trailer, I was like, oh shit, it's the jihad. And that looks better than Attack of the Clones, bro, because there's more people
I'll
out there.
tell you about it. It speaks to also because remember the Latos were popular, or the
Mhm.
Atreides were popular
Mhm.
because of the fact that they didn't have to influence soldiers. The soldiers loved them, and
Loved
the
them.
damn emperor was jealous. He was like, man, he could raise an army that could rival us. So you
Yes.
Harkonnens, won't ever then cut him down to size.
Yes. People hated the Harkonnens,
Mhm.
but they loved the Atreides.
He
And
loved the Atreides.
and Leto II was going into that talking to someone else about how the Atreides governed. No, it wasn't even that. It was Ferrodin and Jessica was talking, and Ferrodin was researching the Atreides and
Yep.
understanding how the Atreides ruled because people actually loved them. They were loyal.
Yep.
Because the Atreides didn't treat them all like slaves and shit like that.
Mhm.
And it's so different from another house to see that. He's from House Carino and he's recognizing like how they treat people and how the Atreides treated people. The Atreides actually gained more loyalty that way. They saw them as, regulars and shit like that. They still had their hierarchy, but they treated them respectfully, and that's why people followed them. Now, I will say this. Chani being pissy that he said he would never take power for himself, that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did say that in the first movie. He
Yeah.
did. He did say that in the second movie. She asked him about that. He don't want power for himself. So I can give her a little bit of being upset, but like I said, that bitch got 15 minutes of that.
Yeah.
You got 15 minutes of a tantrum, and then you got to get back on code.
Mhm.
Got it out? We good? Okay, rub some sand in and let's get on. Let's get on with it.
I want to see a scene where after she's gone, she's one of those memories protecting those children,
Yes.
holding down the masses. I want to see that because I think
Yep.
I've been wanting to see something like that for a long time because I think something like that would be so potent. It's
Mhm.
Jedi-ish, like Obi-Wan coming back or some shit.
Yeah, definitely. Because like I was saying, the thing that kept the twins from becoming the abomination was who was there protecting them.
Hmm.
It's Paul and Shawnee.
Exactly.
Paul and Shawnee are there protecting those kids, keeping the other voices at bay so they don't get taken over. So when when Ganima and Leto do the parent game, right? Where they go back through their line and they become these different people in their line. They become their mother and father at one point.
Yep.
They become Paul and Shawnee. And Shawnee doesn't want to give up the body.
Nope.
She doesn't really want to give up the body because she has senses and stuff like that again. She doesn't really give it up. It's really hard. And Ganima talks about this is why this part is so frightening to women because they are more sensitive. It's easier for them to get corrupted.
Exactly. Yep.
And not come back. And it's like, see, you need that masculine and that feminine
Mhm.
there. Like,
Because I mean, it's so obvious. Women embody having another body in them. That's in their nature.
It's in their nature. So they are not adverse to that off the bat, right? They'll lean into it more. And that's why Aaliyah gets caught up because I would say her father was there, but her mother wasn't.
No.
Her mother really abandoned her. Jessica deals with that part. She abandoned that little bitch because she
Yep.
was scared. She had all that Benny Gesserit teaching too, and she knew what that was. And so, like, I can't. It's
Mhm.
like so.
Well, Jessica was
By
trying to kill her at one point.
yeah, so by the third one, you see at least by the third book, you see Jessica's failure and Paul's failure.
Yep.
Even though you ride with them, like, yes, they righteous, yeah, but they kind of fucked up because they need to recite that litany a few more times. They were scared a little bit. You went a little
Especially
pussy. You went a
oh
little
yeah.
pussy at one point. You went a little pussy at one point. Just saying. Just saying. I like y'all, but yeah, you bitched out. So
Yeah.
that's why I feel bad for Alia because it was almost like she didn't have a chance.
And really she didn't. I mean,
She
'cause
came out of it pretty good. Yeah,
yeah.
but god damn. Because at the point where she does, flip to the abomination, she was just beat down. It's
Yep.
tired as fuck. Like I can't do this no more. It was a surrender in a sense because there was no
Mhm.
respite for her.
That's
I
true.
was like, that's fucking terrible, bro. Like, if you're the type of person to hear voices in your head and you can't shut them off, even you can't really sleep and shit like that,
Mhm.
bro, that is nonstop, nonstop. And what she would say, it was worse for when she was asleep, when she would try to sleep,
Mhm.
when her defenses were down or lowered. These voices still trying to argue with her and take control of the body and shit. Like, oh my god, dude, this is an unrelenting mental assault going on inside of yourself the whole fucking time. You need
Yeah.
somebody there to buffer these fucking folks off because how Alito later explains it that the Benny Gesserits understood it why they were afraid of the abomination part is that you end up with two sides. You end up with the benign and the
Mhm.
malignant inside of you,
Exactly.
right? You got the good voices of your ancestors inside of you, and then them really malignant ones, them fucking terrible ones that they make horror movies out of, them motherfuckers in you too. And they
Yep.
never go away. They're always there. Like, that's why I start thinking of it like the Avatar. The Avatar state, they like, oh yeah, you got all the good avatars that ever been. Yeah, but what about all them bad ones?
Yeah, exactly.
Being
Ironically,
go ahead.
the reason why the Kwisatz Haderach had to be a male is because he was the only one who could master all of them.
Yes, because he could see down
The
both
male
sides
side and the
and the
female side.
female side. And from
Yep.
what you get from Ganima and Leto, you need that male side to bring back the woman side
Yep.
to protect that side. Because otherwise they could fall into abomination. That's why the Bene Gesserits, as powerful as they were, being able to see down their feminine line, they couldn't see the male side.
Mhm.
And that's why they were so afraid of abomination because there was nothing to pull their ass back.
Yep.
They would just fall to abomination because there was no male side to them.
Mhm.
The Kwisatz was the male who could do both. He can go down on the female side and the male side, which they couldn't see. Only the fucking navigators actually saw the male side.
Yep.
But they end up all mutated and shit. So
Yeah,
you
they were
need
no
that
longer
balance.
human.
Yeah,
Yep.
they were no longer human at a point. So you had to have that balance between the male and the female. And the
Mhm.
male was the one who could go there because Leto was the only one who could pull his sister back and calm his mother's spirit down inside of her and say, no, you have to let her go. You're gonna kill your daughter.
And he
You will
did that
destroy
as
your
Paul
daughter.
too.
Yeah.
Yep. He was Paul. He was like Paul's like, I will never
Yeah.
love you again.
Yeah. I will despise you. That's what he said.
Despise you.
I will
Exactly.
despise you. No, you couldn't. I will. And Leto was telling his mother, like, no, I will despise, he will despise you. No, he
Mhm.
couldn't. And then Paul's voice came out, I will despise you. Okay, I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna fall back, Paul. I'm gonna fall back. Johnny good now. Johnny Ganima's good now. I'm gonna fall back. But later, when Ganima does it, she says she is visualizing this vast cliff,
Mhm.
and her mother is there.
Yeah.
Her mother is at that cliffside telling her, yeah, you don't go this far. This far is where such and such is.
Mm.
I'm like, damn, that's deep. So that's what Aaliyah was missing, because Alia, the Duke didn't even know about Alia, right?
No.
He never knew. He died before he even knew that Jessica was pregnant. He didn't know. So there is no real, there should be no real memory for her of him except going through her mother.
Exactly.
Right. She could remember the Duke for what her mother felt of the Duke, the moments they shared together and stuff, because that whole Kwisatz Haderach shit, that site going down your line, that is some deep shit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just imagine to yourself, you could see back through your father
Mm-hmm.
to where he first met your mother, to some moment in the bedroom or in a closet or something like that they have in this little quiet, passionate conversation together, and you can hear that and be there in that moment and feel all those sensations and stuff like that at that moment. Like the first
Including,
time they got into each other, like, that's some crazy work, bro.
yeah,
And that's
'cause-
all yours to have right at this moment. Like,
and
that's
when you're
crazy.
talking about a sensation, you can actually be one or the other or both of them while they in the
Or both of
throes making your ass.
in the throes of it. You
Yep.
can feel how it feels for your father going inside your mama. You can feel your mother's thoughts, personal thoughts, like, oh, I love him inside of me, and all the rest of that shit. That's some crazy shit. That's wild.
It's better than telepathy. It's
I
better
think it's
than
worse than
It's, I mean, yeah, in a sense, it's worse and it's more agonizing because
Yeah.
you know, like when you were talking about Jean Grey and hearing all of that stuff,
Mhm.
Leto heard all the way, all of humanity all the way back to the beginning. This is no
Yes.
present tense shit. He heard
All
all
of
of the past.
all of it, all the experiences. That's why he said I'm millions of years old.
Yep.
Because he has everybody's experiences all in himself. He can hear all of them, everybody.
Mhm.
That's why he knew where he was, where he knew where he was without knowing where he was.
Yep. Being
His physical
everywhere.
body did not know exactly where it was, but through his spice trances and stuff like that, he knew, oh yeah, I'm in this city, this far away from such and such. This is where it is. This is this person here. I know who they are, and they're the descendant of such as. Bruh.
Yeah. He said it. He said, I'm everywhere at once.
Yes, that is crazy. That is a crazy amount of just mental. Mind you, it's not physical power; it's mental power.
It's mental power. Yep.
It's just mental power. Like, if you can go back to something like the first human being with some consciousness on Earth,
Well, that's
crawling out of
interesting.
the primordial ooze, like,
Mhm.
what? That's like some Lucy shit. If y'all don't know, basically,
Interesting thing about it though is because all of this was in contrast to the machines.
Mhm.
All because with the Butlerian Jihad, when AI went to war with the humans,
In the Terminator War.
yeah, the Terminator War, the whole thing was like, look, we have to become better than the computers that we created because we know that we're capable. And the human beings did that.
Yes, the human beings did that, and I'm listening to that part of like, yeah, so we're gonna have to fuck up this AI sooner or later.
Oh yeah, dude.
I'm right. I'm
If
right.
jihad don't happen in my lifetime, I'm gonna be upset.
Yep. He said, I've been training for this my whole life.
Man,
No.
I'm still training for it. I'll be an old man with a cane. It's like I'm
Yeah.
going to war.
What do I say? I say this to you guys all the time about why I don't use AI. I said I'm not feeding the thing I'm gonna have to kill. No, I see that as being a problem. I do. Over reliance on it, that's a fucking problem, bro. But that's how you sell people on shit. That's not good for them. Oh, it's convenient for you.
It's
It makes it so
convenient
much
and it's
easier
easy. That's
for
the
you.
big one. It's easy. No,
That's like the
no.
first line, right?
Hmm?
It's like the first line, right? If you get into that whole Garden of Eden thing, well, what was the first line? No, he just doesn't want you to know.
Yeah.
It's easier for you if you know. No, bro. This is a problem. You're giving over all your human faculties to something else that's not human.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like the right move. And sure enough, listening to this book yesterday, he said that shit. Like, he was talking about the Butlerian Jihad. I was like, yeah, it's just a Terminator War. Yep.
It's
We just
Terminator.
decided, fuck all these machines. We're
Mhm.
gonna think for ourselves, and we're gonna think for ourselves by destroying all of these goddamn things. So, like, And then at that point, I was like, I definitely got to go back and read the Butlerian Jihad.
They went all the way. They got spice induced. They was like, if anything that could expand their minds, that's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, after that, you had the Mentats, and ironically enough, the Mentats, they were trained by one of the great machines that they fought in the war.
Right.
Some asshole decided he was
The
going
one
to
that
keep the machine
saved,
instead
the
of
one they
killing it.
saved. Yeah, that was the part I did get through. I started going through the Butlerian Jihad, and I got to that point where they had a machine, one of the ones that was left, that was training the Mentat. So I was like, okay, so they saved one. I hope they killed this damn thing. Yeah. Okay, you taught us that. Okay, that's all well and good. Can you stand right here for a second? Yeah.
But I think there's a real life lesson there, and this is the thing that really bothers me about AI, because, all right, you took psychology. You know that human minds are capable of a lot of shit.
A lot. I do, which is why I got into psychology. That
yes,
the amount of potential that's in us, in our brains, this fleshy, not even fleshy, this organic material that develops pretty much on its own.
Mm-hmm.
There is still capacity in it that is never touched, never even scratched. That means you have the potential of doing all kind of shit.
Yep.
What would it look like to use all of that? What would it look like to be able to use all of that? Because it's just storage. It's just information. Space. So yeah. This is why I don't see the point in giving all that small percentage of faculty that you do use over to something else outside of you. It's inside of you to do, man. Just push it.
It's just a matter of training most of the time.
Exactly. That's all it is. I've always related to the mind as a muscle.
Yep.
And the way you exercise this muscle is by feeding it information that it has to think, it has to decipher, it has to try. Reading books, reading complex books, reading stuff that you don't get the first time on the first pass. Like, what the fuck? Actually having questions that you have to ponder and it has to go through is what exercises that damn muscle.
Yep.
It is not exercised on the easy stuff. It's not exercised on the rote routine stuff that you do all the time without thinking. It's always exercised on things that are new, which Leto says he has to keep having new experiences. Yep. Like, you absolutely right, Leto. You have to keep having new experiences. And you have to keep putting yourself out there to learn stuff that you don't already know. Always. Because that's what exercises it. Because every new piece of information that you put into your brain challenges the old stuff that you have in your brain.
Exactly.
And then you have to make a decision on how to go forward with that. What you thought was concrete is no longer concrete because you now put in more information that challenges the old information. And if it doesn't stand up to the challenge, you now have to change that in your head and move forward with that new understanding of the two of those together. Basically like Leto, taking what you know from your mother's line, taking what you know from your father's line, and marrying those two experiences together, go forward like the God Emperor.
Yeah.
Same shit. It's just understanding it. Even that analogy is understanding those two things.
Yep.
That's it. That's why I believe in the capacity of human beings to do shit more than I believe in the capacity of machines to do it.
Yep.
Because we thought up the goddamn machines.
We thought that shit up. One of the things that I never mastered, but I've been able to do a few times, was lucid dreaming.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if anybody else have successfully lucid dreamt before, but the few times that I did it was, every time I go to sleep now, I try to do it again, but
it's
you enter the dream universe. It's really difficult.
It's hard, but I've done it a couple of times where I've changed dreams and decided what I wanted to dream about.
Yep.
And it's been interesting. I can tell you that goddamn much. It's been pretty interesting.
Interesting.
Because there was a time I was having one dream where I was always falling off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
I was always falling off a cliff, and I would end up in this war zone. Mm-hmm. And I didn't like it because I would either change the dream right before I hit or something, right?
Yeah.
And then at a point, I just started thinking, reading about lucid dreaming and stuff like that. It's like, this is my dream. This is my mind. It's just happening in me, something I'm not dealing with. So the next time I was in that dream and I fell off that cliff and I was telling myself, I land. I just land.
Yep.
And I landed. And then I started taking control of that dream to where now that I've landed, I have not blacked out before I hit the bottom. What is this landscape here?
Yep.
I'm going to walk around and I'm going to look at it. And it was a conscious thought.
Yeah, it's a conscious thing. Yep.
It's a conscious thought. Like, no, I'm going to walk around here and see what I can see and what I can learn from this. It's a more interesting experience to where it'll sound funny, but I have a dojo in that place.
Yeah.
Where I go and it's just this peaceful place where I can think about what I am doing in this dream. And then I go from there. I go from this place into any other part of the dream that I want to go to. It's just what it is. But it's getting into that part for me is ruminating on one thing as I fall asleep.
Exactly.
And it's usually, I will control this. Where do I want to be? And just keep thinking about that until I get to that dream, until I fall asleep and get to that dream state, and then I'm there. That's all it is. So,
man,
at least for me.
but it's elusive.
Mm-hmm.
Same girl. You know what she looked like, know what she smelled like, the whole 9 yards. Ain't never met her before in my life, but in my head.
Well, my dojo, that quiet place in my dream. Apparently, there's a girl in there that looks like Jinx from G.I. Joe.
Oh, really?
I got a ninja girl, an Asian ninja girl in there. So, I wasn't going to. That's why I said it sounds silly, but I know when I get back to it, every time I go back to it, it's the dojo, it's the heavy bag, and she's in there with the heavy bag.
Mm-hmm.
And I come in there, and that's what she is. She looks like Jinx.
That's telling us something. That's how brain's doing what it does.
It's doing what it does.
The thing that lucid dreaming taught me is that you're still in control.
So the
nightmares, just whatever nightmares I had, they went away.
Yeah. That's how I got my son over his nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of bringing it out, when he was younger, he was having nightmares. We called it the poopy monster. We drew a picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
We drew a picture of it. I had him draw it, what he saw in his dream, on a piece of paper. And he was young. He was like 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
He drew it on a piece of paper in his own art book, because I always was big on my kids having their own art books to draw and stuff. He drew it. And then he drew me and him there. And we had lightsabers and shit. And then we were cutting up the damn poopy monster. So I was teaching him how to do that in his dream, that you control this. This is your dream. You can control this. So if you get to that point where you're seeing this monster again, think about me and you doing this. Think about this picture that we can defeat this thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't do it, I'm there to help you. We can do it. He never had a dream about the poopy monster again. Never. Now, he didn't wake up and tell me that it was this, but he never had a dream about that poopy monster again.
Right.
Because in his mind already, it's the image that we defeat this thing. It's already there. He's already seen it because we drew it, and we drew it together. So now that is in his memory, because your nightmares and shit like that, it's only what's in your head. That's all it is. It's only what's in your head. So you have to put other things in there to help you over that hump. That's all your subconscious does. It works on all the shit that you never think about consciously during the day. That's all it does.
But that's what made movies like The Cell or even Nightmare on Elm Street 3 so compelling.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because
I love Nightmare on Elm Street 3. That's my favorite horror movie, hands down.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Not that it was really scary, but the concept of her bringing in somebody from the outside to help her.
Mm-hmm.
That I thought that was the dopest shit.
I just found out the reason they changed Common Core math is because, algorithms use math and government trying to make mentats. It is, BGS has said that before, is that they're trying to teach kids how to think like computers.
Yep.
To think in algorithmic terms as opposed to just Common Core math. That's why some of it, if you looked at your kids' math homework nowadays, it might not make much sense to you. It doesn't seem like the way to think about that shit. It is the way a computer thinks about it. So maybe the people who really get into math, but most people don't really get into math because most people don't really read anyway. So the math part is going to be challenging.
Math is beautiful. I don't get.
It can be.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
It can be. It can be. I remember when I finally started getting algebra, I was like, "Damn, this is beautiful. This really just does work this way. It works out." I was only able to lucid dream a couple of times in my lifetime. Was able to fly in both. Oh yeah, I fly in mine.
Yeah, me too. I've flown.
That's not even a problem, bro.
Yep.
That's not even a problem. I can do that flying shit.
The problem is figuring out that you're in the dream first. That's the hump that I can't get over.
Yeah, I have some really pretty vivid dreams. So understanding you're in the dream and not in the real world is the tough part. You need some markers.
Yep.
Because I know I got to work on time one week and say, "Am I fucking dreaming or is this?" No, I'm here. Okay, like I did actually wake up, right? I did actually wake up. Okay, we good. Just checking. This ain't Inception. I don't have a thimble to spin. I don't have a top to spin to make sure it fall over. But yeah. Artists, I would say artists have a greater ability to do it because you are already in touch with your creative mind anyway. Right. That's in everybody. It's in everyone anyway. Mm-hmm. But artists have the ability to take what's in their mental imagination and put it out in the physical world in some kind of way. Sculpture, art, whatever it is. So you're already in tune with that, understanding you can control this anyway. It's just getting into the dream and understanding I am in a dream. I am in control. This is just me. That's the only part of it.
That's the key issue that I have with AI art is because no matter what you're doing, even if you're working on a computer or with your sculpting or painting, there's the mind-body link when you're rendering that image.
Yep.
And what AI does is it breaks that link altogether.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's my thing with anything I can envision. The only hard part to me is getting it from here through this onto a page. And it never looks exactly the way it does in my mind.
Yeah.
And if it does, then it means I need to flesh out what I'm designing a lot more in my mind. Like I need to give it more detail in my mind. That's all it means.
Yeah.
JT said totem time. Yeah, it is totem time.
Yeah, but when I think about Dune and I think about Frank Herbert and how he wrote all of this stuff and came up with Zen Sunni religions, and then when you go back, it's like, okay, this guy was a Mason. Education comes into play, who he was networking with. It's just like what you call him, the guy who wrote Lord of the Rings. God damn it, I know his name. Tolkien. This man. This man was in World War II writing. This man was highly educated.
Yes.
His devotion to his wife informed him.
Yep.
And that's the reason why he wrote such great love stories within all of that chaos.
And that's what I think people forget a lot of the time. Like I heard this argument before that the Fellowship of the Ring, that Frodo and Sam were just gay and shit like that. Like, no, they fucking weren't gay. The person who wrote it had been in war, trench warfare. Do you know what that actually means? You know what that looks like? That means you need to rely on the person really next to you.
Exactly.
That's it. They got to watch your back. You got to watch theirs. And you will take on their burdens if they fall. So you got to get through this hell together.
I think a lot of people don't realize.
Men being fucking men, God damn it. Like,
I think a lot of people don't, especially if they haven't served, don't realize why the Army. Because, when I was in, we had the battle buddy system. Because the Army understood that you're going to lay all of your problems, especially when things got real tense. You're going to lay all of your problems on that dude next to you. And he's going to lay his on you also.
Right.
So that relationship between men, especially during times like that, is really intimate.
Yep.
And that's what
Intimacy does not Intimacy does not always mean sex, you dumb fuck.
Exactly.
You dumb fucks. You can be intimate with your parent. Doesn't mean you fucking your parent. This, to me, this is what gets into Westerners in English in their language. They don't use words right.
No.
And they really limit words down to really narrow meanings and really base meanings at that.
Yeah.
Like, no, intimacy just means we are close in a way that most people don't know me. That's all it means. And like you're saying, the battle buddy system and stuff like that is intimate. I get that because it should be.
Yeah.
It should be. My life is in their hands. Their life is in my hands. How do I process that and make it important to them? Like, I know his wife. I know she's carrying a baby. How do I make sure he gets back?
Exactly. And the other side of that, it's like, you know, you're going to run into a hail of bullets. There's a 99% chance that you're going to die. But that dude is there to push you to do that too.
Yep. Push you past your fear.
Yep.
Of doing it. Like, oh, I'm afraid. Well, yeah, I'm afraid too, goddammit. But like,
exactly. But what you do, you sit there and say, we're going to do this, man.
Yeah, we're going to do this. I'm going to give up. You're not fucking giving up. Like, I don't want to sit here. I got to take a shit. Let's go.
That's what it's like.
Nah, you know what they got over inside there? They got warm blankets and shit like that, man. Let's get in there and get the blankets. Like, whatever you got to do. No, you have to be. I'm making light of it a little bit, but it's a little bit more tightly knit between two people. You have to have that. You have to have that. And so he was able to put that into the story that he wrote because he's actually been through that experience.
He's been through it.
That's why when you look at things through a modern lens and not in the context of the time that it was created, you always alter it. Oh, Sam and Frodo were gay.
That shit just pisses me off.
It pisses me off too. It's like, oh my fucking God, dude. You don't understand shit about this person who wrote this. What they actually went through. You don't understand it. You're basically taking his experience that he poured into these characters that made them so much so that they popped off the page to you and reducing it to some base sexual shit.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots, dude. Like, you are dense. Like Ganima talking to Irulan. You are dense.
You are dense.
You are really dense. Like, you can't be this. How can you be this dense? Like, that's an insult in common language, bro.
And then the freaky part is on the other side of that. People like, man, he went to a war and got traumatized. It's like, yeah, he just saw the dude that he was closest to on the motherfucking planet, and the worst shit that any human can go through, and this dude just got torn in half by a mortar. And he's got to live through that shit.
Yes. Y'all love Saving Private Ryan. Well, if you put yourself in that position that these are people who knew each other, who really knew each other, it would be more traumatizing to you to see.
Yep.
It would be. To understand what was happening to this person might have went through basic together, might have came from two different places in the world, knew each other, found out everybody's love, all this laughter, all this fun, all the stress, all the rest of the shit, to get off the ship, and 2 minutes later he ain't got a face.
Yep.
And only thing you see is a person that you were just laughing with a minute ago and what he was looking forward to or how scared he might have been. That is fucking trauma inducing. It's just trauma inducing. You cannot go through something like that and then get into, oh, I'm writing a story and it's about war and shit like that, and not pour that right back into the page. You can't. That's the only way you get that shit out without, becoming an abomination.
Exactly. Because a dude who flips out because of trauma, call it abominable if we want, but Rambo First Blood was the embodiment of that.
Yes.
And dudes thought, man, cool, I want to go to that. Fuck no, I don't want to go to goddamn.
No. That's what my mother just recently saw a couple weeks ago when I was at my mother's house. She had just recently saw the tail end of Rambo Last Blood. And I was telling her how I couldn't watch that movie more than once or twice because it made me feel just bad. It's trauma, dude. It's just trauma. It's like it hit too close to the bone. I was sad. But at the end of the movie, I was saying, I just want that character to go off. They don't need to make another movie for me. I just want him to have some peace. Because thinking about that character and what he's been through and all the loss he's had up to this point, man, just let that motherfucker rest. Just let him have some peace.
Yep.
Please. Because he ain't got shit left now. But just let him have some peace. Please. Please. Like, for God's sake. John Rambo been through it, bro. He has been through it. Been a POW and everything. Lost his friends, lost his comrades, his adopted daughter, his father. Just let him have some peace. I don't give a fuck if he's sitting on the beach with flip flops, dude, looking like a bum. Just leave him be. Just let him be. Like I told her, I say that character and Jack Bauer, bro, they need to just have some peace. They just need to have some peace. I don't give a fuck what they do. Just let them have some peace because they've been through it. They have given away too much. Way too much. They've lost way too much. He good, man. He good. Just if you want to be out there and be crazy, let him. But he just needs some peace. Because that last one, that Last Blood
that was a rough movie.
That was rough. That was rough. I was actually explaining that shit to my mother. That's why we almost had a disagreement because she was trying to tell me, "Oh, it didn't come out at this time." Like, Mama, I reviewed this goddamn movie. I know when it came out. Do I know what I know, or do you think you know better than me at this point? Like, that's okay. I don't do this shit. I don't do this shit all the time. But, whatever. Maybe I could be wrong. What? Know it all. That movie was rough. That movie took a lot out of me to actually watch it and then review it and not just get into a really somber mood about that shit. It was rough.
But and I guess this is where maturity comes in because we could take looking at a movie like that and then carry that out with us into the real world. Like, we ain't trying to be the biggest, baddest motherfucker. It's just like, I don't know what this dude is going through right here, but he's having a bad day. So let me just
What's going on, brother? You good?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Good.
man, I'm good. Nah, you don't look good. What's up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's happening? Like, for real, I actually care. Yeah. And Rainfire, what you said right here is why you don't listen to women.
Mm-hmm.
You can't listen to every woman. You just can't listen to every woman, especially about no shit like this, about what a men's relationship. Why would you listen to a woman tell you what a man-on-man relationship is like?
Yeah.
What sense does that make? That goes into the indoctrination that men of our generation and later get into, where their manhood is only filtered through women. They don't get their manhood from men. They get their manhood from what women say manhood is. And that's not what manhood is. How the fuck would they know? They've never been men. So why are you listening to them about what a man-on-man relationship is? They don't fucking know. They don't. We've just finally, in the last 3 years, me and my brother have broken my mother down about that shit. It's like, you cannot tell us what manhood is because you've never been a man.
Yep.
You can't. You can tell me your experience about dealing with males, but you can't tell me about manhood because I know you've run from any man that exerted any kind of masculine presence on you. You've run from it. You don't like it.
Yep.
So you can't tell me about manhood. You don't even want to experience it. So no, that is not the arbiter of that shit. Angry Man was right. When I found this space in AM, that was the shit he was talking about. Women can never be the arbiters of manhood. They can't. Why? Because they've never been fucking men.
Yeah.
And you think about it, modern women, most of them only know what a quote unquote to them man is by laying up in them.
Exactly.
That's all they know about it, which means they don't know shit about it. Because any motherfucker with a penis can do that. And if you get into some weirder shit, like Dead said knows, there's women who really enjoy having sex with animals.
Yeah.
Because it's just a penis.
It's just a penis.
So I'm not listening to them about what it means to be a man and manhood. I'm really not. Just as much as I'm sure they're not listening to me on what it takes to be a woman.
Ironically enough, though, men have to know more about being women than women have to
We-
know about being a man.
Exactly. Exactly. We do. And most women I run into, I do know more about them and their body than they do, which is scary to me.
Because we know they're going to lie to themselves, and we just like waiting for it to happen.
They gonna lie.
hmm
They're never that damn honest with themselves.
Nope.
And that's what gives me at times sympathy for women in some ways, but I still hold them accountable in a lot of ways because they're still fucking adults.
Yeah.
So the same way that I have to know better about myself, you have to know better about yourself. Stop fucking lying to yourself. It's doing you no favors. It's doing you no favors. Got to be honest with yourself. If not yourself, the main person you need to be honest with is you.
Yep.
And if you were, you stop having a lot of the mental issues that women usually have, which comes from trying to hide from reality the whole time and not be honest with themselves. That's it.
Yep. You are your biggest judge.
You are your biggest judge. And I've always called it, that's the first person you lie to, yourself, in the mirror.
First person you abuse is
First
yourself.
person you abuse, yourself. First person you're nice to, yourself.
It's yourself. Yep.
So I don't want to be that guy where you can't be that guy, but you are that woman. So how are you acting and behaving? Look at it yourself. Because what we know, especially about modern women, a lot of what they do is projection.
Yeah, definitely. And
It's
men
all
have,
projection.
men have taken on that mantle with their feminization.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So if it's me, it's my fault. But I really think no, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You are only responsible for certain things that you actually do. If you didn't actually do it, you're not responsible for it. Somebody else take that shit
have
off.
empathy, but that's
You have empathy.
it stops right there.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's not. It's not straight up you, motherfucker. There's nothing wrong with letting her know you fucking wrong, and it is you, and you are accountable, and you did something fucked up to me, so you need to be accountable for that part. You saying I'm wrong? Yes. What's wrong with that? That's a better place to be in, to me personally, because if you know you're wrong, you know you can improve on it and do better.
Exactly.
But if you never know you're wrong, then you think you're perfect. And if you're perfect, what the fuck are you doing down here? Spread your wings and fly up there into the heavens, goddammit. Oh, you can't do that? Then you're fucking wrong. Still here with the rest of us? Okay, then, you're wrong.
I think, with the loss of, literature widespread and all of those stories, yeah, it was inevitable that we would lose it. Because, you and I came up on, even the comic books was giving us some great, stories with a lot of moral gray area.
Even cartoons.
Oh yeah, cartoons were big on that shit back in the day.
Crazy, right?
And I'm looking at what they're doing now, and I'm sitting back like, this is juvenile. And so, they went to anime, and now they're trying to get anime to be like the West. And I'm like, oh, we're like, right now, here's an anime you gotta watch: Chainsmoker Cat. Chainsmoker Cat, bro. Will you see it? Because it's 2 episodes. They're only like 2 episodes in, but it's a cat girl who won't stop smoking and doing everything that she can to get some cigarettes. But it gets as gross as it can be. But in an anime way. So the shit is hilarious.
Right.
But the message about the depression of addiction. Yeah, it's
the message is about addiction.
Yeah, the message is about addiction.
Well, that's what I got from Chainsmoker. It was like Chainsmoker Cat. Okay, I gotta check it out. I wrote it down.
Those chicks are hilarious, but it's just like
when
you see
part you're talking about, we get morals from stuff. The first thing that jumped to my mind was Spriggan, the anime Spriggan.
Oh, Spriggan was brilliant.
Spriggan was brilliant, but not just because of the action scenes, because the action scenes are really brief. It's the story about the human condition, what all this actually means.
Yeah,
that's the part that gets you like, Okay, yeah, the movie was good when the fight scenes, but I don't know. I don't get this other part. Yeah, you probably wouldn't,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not talking about action. It's talking about your human condition more than anything else.
Yep.
What it means to elevate. All that talky part that they do,
Mm-hmm.
dialogue. That's what that shit is. Evangelion is not awesome to me just because they got big ass robots in it.
Mm-mm.
Because getting through the whole story, they make fucking robots and people.
And
Come on, people.
Evangelion is as complex as it gets.
Complex as shit, dude. It's
Yeah.
like, God damn. This motherfucker took us back. It's entertaining, Elongo. It is entertaining, but it's a lot deeper than that.
Yeah.
Same thing with Evangelion. Evangelion is entertaining because I can laugh all day at Pin Pin,
Mm-hmm.
fucking Emperor Penguin that drink beer and sleep in the cooler. I can laugh all day about that shit.
Yeah.
I can. I can laugh about Masato and her crazy ass relationship with Kaji.
Yep.
Like she just want to get it on.
Mm-hmm.
But I can also look at her as gross, like she tried to sexually arouse Shinji to get him to get in his favor at the end. Like she kissed her. We can do that more. Like grown when you come back. Like, bitch, you trying to fuck this little kid?
Yeah.
What are you doing? She's trying to do anything to get his manhood up. Anything. Even
Which
offering
was-
him pussy.
I thought that part was cool though. And the reason why is because Shinji was the one taking on the adult's burden of going out there and fighting.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Even though they knew he was a kid.
Yep. Even though they knew. They always knew.
Mm-hmm.
But who else could sync with them Avas except the child of that mother?
Yeah. So Ray. Yeah, because that shit that Shinji's father did with Ray, that was some sick shit. That was as sick as you could get. I was sitting back like, yo, I don't know whether I hate this shit or like it.
Look, Gendo was something else, but Gendo understood what the hell was going on.
Mm-hmm.
He understood what was going on. He understood the stakes, but he did have his own proclivities.
Yeah.
I like Gendo, but Gendo was an asshole. He was
necessarily so.
Necessarily so. But the tangle web of all that stuff and Nerve and all them people, that's what makes the story more damn interesting. You have to get it. You have to watch that and watch it all the way to the end. And I'm not talking about all this other shit they went back and threw stuff into it. I'm not talking about Evangelion 0.0s and 3. I'm not talking about that shit. I'm talking about the original run of that shit. End of Evangelion, Death of Evangelion. That original run. That was awesome storytelling. Very awesome, because you get into it thinking it's one thing, and when you start watching it and you get through them episodes, start understanding, like, wait a goddamn minute. Especially when it gets to the end where it wraps it all up. Mind blown, bro. Mind blown. Like, he wrote this? What was he smoking? It's all real. You can look that shit up. It's all real shit. You know what he did? He read a bunch of goddamn books.
Yep.
And crafted a story based on what he read.
Yep. That human computer working again.
Yep. That human computer working it out. The human intelligence, the HI, not the AI. The HI.
Yeah, the HI. Then I recently, 4 days ago, I went back and rewatched Ghost in the Shell Innocence.
Oh yeah.
Man.
That's one of my
I had forgotten how good that motherfucker was. I was like, yo, this brain hacking shit. The first one was about the brain hacking. But when it happened, when Bato was leading that story and Innocence, and he was getting brain hacked.
Yep.
That shit was just like, man, number one, it was awesomely beautiful.
Yep.
The cyberpunk elements were, I have forgotten how good that anime was. And the fucking part about it was I bought it. I got it on DVD.
I have it on
sitting in the store somewhere.
I went and saw Innocence. I went back and watched Innocence into last year sometime. Right. But I always love Innocence, and that's one of the harder ones to find. I saw Innocence in the movie theater when it came out.
Oh, yeah?
They showed it over here in, I think, Berkeley, College Town, right?
Yeah.
The anime club, they had it in the theater, and we wanted to watch that shit at the theater, midnight showing. Now, it's Oshi, so it gets slow.
Right.
That motherfucker is beautiful. Even to today's standards, it's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. Yeah.
And the themes in that stuff when I talk about Ghost in the Shell to people, I tell them where that fits.
Mm-hmm.
It fits in between the standalone complex and the original OVA. It
Yep.
sits right in between there. Because at a point, it's a story with Bato, which I love Bato. Major don't show up in that motherfucker to the end there.
To the end, yep.
To the end. She show up a little bit.
And she shows up as a doll. Yep.
The
It's
hell-
like, no, I transcended bodies.
Yeah, I'm not in this shit anymore. So I'm
Yeah.
going. You get yourself into trouble. That story was awesome. I still own that story. That might be something that got wiped off my PlayStation. I have to go back and check because I did have a digital version of that and the DVD for it. So we'll see.
Yeah, I
Check.
yeah. But I mean, other stuff like I've watched Wisteria. Let me see. He's talking about Nicotine Addict Cat. Well, that's basically what's your name?
Nicotine Addict. Yeah, well, that's Chainsmoker Cat.
Chainsmoker Cat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not checking out Dungeon Crawler Crawl. In fact, I'm staying away from a lot of anime because a lot of it became trite.
Yes.
And what's your name? The cat one. That one caught my eye because it was interesting. And then I heard people online talking about it, and I was like, "Hold up, this is kind of different." Chain smoking cat girl.
Mm-hmm.
That meant fan service in the grossest way.
Right.
I mean, because she's spraying shit all over her toilet.
Oh.
She nasty.
Well, you said Chainsmoker Addict Cat, and the first thing I thought of was Faye Valentine smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
And Aisha Clan. Catch it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Outlaw Star. Like a cat chick is common in anime. That's like you can't get away from that. Well, they got a cat girl in it. This ain't really anime, bro. What are we?
It's also the details because it's not like cat girls are just they're blended into the society because they call them beast girls, of course, but they face levels of discrimination as well. So they added all of those elements in to also feed the addiction that she's having because now it's like, okay, she's an addict, and I didn't read the manga, so I can't even reference that, but she's an addict. But when you look at the environment that she's in, it's just like, well, it's quite plausible that she could become an addict.
Right. Well, I'm thinking about the creator of this story. I'm going to watch this because I'm already having ideas about the creator of the story and what he pulled this from, which would probably be real life.
Oh, yeah.
He made off a subject that he knows. He or she knows. I'm just imagining it. Like, I can see this happening.
Yeah, because I remember, you remember Mezzofort and Kite, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he just finished Virgin Punk Clockwork Girl.
Okay.
And I think that was, of course, when you see his work, it's instantly recognizable. And people were upset because it wasn't longer, and then other people were upset because of all of its quote unquote suggestiveness. But I'm sitting back like, well, this is the same dude who made Mezzofort. This is not somebody who likes to self-censor. Not on subject matter, not on graphics, but that kind of stuff that comes out of Japan that has all of those themes.
I don't want anything coming out of Japan censored, really. I don't.
No, I don't.
Me personally, I don't. I'm a grown up. I've never liked the idea of censorship. I do agree that some things are not for kids, but I don't necessarily agree with the idea of censorship. It just means that you need to be there being a responsible fucking adult with your kids, or your kids are grown enough to see that shit. It's just what it is.
Hold on for a second. Oh, my son, right?
There we go. There we go. So the rest of
yeah. There we go.
Okay.
It's always good. I will never stop seeing my kids. Every time they call, I'm going to answer.
Oh, absolutely. You see, I stopped the whole stream to talk to my daughter.
Oh, yeah.
Because my phone rang.
So I got 10 more minutes up here so I can call him back.
All right, no worries. I got a show to do, so but I'm glad you came through early so we could actually talk about this
Doom.
this
Zesty
Doom 3.
Doom. Oh
Zest,
my gosh.
return to the zest. Yeah,
Return
I've
of
heard
the Zest.
this is return to the zest. The zest strikes back.
Yeah. And she up there,
Um,
she got her face all screwed up, and I'm like, that's not the
yeah,
Johnny that I loved.
Johnny, bro.
No, I want 10 toes down Johnny.
I
She's
sent
the one
you a
I dream
video,
about.
dude.
Oh, you sent it?
I sent you a video. I emailed it to you because I was watching somebody else talk about this, and they were making reference to our conversation that we were having about
Oh,
that shit.
yeah.
Like, oh, some people really had a problem with Johnny. Thought she was too much a modern. I'm like, you can name the show, nigga. Nobody cares.
Mhm.
So I sent it to you right off the bat. So yeah, well, you were
I'm
heard.
gonna I have to take it. Did you send it recently?
Yeah, I emailed it to you on Thursday. This
Okay.
this trailer dropped. I watched this trailer. Nobody had put up a review of it yet, and I was at work, so I couldn't do it. But I sent you a video I saw after that. So yeah, it was just this week.
Yeah.
But I definitely knew, like, oh, I got to talk to Dead Set. I got to talk to Dead Set about this. He got to show up on Sunday, bro.
I was determined because I was going to get here earlier, but I was working, and when you work and time's flying, I was like, wait a minute, I was supposed to be on artist.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you came through. So that's why I did that part first instead of later. Because yeah, I want to talk to you about that. Because I'm excited for the movie. It does look like some things are going to be mixed up, but this is the part where sometimes I can get disappointed in the Black community a lot because we do not do our own work and research.
Right.
So it's not a lot of people who have read this material that I can talk about it with on this side. That's the problem. I don't like seeing people being able to have these conversations, long conversations about this shit, and they haven't even read the material. It's like, well, what are we talking about?
Right.
All I can do is spoil shit for you. Y'all know I don't like spoiling stuff for people because I want you to have your own experience with this stuff. That's why I always suggest you go back and get the source material. I just listened to that whole book in one day. Y'all can do the same thing. If you don't want to read it, fucking listen to it or something, just so you are familiar with the original material and not just what somebody else said about the material. That's not good enough for me. It's not good enough. So I was waiting to talk to you about it because I know you've read the shit and you know it backwards and forwards. I went and watched Quinn's ideas to see what he thought about the trailer. I was like, man, can I just email this? I wonder if he'd show up on my little ass stream. He probably would. Like, I'd be really interested to talk to Quinn about this shit because outside of you, that's the only other person I want to see. I don't want to see the rest of these folks do reviews about the damn trailer. Fuck you. Who are you? This motherfucker doing this shit, and this is all he do.
Quinn's ideas, I remember running across his channel maybe like 8 or 9 years ago. I know he's been on for a minute. And it was refreshing because there was a brother online talking about books and he just kept talking about books. And that's why, like books like Three Body Problem.
Yep. He reads sci-fi. He reads sci-fi.
Yeah.
So if he's talking about, he's not talking from a point of this is something that Wikipedia said.
He reads
his own. He reads. It's his own personal experience with reading all of this stuff, and he can break it all down.
Yep.
Breaks it all down. He'd been talking about Doom before they even made the movie.
Yeah.
He had already had videos up about it. So in this latest video for this third trailer, he was talking about the people that were working on the Doom actually contacted him and thanked him for the videos that he put out because it helped them stay on path with what they were doing. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Wow. I'm impressed.
Well, yeah, I'd be impressed. But that's not what you're hearing from everybody.
Right.
It's not. Because half the time, the people will tell you they didn't read the material, they didn't read all of it, they didn't really get it, and you listen to them like you didn't even get that part. You didn't. That's not what happened. And because you're telling a bunch of people who don't know anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm like, oh, fucking hell, dude, that's not how that should happen. It's not how it. Yeah. Whatever the fuck.
I think Quinn is one of those. He's one of those brothers who just makes us look good. I like that because
No, he's just one of those. What do they call him? An educated lame.
yeah, he educated lame.
He's just a lame who read books. He's just a kid. He's just a brother who read books.
Yeah, but he's clear. He's passionate about it. He's clearly got. He's in a high IQ number.
Mm-hmm.
He's above average in every way that I observed him. I'm like, damn, this dude is sharp.
Yep. So he knows it. He can condense the material. He can explain the material to you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't cuss as much.
So yeah,
so it works.
Yeah. I mean, truth be told, I mean, like I hardly come on anybody live stream anymore because this shit just got. Look, I'm just gonna call it what I call it. I got tired of talking to stupid people.
Yes.
Shit, it just got pissed off, and so it was just like you, Art New Style. I maybe do BGS every now and again, but sometimes he gets a bit too argumentative for me, and that's pretty much it.
This is why I don't watch a lot of people's panels. I love a long panel conversation. I do. That's my bedrock for YouTube channels, right? It's a long conversation. But I can't get into a lot of them, at least on our side, because it just gets too fucking argumentative. It's too much arguing with idiots and not enough. Like the last one I listened to for BGS was on a good topic, and he had this brother come to his chat room and was just arguing with him, and he brought him up on the panel, and it's just him and BGS talking, and this motherfucker is just stupid. He's just saying something dumb as shit, and I'm like, drop him down. I'm sitting there talking. I'm at work and I'm talking to, my earbuds. Just like, drop him down, BGS. Drop his ass down. He's slowing up the whole fucking stream, dude. This shit is. I'm getting irritated. I'm irritated. It's not even my fucking show. I'm just listening, and I'm irritated. I'm like, this motherfucker. He's just a spoiler. He's just causing chaos.
Yep.
Get his ass out of here.
That's exactly what I do.
Listen to. That's what makes it hard to listen to. I can't listen to that. That shit, it kills me. I know it can, and it's not done intentionally. I know, not on BGS's part. It's probably on the dude's part. It's intentional because he just wants to, disagree and try to prove somebody wrong. Yeah. But he is so off base. Doesn't listen to facts. Doesn't have any fucking facts. And if you don't have any facts, why the fuck are we talking? How do you even have ground to argue with me on it? Just for the sake of arguing? Man, get the fuck out of here. This is fucking go away. That drags it down for me. That's why I end up listening to more streams and panels outside of this space, which is unfortunate as fuck.
Yeah. Because
it's not that argument. It's not that argument. And one of the other things I know, it ain't a bunch of talking all over each other at the same time. It's like it's a different vibe, different respect level. And I'm like, this is unfortunate. Why can't we do this here?
Yeah, it's just like when I listen to Jeff St. James, because I do like when he brings up those 4 women. And the only issues that I have with him is that, granted, I like hearing the woman's point of view.
I like hearing woman's point of view. But
at the same time I've heard all this before.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the part that gets me with a lot of people's arguments is I don't like hearing things I've heard before. And I call it out. When I've heard something before, I'm usually the first thing I've heard that before.
Yeah.
That's the problem that gets into me, because if I'm getting the rote response from you, I'm not getting your intelligence.
Right.
That's how I see it. I'm not getting your intelligence out of this argument. I'm just getting what you heard, what you know to say at this point. It's like a fucking Mad Lib or a fill in the blank. You're just throwing stuff in there. You know it actually goes here. So you're just throwing it in there. You're not engaging your own higher brain functions and you thinking about the material and giving something out that's original. I don't believe originality is gone personally, because it's only how you interpret the world is where the originality comes from. But if all your interpretations of the world are what somebody else told you, and you know to throw this in at this point, then you have nothing to say. You're not being original to me. That's just what it is. It's like, and it's painful to me because it's embarrassing to you, and it's frustrating for me because I want to get at you, what you have to say. That's
Yeah.
that's the most interesting to me. I don't give a fuck about what somebody else said. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, I get tired of the canned responses because I know what they're going to be. Okay, you're going to walk the moral
Exactly.
high ground. I already know about that, but could you give
Mhm.
me something that's
Mhm.
somewhere in the gray? Because this is the reason why I became black,
Mhm. Yeah,
and
exactly.
because I got tired of the bullshit. I'm not reading CM Nascosta because I want to read about some chick sucking off a minotaur. I'm reading it because this is some ground that I hadn't traveled yet.
Right.
What is feminine smut really like, and why are they reading this shit? Well,
Right.
let me see what it is.
You have to.
Mhm.
There is, like we were just talking about with Lito the second, experience is what makes your mind grow.
Right.
You have to have experience so you understand anything about what's going on around you. You have to know a little, you have to know something about it.
Yeah.
I didn't get in it, I didn't get into writing erotica because I didn't know anything about it. I had to read some of it to understand what it is, what, like you're saying, what do women get titillated by off of this stuff?
Hmm.
What is it that really drives them? It can't just be the sex, because if you ask them about it, I really like the sex. Okay, whatever the fuck. Then what is it then?
Because they have problems explaining it.
Exactly. I didn't read 50 Shades of Grey just because, oh, this new writer and it's about this. I read it because the women were reading it. What are they fucking reading? What are they putting into their head? And mind you,
Exactly.
I was in my psychology classes at this point. So it was other classmates, females, who were reading this shit.
Hmm.
These are people who want to going on to be psychologists and stuff. This is the stuff they're putting into their head. I want to know what they're putting into their head. What are they getting out of this? What is it? Let me read. I thought, well, this is pretty basic. I read worse shit when I was a kid. This is basic shit. Nothing really overly amazing, but they all titillated by it. Well, why are they titillated by it?
Yeah.
Once you have that experience, you can talk to them about it and ask them questions on it. But if you don't know what's in the goddamn book, you don't know what to ask.
Exactly.
You don't know what they're getting out of it. Oh, they just like that book because it's all steamy and stuff. It ain't fucking steamy, bro. The only thing steamy in that shit is the shower scene, and the shower scene is pretty white cake. Okay,
Yeah.
pretty
Vanilla.
bland, pretty fucking bland. I'm reading this shit
Yeah.
like, man, I've done worse in the shower.
Mhm.
Whatever. This really pedestrian.
Yeah.
Shit, this
Because
is
I
a-
remember the last time we were speaking, we were talking about like women getting, well, people getting raped and then their bodies betraying them by becoming
Mhm.
aroused.
Becoming aroused by it.
That little thread right there is where I want to explore more,
Mhm.
because there's something interesting going on there about the separation of the mind and the body,
Mhm.
and how even when the body consents, the mind can still feel trauma.
Right.
There's something really interesting there.
That is, I had a friend
Hmm.
back in the early 2000s, female. She was the one that was really into that bestiality shit.
Hmm.
And since I'm not shocked by a lot of things, I ask questions. And I don't have a problem with people who can actually answer this because they have actual experience with it.
Hmm.
What was she excited about with this thing? Why would she have videos of this happening to women and be aroused by that?
Right.
What was it for her to be aroused by that?
Hmm.
That's what gets you into understanding people. It doesn't work so well when you're married, because the base thing is you're trying to fuck this chick. I'm not trying to fuck this chick. I'm trying to learn from her.
Hmm.
And that causes some difficulty, right? Because now I can't focus on what I'm doing, what I'm trying to learn from this person. I got to deal with this other bullshit too. But learning from her, from what her experience was fucking fascinating. It was
Mm.
absolutely fascinating about because she had wrote some of her own little shit
Hmm.
about the shit, and I read it. I'm like, okay, I didn't even know this is how a dog's penis worked.
Yeah.
I hadn't looked at it that deeply. Motherfucker, like, you got a penis.
Yeah.
That's what happens. No, she was into this shit for real.
Hmm.
And I'm sitting there thinking of what kind of trauma would get you to this? What was it about this that you find exciting?
Hmm.
Because culturally, that's just considered gross.
Exactly. One of the
But
greatest
there are
taboos.
right, but there's a segment of people, males and female, who are really into that shit.
Yep.
Like, wow, how does that even work? It's just
Hmm.
more questions. It's just more questions, and it's just knowledge. It's just
Yeah,
it's
it's just
just stuff
knowledge.
that you know that you know.
Hmm.
It's just stuff that you understand that you understand. It may not work everywhere, but I don't have a problem with knowledge in that sense. There's certain things I'm just curious about. If it crosses my path and I got questions and there's somebody who can give me answers, then I'm asking the goddamn questions. I don't have a
Hmm.
problem doing that shit. Like, tell me. Well, I don't want to shock you. You ain't shocking me.
Yeah, you ain't shocking me. I look like,
You ain't
dude,
shocking. Yeah. Look,
it's
I'm a
one of the
well in the dark, bro.
it's one of the greater arguments that I run into on Twitter all the time. It's just like another dude I had to uh, deal with, and he talking about what kind of art people should and should not be making. I'm like,
Oh,
motherfucker, you cannot control what's in a dude in somebody else's imagination.
no, you cannot.
So just leave it alone.
Yeah, you can deal with it once it's out there. Once they put it out there, if it's not for you, then it's not for you. But understand what's going on in this person's head and the art that they put out. It's like, huh, okay.
Yeah,
Those questions, those things are the mental exercise. That's the
those
mental exercise.
that's the interesting part of humanity, I
Mhm.
think.
That is the interesting part of humanity. Creativity is creativity is that pen that does not run dry.
No.
And you cannot how do I say this? You cannot govern everybody's creativity.
No, you
You
can't.
can't because it comes out of that person and their experiences. And since we all know that we're all not one body, we're all
Hmm.
different people.
Yep.
Everybody has different experiences. How it manifests is completely different. That's what makes human beings interesting to me and not boring. Because a
Yes.
boring human being is one that's just like every other one. That is fucking boring to me. Which I made the joke before to somebody that heaven must be boring because everybody's perfect. Must be fucking
Tell
boring.
me about
It must be goddamn boring. So apparently, the party and all the cool people are going to be in hell.
it. Mhm.
Apparently, by that logic, oh, it's just perfect. Nobody's perfect. Everything is just beautiful and just nice. Well, that's going to be boring. They talked about that shit in the Matrix. The architect told you that. We gave you utopia and it didn't work. Everybody, a lot of people
Everybody
died.
rejected. Yeah.
Yeah, they rejected it. It's like it can't be perfect. No, it can't.
Humans
There's
need.
going to have to be some variation in it somewhere on some level.
But the incredible part about that is it's just stated. The only other thing the architect was saying was that humans need struggle. That's the reason why
Humans
we
need
put you all in this goddamn cycle. Y'all
You
need the
need
struggle.
struggle. You need mental struggle, not just
Hmm.
physical struggle. You need mental struggle because that makes you grow, and you'll keep doing it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, otherwise, we'll give you everything. You'll still be fucking miserable.
In other words, and they gave them everything, and they had the mouse utopia,
Yep.
basically.
Don't worry.
This thing worked. So
Old prop died.
yeah. So I'm of the mind that where I agreed with and still agree with Congress when they said no, you cannot thought police.
No, you
No,
can't.
and yet I see so many people trying to do it, and I'm
Trying
like,
to.
look, dude,
Yeah,
if
Congress said no. Humanity. No, we really need to do that. Like,
I'm like, okay, you put okay, religious people for one thing, and I'll just end with this. I look at take Christians for instance, or even
mhm.
Muslims. I was like, somebody came up with those concepts,
Yes, they are
hmm
concepts.
and those concepts were so potent and repeated so many times. Not only because most of y'all were illiterate, you didn't have any,
Exactly.
but they were
A lot of
repeated
people
so many.
forget. Like, everybody
Yeah.
used to read back in the day.
Hmm.
It's a special. It was a special skill.
It's a special skill. Yeah, most people couldn't read, but it didn't stop us from being able to recognize patterns because that's intrinsic to us.
Mhm.
That's how we survive.
Right.
But when they talk about their moral codes and how that it's derived from religion, and we know that that's not true because
Mhm.
even people who have never even touched religion have moral
Yeah.
codes. You know, that insistence that creativity must be policed, it just drives me to saying, well, what would have happened and what did happen when they started burning Bibles?
Mhm.
And that bit of creativity was being restricted. Y'all turned that shit into some type of holy awakening.
Yeah. It was a
I was
jihad.
like, it's the same shit.
Right. No. Creativity needs to be able to exist. Well, not that you let it, it always exists anyway. Policing it, no.
Yeah.
It is on creativity to actually push your human condition forward more than anything. And my problem with creativity and AI is I don't see it as being creative.
No.
I see it as robbing you of creativity because it actually, in fact, robs from creativity.
Robs from.
Robs from it doesn't. It's just recreating it. It's just a blender, man.
Yeah, the things that like the arguments that I hear on Twitter a lot of the times, it's like, man, I did this contract with this dude and I did it with AI and I did it in like, what was that, like 10 minutes or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm. See, it
And
saved me time.
you know, and then they were saying that the reason why the contractor chose them is because the artist sucked. And I got pissed off. So I responded and said, you know, that AI you're using came from artists who didn't suck. So if your
Exactly.
AI don't suck, then the artist doesn't suck. Idiot. And I was gonna do like some shows where I'm actually answering some of these people on Twitter.
You
But
should.
then I just thought about it. I was like, I don't even put my energy into that bullshit.
Yeah, because it'll suck up all. You have to answer idiots, but fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to argue with them, and sometimes you don't. This is why Black Bane and some other people have actually tried to goad me in a couple of times to come in on Facebook and join in a lot of these comic book groups and stuff like that to talk. And I'm like, no, no, I don't like arguing with idiots. And that is not a pastime I enjoy. It's a pastime millennials enjoy. Millennials enjoy arguing about shit they know nothing about, just having an argument.
Yeah, for the
And
sake
my
of
thinking
argument.
is for the sake of arguing. And my thinking is you've never been punched in the face.
Yep.
Because you don't argue with grown folks about shit like that in real life. And you know you wrong. And just doing it for the thrill of it. You get your ass kicked. No. I'm not I don't find any enjoyment in arguing with people.
No.
Trying to make them see a point that they don't want to see. Pointing it out in fucking braille in big block letters. And them still, no, it's not that. Like, well, fuck it, dude. You want to be fucking ignorant. What am I doing here?
Yeah, futility of it. It's like,
Yeah, like
why is an atheist arguing with a religious person when that dude is running on faith and there ain't nothing you can say that's going to change it?
It's nothing you can do to change it. And the atheist, in his sense, is running on faith too.
Exactly.
It's just another religion, man. You just having a religious conflict.
Yeah.
I don't believe in your shit. Well, I believe in it. Well, let them have at it then. Knock yourself out.
That's the reason why I like Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. I don't believe in you. I believe in you. And there's Quentin killing that bitch.
I believe in you, bitch.
Yeah, well, let me get out of here and call my son.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do the son thing. Thanks for coming through, Dead Set. Appreciate you, sir.
Sir. I'll catch y'all on the flip.
Yep, we'll talk again. That was the Dead Set anime coming through to give me his view on the Doom 3 trailer. YouTube, I know you won't stall me out. I would ask anyway, but I know you won't. So this video will go down, and then maybe I'll cut out that part. Maybe I'll edit over it. It just depends. Remains to be seen. Well, I look like one of my eyes is not looking at the same thing. Weird. Weird. I dropped you down there. So, thank you's been saying that about the atheist since Shy was on the radio. Yeah. Atheism to me is just a religion. One of my neighbors just was an atheist. And he's the one, he wrote a book, Asia Shock, about well, he did 2 books. First one was about samurai movies, Asian culture and samurai movies. And then the other one was about Asian horror movies. And he was my next door neighbor in Richmond. He moved from San Francisco over to Richmond, and he was an atheist. And talking with him about that shit, all I saw, what up, big black bang? You heard your name? He said, my defense. I'm trying to call you in like, look, a new airstrike. I'm an asshole. Yeah, you are an asshole. It's okay. He tried to call you in like an airstrike. You know, get me in the stealth fighter to come through and carpet bomb the ass. But he was an atheist, and at the point of talking to him about it, it just sounds like religion to me. It just sounds like religion. I said, it's just so you have a religion. No, it's really just against it. No, but the way you go about it, there is doctrines, there is dogma to it. You just have a religion. That's all you did. You just call it atheism. There's a lot of religions on the planet, bro. Fine, you can have your own. Because trust me, going back and studying religions, how they started and shit like that, it's all a story. It is. It's all a story. And if you think all the morals came from that, like Dad said was saying, what did you have before you had organized religions? You had tribalism, you had morals, and you had shamans and shit like that. There was still a moral code. And it wasn't called Christianity or anything like that. It's all a story. But you believe what you want to. You believe what you want. Exactly, Elongo. They faithfully, with a fervor, don't believe in God. That's called religious. That's called a religion. It is. The fact that you want to argue with other people about it and their religion proves it's a religion. Because otherwise you wouldn't give a shit. Because you're trying to catch converts the same way they are. You're trying to convert people to your way of thinking. That's a religion. Because you got the truth and they don't, right? That's a religion. Stop bullshitting. Just call it what it is. I'm very plain. Like bang. Yeah, I'm still not doing it. I'm still not. I can't see myself spending any time doing that shit. I'm an asshole too, but I'm not that much of an arguing asshole. I don't give a shit. I'm not in my 30s anymore. Fuck, I ain't even in my 40s anymore. My late 20s and my early 30s, I would really go to war with arguing with people about that shit. After a point, I gave it up. And not because I was losing arguments. It's because I got tired of having them. It shouldn't be an argument. You want to believe that shit? That's your business. Fine. That's not it. And that's where the term go read a book came from. That's where I got it from, for myself. Just go back and read the material yourself. Because if you do that, we will end up at the same point. That I know what I'm talking about, and now you know what the fuck you're talking about. And then we don't have to have an argument anymore. So just go read a book. Go do it. I did. That's why I know you're wrong. And why you don't know you're wrong. But just go read the material, and that'll settle all this shit. You don't have to listen to me telling you anything about it. Go read it your fucking self. Then we don't have to have this conversation, because I don't like pointless conversations and pointless fucking arguments. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my energy. And it doesn't, you can see my face thinking about it. It doesn't make me happy at all. No. I want to talk to people who fucking know the shit that they're talking about, because then I can learn from you. Big Sam, talk to me. I gotta be the dead Rio. I gotta be the dead dude. God damn. Talk to me, Gus. That's funny. That's funny. And one of the best lines from Top Gun Maverick, talk to me, Dad. That was one of the best. I was like, oh, shit. Oh, he does the same thing, man. He doesn't know that Maverick does that. He just asking for his dad. Damn. Damn. Hope y'all watch Top Gun Maverick on the 4th of July. Elon, yeah, we all too old for this shit. Yeah, but we're in a different group now. I look at my analytics. We all in the same group. They're in their 40s or 50s right now. The problem is the younger generations below us don't know that. Not enough. There are some, like Beasley in here. There are some. It's not enough of them. Beasley saw that video I put up on my community tab this week. This dude breaking down Gen Xers and the other ones that I put up, dude Franklin. Good videos. Very informative. People doing the work. I sent that shit to my mother. Oh, what do you think about this? What the fuck you mean when I think about it? It's true. So I sent it to you. So now what I already knew, somebody else has actually done the research on and can prove it to you. Head of the curve, not behind it. I already knew this. Confirming what I already felt and knew for myself. Confirmed it. We're fucking research now because it usually takes 10 or 20 years for somebody to research the shit to figure out, yeah, you know, this was a problem with this generation. This is what they were dealing with. Thank you. Thanks. Decades later, but it still showed up. Got you. Appreciate that. Now they can refer back to this shit. And then we can start a religion as long as you can get someone else to believe in it. Example, Scientology by science fiction author. Yeah. Well, you study religions. Like one of my favorite classes in college was comparative religions. And basically all it actually made you do was go back in the history of these religions and look at how they started. What was the story that started it? Scientology, yeah. It's a religion written by a science fiction author. I hate talking about religion on YouTube because then they start flooding your fucking streams and trying to get you shut down. But you read up on Joseph Smith, how he started his shit. That was all made up, dude. It wasn't even a well-written story, but it's a story. And it's a religion around it. Just go back. Just go back and do it. It's all out there. One good thing about the internet is all that information is out there for you to have access to. Use it for something other than looking up, you know, porn, shopping, and Wikipedias. You can actually find some stuff because they put it online. But the origin of some of these things, Christ, it's just a story, bro. It's just the story. Reading about the Bible and who wrote that shit for Christianity and stuff. Like, you know, Christ didn't write that, right? He didn't write none of that shit. And the person who's credited with writing a lot of it was one of his main detractors while he was alive. Interesting. This is kind of what goes into the Dune stuff. So. Yeah, we both do. Look, man, we all still dealing with the J-dubs. Still. And like all religions, they want your children. Just like this woke religion. Because you know that's a religion now too, if you didn't realize it. That woke shit, that's a religion now. You're watching it in front of your face. And if you say you don't agree with it, you are a heretic. And they will come to get you. Can't say anything bad about it. You can't say you disagree. It is a religion. And Hollywood is losing money hand over fingers for it right now. And the pulpit is any screen that's in front of you. It's media. And the church is the theaters. And they need your eyes. And like most religions, they want your children young. They want your children young so they can indoctrinate them and get them on board with the religion to grow their numbers. It is a religion now. Yep, we come for your daughter, Chuck. Yep, and your boy. Came for your son and your daughter. They want them both. Not because they want them to be together, because they want them to be separate. So they can fuck them each accordingly. Or they can get weird shit like the Bene Gesserits and get them falling down on each other and making these bastard babies. Anyway, on to some happier thoughts. Appreciate Dead Set coming up and having a conversation with me about the Dune 3 trailer. I wanted to have it, and we touched on everything I wrote down to talk about with it, too. Yep, we did. We hit every point that I wrote down before he even was up here. So we good on that. Next is going to be this puppy right here. This good puppy right here, X-Men 97. Now, hopefully, since I already did my spiel about how I have a problem with people not knowing the material, hopefully you guys watch this. Hopefully you watched it, because this was a pretty decent episode. All right. And I'm telling you, outside of actually reading the Rise of Apocalypse when it came out, let me not get in trouble with fucking Disney. It's just a still picture, bro. It's just let's just do the still picture. So hopefully they don't get pissed off. I'm paying you enough goddamn money, Disney, so shut up. I enjoyed this episode, and this episode was off book, but I like the way it's being stitched together and adapted to where you got a really interesting story. What did Rainfly say? Burn the witch. Canceled him. Yeah, same shit. Chase out the heretic. Oh, he said something against this group. It's xenophobes, right? It's the same shit. It's a religion. You should be able to see that. But once you have people that don't go to church, they don't make that parallel. They don't. But it's just religious war. It's just religions. They believe in this, the Church of Wokedom. The way it ended, damn, did not see that coming. No, Herb. You could have, but no. Because that's not in the book at all. And everybody's been speculating on how Magneto comes back. There's ways. These are mutants. These motherfuckers never die forever. They don't, especially Magneto. Since X-Men 97 is just a continuation of the 90s X-Men cartoon, he died in that shit too. He's died before. The magnetosphere will breed him anew, dude. There's certain mutants that ain't going nowhere. Magneto is not going anywhere. Not permanently. He ain't permadead. Told you, if you comic book logic, if you didn't die in an origin story, you ain't dead for good. The only people that die forever is the ones in the origin story. And then they usually find ways to bring them back too in comics. It happens. So he ain't perma dead. You good. But for being immersed in the story, that shit was traumatic. Traumatic, traumatic, traumatic. Now, this point right here with Apocalypse, being angry over the death of Ball after Rama Tut sent his little beam. Apparently, the X-Men were okay. They didn't get displaced in time, which I would have thought it would have happened since they were trying to use their time bracelets, and then Rama Tut hit them with some chronal energy or whatever kind of power he was using. Okay, they didn't go anywhere. Fine. But now you know why they time bands didn't work and they couldn't track them up in the 90s, because you saw what Magneto did, man. He did some dirty shit, man. Fucking Magnus, dude. What the? Oh, wait, let me show it to you. Is that the scene? Is that the scene? That's close to the scene. This motherfucker had the nerve. He had the nerve and he broke their goddamn. Yeah, there we go. That's the scene. Magneto ain't shit, bro. I love Magneto, babe, but he is not shit. He did Aquateki. Straight up executive decision. I laughed. I'm like, what the hell? What the heck? Yes, he just destroyed the band. Like, no, we here. We in it. We gonna do this. Like, what are you thinking? You already failed. He already know you not from here. He knows now. He's pissed off. He took a whole dude's head off in the last episode because of that. What are you doing, Magneto? Nope. We gonna work this out here. I laugh so hard. Like, Magneto is not any good, bro. He's good, but he's not any good. God dang it. That made me laugh when he did that. But it was like, what the hell's wrong with you? Y'all, no, y'all should leave. You're doing enough damage to the timeline. Nope, we're going to be here. All right, bro. So how's this going to play out? You stranded us. It's so dramatic. Yeah, he was unbothered by this shit. Now, the parts that I liked about this episode is I do like Nur. And I'm using the terms that they use to call him because that's kind of cool. Xavier really trying to go back and talk to Nur after Magneto has had his shot. It didn't work. Xavier going back and talking to Nur and let him what's going on. I think Xavier told too much. I really do. And from a comic book reader's point of view, it's really interesting to see that another way this story could have played out, which is all it is when they did this adaptation. But understanding you're going to get back to the same apocalypse, and it's probably because of the stuff that you're doing right now. Stuff that you're doing right now gets you to the apocalypse that you can't handle in the future, because you guys are back here in the past now. That's the fun part to me about time travel stories. The more you go back to the past, the more you actually inform on what it is that you were dealing with in the future or the present times. It's basically your fault. Once you've gone back in time and start messing with shit like that, you've done it to yourself. You really have. You needed to execute more care in what you were doing, which I kind of believe in that model. You can't interact with things in the past because you will change or get yourself in a divergent timelines, right? A divergent timeline makes it more complicated, but if you look at it as just like one line, you see the ripple effects, the butterfly effect of what's happening. You will cause problems. You will cause a lot of problems. But maybe it was always meant to be that way. Maybe that's how I got to that point to begin with, that you were in a closed loop. It's fun to play with those ideas. Didn't they learn from McFly? No, it hasn't even been established that they know what Back to the Future is in this universe. But no, they didn't learn. Look, who is this dude sitting right here? Bishop is from an alternate timeline. Rachel's from an alternate timeline. Cable is from a different timeline. It doesn't end well when y'all start messing with Apocalypse. You might want to stop. You got 3 displaced time travelers from 3 separate times where this shit does not go good. One of them is here trying to bring you back to the present. You still like, nah, we're gonna stay here. You don't listen so well. Do not listen so well. So this conversation between Xavier and Nur and him explaining all this stuff to him, I think was a bad idea. It's totally in character for Xavier to try to be the one to give you the understanding and to talk to him. You gave him too much information about the future. Irreparably changes your past. And once you change your past, you've changed your present. You've made him into the very thing that you didn't want him to be by all that information you and Magneto fed into him. It's your own fault then. You're responsible. At that point, you're kind of responsible for some of these deaths. Whatever. So the one part that I actually enjoyed that was from the comic is his little Moses thing, right? Where baby Blue Lips was just abandoned. That's never a good thing for a child, right? That kind of sucks. But understanding to a point that, it gets up here further, that Apocalypse is like, at least how they made it in the show, Apocalypse is kind of like Thanos. He is a constant. He's supposed to be there. Now, I don't remember that happening. That's off book for the original Rise of Apocalypse. Even though we always have known he had celestial technology because he does find the ship or whatever. But it was never really clear where his power began and where the celestial part ended, right? But making him a constant on that planet for the Celestials is actually more interesting to me because Thanos is a constant in the universe. Plain and simple, he has to be there. He has a role, he has to be there. Just like the Celestials, they have a role, they have to be there. How all this stuff works together from the macro to the micro is the part that makes it more interesting to me, that everyone has a role to play. That Apocalypse role is to weed out those people that are not good enough. Just not. That makes it more interesting than he's just here. He's just the Apocalypse. He wants mutants to be superior over human beings, and only the strongest survive. Well, this way makes him a little bit more interesting. It gives it more of a point to why he's doing it. To what end? Because let's just say you got all the strongest. What would it look like? And the way they depict Apocalypse's envisioned timelines is always dystopic. I'd be really interested to see somebody give one where it was utopic. Only the strongest survived and it wasn't terrible. I'd be interested to see that. I would. Because if you want to think about it in a cross continuity or a cross universe kind of way, was the Viltrum Empire perfect? Was it not Apocalypse's dream of only the strongest survived? They have a bunch of rundown cities and shit. They did. But because Apocalypse or that name is always tied to biblical stuff, it's supposed to be the burning, the char, and all the rest of that stuff. That's the only thing you get from Apocalypse. It always has to look like that. What if it doesn't look like that? What if the apocalypse is just the death of your way of doing things and it gets to something better through that rebirth of an apocalypse? That'd be interesting to see in a science fiction kind of way. Gotta ask the question of yourself if Bo DeMayo set that up with apocalypse being a constant. Yes, I would think he did. Because someone else pointed this out that it shows that Bo DeMayo had a co-writer on the show. He didn't co-write the show with anybody. This is somebody else coming and putting their name on shit too. Because for what he was plotting out, has us having a conversation about this shit. For what he plotted out, what he wrote. Mind you, when season 1 came out, he was done with season 2 already. He was done with it. I mean, he had already written it. It's already been done. Only thing that they were waiting on was animation to be finished. He had already wrote the story. And all that shit came out with him after season 1 dropped. And the main thing they wanted to do was take his name off the credits for season 2. Well, why would you want to take his name off the credits for season 2 if somebody else wrote it? Because they didn't. He did. And they want to own that shit. So what I look at it as being is stopgap to throw somebody's name on there under his, so they can start getting some credit for this shit. This was not a work of somebody who didn't read the comic book, did not have any love for these characters, did not know how this shit would hit this damn hard, because all the Easter eggs in this shit, I even missed one. Not the whole thing, this shit with the gardener and stuff like that, and I heard somebody supposed to be a whole blurred in this bitch calling that Ayrsham the judge. I'm like, that's not Ayrsham. It says it if you listen to the fucking subtitles, or you put the subtitles on, you know, where you have to read shit. It tells you who it is. It's Esau, the gardener. Putting that in there and weaving that stuff together is from somebody who's read the material, who has a connection to the comic books. There is no executive in fucking Marvel pulling shit together like that. There isn't. If there was, some of these other shows would have been better and would have focused on the material more than the political landscape outside more. No. This is somebody who actually reads comic books, who knows these characters. Like, even having a scene like this. Who would have even given you a scene like this who's never read the material and don't even like the X-Men? Who? Seeing this scene, I heard somebody else reviewed it mention this. Seeing this scene like this with Rogue is talking to Nur about Remy would give you a reason why Remy even became Death in this. He became Death in the comic books too. But for this show, for this story, this conversation right here, you already know it pays off last season. You already know it pays off because you have Apocalypse showing up to Genosha picking up the card. So this scene, that's the same writer. That's not a new writer. That's the same writer setting something up like that. That this means something. This is significant. That you as a viewer already know this is paying off, bro. This is paying off soon. Not just in last season, it's paying off in this season, you know. This is not some other writer coming in. This is the same writer from the first season. That's it. It's more about what's not waiting for me. Now, this whole idea with Apocalypse learning about love and shit like that, I didn't read the Krakoa era. I couldn't. I didn't read all of that shit. I didn't. I definitely didn't read the Exosaurus era. But thanks to Rob, shout out to Comics Explained, he did. And the part about Apocalypse and Genesis and all this stuff and him having the love and stuff like that, like, okay, sure. And having this brave woman that stood there to hold everything back for him. All right. Okay. Fine. It happened. I don't like the way they keep using the name Genesis. Look, Genesis is a specific mutant, and it ain't that bitch. Genesis, as a mutant, is Tyler Dayspring, Cable's son. Now, apparently, they just wiped his ass out of continuity all of a sudden. But that's who Genesis is. You know, the person Apocalypse does get to turn to his side, aside from Strife, which is the clone of Cable. Tyler Dayspring becomes Genesis after Apocalypse is dead. Cable ends up having to fight his own fucking son. That's Genesis. This shit with the female being Genesis, look, she's the origin. Fuck all that. No, man. No. Nah, bro. No. But the point about Apocalypse not knowing love because he never had known love, well, what did he think he had for Bilal? Just respect? He was just sitting there crying over his body because he respected him so much? No. Nobody actually showed him any love till Bilal. Till he took him in, found him in the desert and took him in. Raised him. Taught him to fight. That was an act of love. So he knew some love. He just didn't know romantic love. I don't consider that necessarily a failing on his part that got him to doing all the rest of this shit. No, his rage got him to doing the rest of this shit because he hated how people were being treated. And from what he would have seen in his rise to becoming Apocalypse was people that were strong were tormenting the weak. And seeing that as a reason not to be the weak, I could see him being angry, becoming strong enough to make them people pay for life. And his life is pretty long. He is the immortal Apocalypse. Yeah, he's constant. I like that. I like the idea of him being a constant. That there's always somebody who's going to be measuring you. And you have to measure up to. Because think of it this way. What one X-Man can take on Apocalypse? What one? What solitary X-Man can take on Apocalypse? And if it helps you, if you're not that in the X-Men lore like that, what one Avenger can take on Thanos? Which one? What one person can take on Doctor Doom? Your villain always informs how good the hero is because you have to be able to overcome them. If it's easy work, the villain ain't about shit. Hence Krim in that Supergirl movie. Wasn't really about shit, apparently. All it took was a little stabby. And he's good. He out of there. That's why he didn't kill Professor X when he easily could after he ascended. Yeah, that scene, like, man, he gave him back Magneto's line, the same line Magnus had been teaching him that whole time about it's not strong to crush the weak. He saw Xavier as weak, and so he didn't even bother. He wouldn't even bloody his fucking boot on that nigga. And you think some executive gave you that? You think the co-writer threw that in there? Bullshit. Bullshit. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, you guys can't even see this. My bad. I'm talking about a scene that you couldn't even see. My bad. My bad. I stopped sharing it. Sorry. This wasn't the scene, but I was talking about this scene. That's what I was talking about. Who can give you something like this? I was looking at it on my screen, but it wasn't on your screen. Who could give you a scene like this other than the person that wrote it? That pays off. Not only last episode's stinger, or not last episode, last season's stinger, with Apocalypse showing up to Genosha and picking up Gambit's card. But then you have it right here where he's sitting down having this conversation with Rogue about Gambit in the future, of losing him in the future, which you know is just going to pay off in the sense that Gambit will become the Horseman of Death later on because Apocalypse finds him and resurrects him. Yeah, definitely a brother wrote that. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, bruh, that was somebody black writing that. Hey, I don't trust this nigga. Like, yeah, y'all go, and I'm going with him. That ain't gonna be a problem, is it? No trust, bruh. No trust. There is no trust. Like, I'm stuck here, but I ain't stupid, man. I'm not stupid. No, I know who the hell you are. These other motherfuckers can play. I know who you are. I'm watching you with the professor, bro. And it didn't do much good, really. Because he got tossed around a bit. He got tossed around more than a little bit. He tried, though. Now, this is the part that was interesting to me, which was this area. Yeah, Bishop being a voice of reason. Bishop being the voice of common sense. Like, this is fucking Apocalypse. I ain't got to yell with y'all like y'all do. No philosophical bullshit. No. Put on a damn bracelet. Yeah, put on a damn bracelet. This design language was interesting to me because, unlike some of you, I actually watched the Eternals movie. And some of it I thought was good. Some of it I didn't like whatsoever. But the designs in it I did like. This whole thing with walking through these triangles inside of the celestial ship and stuff like that, that comes right out of the Eternal movie. It does. And this makes it a little bit more interesting because you know the Eternals stuff comes from the Celestials. So him being here and feeding into this idea of him being empowered by the Celestials and actually given a role by the Celestials makes it a little bit more anime. Like that shit, all of that, I'm like, oh shit. So that's why I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. was foretold. They saw it in the future. In the future, it dropped his ship off in the past and put. Oh shit, dude! This is what gets you in the time travel that throws people for a loop because their brains have to stretch and think about how could this happen if this part hasn't happened yet. It happened before. And somebody with the ability to peer through time knew it would happen this way and left this here so it would happen this way. Yeah, those pictograms or something else. Yeah, they put Charles in a chair. Well, those pictograms go back to just like the stuff in Egypt and the Mayan ruins and stuff like that. With crap that does not look like it should be in this time. But they're doing pictographs of what they saw. That looks like technology, modern-ish technology. The only reason I've seen for some of this stuff is time travel. That's the only reason I settle upon is at some point in our far future, just in real life, some point in our far future, we do develop time travel. And we do come back and leave these markers in our past that we look at in present times, like how were they even able to do this back in these generations? Time travel. This stuff is only visible from the air. How could they have done that? Time travel and flying vehicles. But is that such a stretch? You can't prove it now, no, but you know goddamn well they couldn't do it then. What else left? Aliens did it. If you go anywhere for the first time, you are the alien. You are the alien. Right? We just saw that in Project Hail Mary. The first human being to go back to Rocky's planet, Arid, or whatever it was called. He is now what? A human being? No, he's a fucking alien. You are the alien if you go anywhere for the first time. You're the strange thing there. So if you want to call him that, a time traveler from our way off, far-flung future comes back to the past, it is a fucking alien. Because they don't know us. Yeah, Aquatech, he saw that shit. It's like, oh, y'all fucked up now. Yeah, that's why that reaction that Xavier had was, this is like, yeah, to think about this. Look, this is the second time they had the rug pulled out from under his wheelchair, man. This is the second time. This is the second time Nur is seeing, these motherfuckers lied to me. They absolutely lied to me. This is the second time he's seeing this. Yes, this is the face you're supposed to have, Charles. Like, Magnus, I need you here now. This is the second time. In as many days, he found out they was lying to him. First Magneto, then Xavier. Bro, you lost him. It's on for life on this shit now. On for life. And that face, like, uh-oh. It was at this moment that Charles Xavier realized he had fucked up. That's the face. That is the face. That is the face. Like, oh shit. You need to get here now. Because Charles took it in real quick what was happening. Like, uh-oh, that's me. And what does this say right here? See? Subtitles. I speak English and I hear very well. I still turn on subtitles because I have a problem reading shit. And sometimes there's things you miss. It's Isan, not Erisham. Sorry. All of this shit that you see right here, this is just armor that Celestials wear. Some of it is different by the head, so you can tell the different Celestials one from the other. But no, this was Isan, the god, the one who sees the planets. Erisham just comes back and checks on shit. That's why he's the judge. This motherfucker right here, he sees the planets. So, because everybody got a job. And he gave Apocalypse a job. Or he gave Nur a job as being the Apocalypse. For the mutants, since that would have been something that they would have seeded and want to see come about with human beings. See what variations came out of that shit. Bro, this conversation, I felt bad for Nur at this point, but I felt worse for the X-Men. Cause like, you about to get your ass kicked. You know that, right? You were about to get your ass kicked. You did not need to find out this. This was not the time he needed to find out that y'all. God damn, why I had to get to this scene? Why did I have to get to this scene? I wasn't even trying to get to that scene. Eesh. Yuck. Damn. Why they got our brother looking like that, man? Why our brother Bishop getting just bitch slapped like that? It's a good thing he a cartoon, bro. He got folded. Ugly fold. Beast, you do MMA. You hit a dude like this, would you be waiting for them to call the bell? Oh my God. They would have to get the bell. The fight's over, man. It's done. It's done. Your kneecaps are not supposed to be above your ear. Not both of them. He got mollywopped. Yeah, so it went bad from that point on. It just did. What other notes I got on this shit? Because I'm just laughing too hard about that. He did get fucked up though. Bam! Damn! He didn't even get one punch. He got a punch and then a kick. You don't see shit like that in Mortal Kombat, bro. He got a combo. He got the expert Egyptian combo meal. Spin the chin, get the knockout. Boy, he spun the chin and kicked his ass off there. He gave him both. He gave him the two-piece. I thought Charles was going right after his ass. I thought he was going to kick his ass in that chair off that shit. Yeah, you know, she mold me into your X-Men. He is his own person, man. Like, that was a mistake. This is the part I mean about you make your own enemies. You do, in a sense. You make your own enemies. I like that he stepped into this damn apocalypse mouth. Resist the dark force that called you here. No, it was just a force. It wasn't necessarily a dark one. Looks like his mouth. Looks like his Apocalypse's mouth and helmet that he stepped into. The fucking cradle. But it was a good episode. Wrong scene. I'm gonna get. This was the part that actually was cool to see. Actually seeing him, Nur, turn to Apocalypse, to understand it is now a different person. To me, I call this as a Galvatron and Unicron moment. Right? Like, he got turned into Galvatron at this moment. That Isan was Unicron. He's like, nope, I have a job for you, and I will give you the power. Just have to agree. Unless you make this agreement, then you can get this shit. If not, don't worry about it. The angle of that neck, he'd either he's either dead or joining Xavier's hover chair club. Yeah, the hover chair for men. Yeah, he should be crippled. Good thing you can absorb energy because that was a lot of kinetic force put into that punch, bro. That was a lot of kinetic force put into that punch. That was your ass. That was it. That was the turn. So it was better seeing this happen visually to understand his body is just in armor. And the armor and the empowerment by the Celestials does give him some other powers because before that time, he couldn't grow in size or anything like that. The armor is what gives him the shapeshifting and all that. Before then, he didn't do all that. He just had massive fucking strength. And he really couldn't be killed. He'd come back. He'd come back for that shit. That's what made him immortal. At least from the books. That's what his first power was coming back from what should have killed him. So that's why I started thinking, why don't they just call him the Immortal Apocalypse? Because that's pretty much what he is. I mean, him laying down and taking a rest every once in a while is like, it's like the vampire Lestat. Shit get boring after a while. If you live forever, shit gets boring. You might as well bury yourself and wake up in 100 years and see what's what. Might as well. Only problem in the X-Men books, he just come back every couple of years. It's not really a long time. like once he got up to the 90s, this motherfucker had to keep coming back like every 2 years or so. But that's not how it works. Blood Boiling said, question, is the second season of X-Men 97 good or bad? We're 4 episodes in, and it's good. It's good. I'm giving you spoilers right now. You seeing this shit. That's kind of a spoiler, but this last episode especially was fire, bro. How Bo DeMeo is weaving this story together and adapting it from the Rise of Apocalypse comic and then the X-Men 90s line and stuff and working in the Celestial stuff from the MCU. Masterful job. You got to understand the material to do a job this well. Makes sense. Cut out the fluff and just put in all the stuff. It's a masterful job. It was a traumatic episode, I can tell you that much. Stop pulling my cape. I have not watched it yet since Disney fired Bo DeMeo. I was afraid it was going to be bad or good. Here's the thing with that, Blood Boiling. Yes, they fired Bo DeMeo, but Bo DeMeo had already done the second season. It was already written and done. He had already finished the second season. That's why I was going to watch second season anyway. I'm not thinking third season is going to be well. That this shit will fall off maybe halfway through this season. Definitely third season. Third season is a write-off for me because I know he's not on it. So me watching the second season, I know he wrote it. It's just seeing where they start throwing in their own bullshit. The guy that came, behind him and wanted to tell him how to be black and how to write these characters now. A lot of it centered, from what I understand, a lot of it centered around Jubilee. Okay, well, let me see that. Because I can tell you between this version of Jubilee in this X-Men 97 and Jubilee in Marvel Rivals, they're just mixing Jubilee up with Tabitha Smith, Boom Boom, Meltdown, whatever you want to call her. That's all they're doing. So for me, it's a little bit bothersome because Boom Boom was one of those New Mutants that I liked, that ran with Cable, that I liked. I like to see her represented in her own right and not just have all of her personality and shit grafted on the Jubilee. No. Doesn't mean I hate Jubilee. I don't. I like Jubilee. I liked her better when she got into Gen X. Or not Gen X, Generation X, so you people know. But for the most part, they ain't had much to do with her. Except giving her a kid and giving her vampire powers. And even then, it was like, oh, but what's she going to do with it? Nothing. She just running around with a baby with vampiric powers for a little while. They're still struggling with making that character cool. This part in the anime, or in the animation cartoon, is Xavier Tabitha is white. Yeah, there's a problem with that. They don't like white girls now too. Thought they only hated straight white men. So what? Oh, it doesn't do any good for I got you, JT. Doesn't do good for representation if she's just a white girl. Jubilee is a white girl. Yeah, she Asian American, but she a white girl. Culturally, she a white girl. You want to talk about cultural appropriation and shit like that? Silly shit. Look, Jubilee is as white as Psylocke is British. Jubilee is a valley girl with pyrotechnic powers. Not timed explosions, pyrotechnic. Colorful. Basically, she could just be another Dazzler. She could be a sparkler. Similar shit. But Dazzler and Tabitha are both two white girls. Yeah. Let me go past this part a little bit since we got spoilers for Blood Boiling. Why does this thing keep stopping at it? Doesn't stop. Stop, God damn it. All right, Blood Boiler. This is all you really need to know, man. I don't want to spoil it for you. I really don't. But this is pretty much all you need to know, man. I don't do spoilers. That's all you need to know. Yeah, Apocalypse is in this season. And the question you ask yourself, how do you get here? How do you get to this point? That's all you need to know. How do you get to this point? That's what the journey is. That's what the ride is. That's why you watch the show, to figure out how you get to these points. You know it happens. Yeah, you know it happens. But what you don't know is how you get there. How do you get to it happening? That is the journey. Go through the damn journey. Just saying. Just saying. just saying. Just saying, dude. Go on a journey, man, because that shit was kind of awesome for me. What Blood Boiler say? Thanks for the input, MC. I'm going to watch the second season. Go watch it. If you don't want to watch it, go to my Patreon. It's up there. I'm watching it every week. Every week I do my watch along. I put it up on Patreon, and then I make my review for YouTube at the same time. So yeah, I'll talk about it afterwards, but me watching it is right up on Patreon. And yes, the journey is the interesting part. The journey is where you learn. The journey is where you learn. The destination is the destination, but the journey is where you do all your learning. The destination is where you show up and say what you've learned throughout your journey. Jubilee was shoplifting mall rat when Wolverine found her, laughing out loud. Sorry, homeless mall rat. Yeah, exactly. So she about as Asian as, I don't know, Chinese food. Like, share, subscribe, sports stream if you feel so inclined. Sorry. Message. My phone working so slow. Swear I keep getting hacked. See, this is the problem with my team, man. They haven't figured out what you all have figured out. Is that food porn I get upset about. So these motherfuckers keep sending me pictures of goddamn food that I'm not eating and they're not sharing because they know I get pissed off about that shit. So motherfuckers sending me pictures of fish and chips in Napa. Like, you dropping that shit off? Huh? Asshole? Stupid, dude. Fucking upsetting. Very upsetting. Like, you are not dropping off any fucking that shit for me. Why are you fucking with me like that? Assholes. Look, I'm gonna see that. I'm gonna see their ass maybe today. Maybe today I'm gonna see them, and we're gonna have a problem because they sitting up there sending me pictures of goddamn delicious food just to tease me. And I'm not fond of that shit at all. I like good looking food. I like some tasty food, but that shit is upsetting, man. That's really upsetting. Fuck nuggets. Love them, but they know they're gonna be in some shit with me. They know they're gonna be in some shit with me. They did that shit on purpose. Now my mouth is watering. Fuck nuggets. Yeah, Beast. You know. Yeah, you did that shit last week. I told them about that. You know what they told me in return? Did I see the pictures that they put up on the 4th of July? And my teammate Peanut did this big ass barbecue spread with brisket and all kind of shit. It's like, man, I'm gonna tell you this like I told my boy Beastly Nerd. Fuck you. I want to see that shit. Did you save any? Oh, it wouldn't have made it back. We were all the way out in Gilroy. It wouldn't have made it. You could have brought it back. What? You don't have paper plates and foil? The fuck? You got to come back up here anyway. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. No, don't be showing me no delicious food and ain't none of it showing up for me. Like, oh, I just get to sit there and lick the screen, huh? Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, exactly. Aquatech barbecue. He had a spread too. Boy, there was more meat on his plate than was on a cow. I'm like, good Lord, that is protein. Where my plate? Oh no, it's not making it back. Then why are you showing it to me? I don't want to see your goddamn food. Oh, here go Rainfire jumping in there. Asian is egg foo young. Yeah, sidestep. Try sushi. Sushi taco last night? What? It's bad, period. How the hell do you have a sushi taco? Sushi's supposed to be cold. Tacos aren't. Did they call it a sushi taco because they threw fucking fish and wasabi in it? Sushi is an art form. You don't put that in a taco. What's up, studio? Rainfire, you be finding some different shit, bro. All right, so let's get through this because I'm just talking around. X-Men 97 for the most part. Apocalypse's anger, Nura's anger, turning into Apocalypse, and actually going bad on these X-Men was kind of a given. He owed y'all for that. After lying to him twice, he kind of owed you. I'm not surprised that he went after Ramatut when he got the power. I'm not surprised. Were you cheering for He-Man when he started beating Skeletor's ass? Yes. Well, same deal. Somebody did some grimy shit to him. He got the ability to do it back to them, and he came for him. I'm not considering that upset. That's not the upsetting part. This part here, somebody said that this is the Genesis character that they used in Exoswords. But I recognized her in this, at this scene, as being the external that the Assassins and Thieves guilds pay tribute to get powers. And I'm not remembering in this story where the fuck this bitch came from. So this is the person that's supposed to be Apocalypse's wife? That's a modern telling. But her being the external was interesting because that means even maybe at this point in time she even has powers. So where does she come from? I don't remember in Marvel Comics where the externals actually come from. But they're not exactly mutants. Now, this part in this shit was fun for me. That was fun for me because if you know Marvel Comics and Marvel history, who Ramatut is, you know who he is. You know what's going on with him. The fact that this motherfucker, threw on his suit because he's in a suit too. It's like, oh shit, they did it. This is somebody who knows the comics. This is not somebody who just came in to write some cartoon shit. This is somebody who knows the comics. Yeah, the tithe. Yep, the external for the tithe. You are chosen. She's already been in the X-Men cartoon because you saw it in the X-Men cartoon. Go back to the 90s version. They did this whole Gambit and the externals and Belladonna and all that shit. You see her. She pops up. You have given no tribute. Punishes their ass. That was fun for me. That motherfucker pieced the fuck out. He pieced out. He pieced out on her. You knew he had to leave. He couldn't stay there for that. But the way they did it was hilarious, dude. It was hilarious. He did that shit with a wink and a nod and a smile. Like, I'm out this bitch. Oh, it's over. Anyway, I'll try again some other time. And I'm watching this. I'm not playing it on the screen, but boy, Apocalypse was whooping off in Xavier and Magneto's ass. And that's why my question still stands. What one mutant can stand up to Apocalypse? Which one? Which one can take him solo? They can. I'm not saying just fight him, because you already know Cable does it. Who can take him? Meaning beat him. Who can beat him? I can tell you one thing. I don't think it's this dude. I don't think it's this cat. I don't think it's that one. Did you say Ejectocito, cuz? I was on Kang. Yeah, he got out of there. He did Ejectocito on her ass. Like, I'm out. Let me get my little ship and I'm the fuck on. Catch you next time. And John Delancey was perfect. Yeah. I mean, unless they were going to use Jonathan Majors. This is not the dude to beat Apocalypse. No, because him and his homeboy was getting their ass kicked. Kicked, I say. They had nothing for him. They had nothing for him. And I don't know if you noticed it, but the episode cranked up even more after Nur got turned into Apocalypse because he went all in on their ass, boy. He really did. They had nothing for him. Yeah, he didn't give a shit about nobody else. This was some Zack Snyder level shit that was happening at the end of this. If you're worth anything, I'd make a horseman out of you. Now, my answer is, since nobody answered the shit, Magneto. Age of Apocalypse, where Apocalypse does take over. Xavier is dead, and Apocalypse does take over. Only person that stands up against him that can take him on and beat him is Magneto. So, outside of Cable, Magneto is about the only one who can, because he's the only one with enough power. And blood boiling. Turn your eyes for a minute. Avert your eyes for a second. Like, give me like 10 seconds. Just turn your head or close your eyes for 10 seconds. This shit, bro, that was not what you wanted to see. This is not even that movie, man. This is not that movie. But this scene is like Paul walking out of the desert. I swear to you, this is Muad'Dib walking out the desert, coming to the siege. Like, the fuck, you just walking through there like that? Just straight stroll, huh? Yeah, awesome visuals. Awesome visuals. All right, blood boiling, you can look again. I said 10 seconds. Because damn, bro. For a minute, I didn't think it was going to happen, and then absolutely knew it was going to happen. And my only question is, where do they go from that point? Damn it, why is it stopping so late? I need that image. Blood boiling, turn your head. Turn your head. Give me 5 seconds. Turn your head, blood boiling. Is X-Men 97 good in the second season? Bruh! You could have sold the whole season on that shit. Like, how do we get there? How do we get there? When does that happen? Early. Episode 4. Charles crawling like Anakin on Mustafar. Yeah. Joe. This scene, this ending part, that was cinematic. That was cinematic. The only way this would have been better if it was animated, if it was anime version, it would have been better. They would have played it up a lot more. But if you saw this on the screen, live action, you'd be traumatized, bro. You would be traumatized. Because after the movie ends, you got a couple years before you ever see anything to follow up to this shit. That would have been the ending of a trilogy, or at least a second movie. This is an Empire Strikes Back moment. Like, it is dark, bro. It is over for this cat. Like, you gonna leave me like that? Yeah, wait 2 years or ever. What? Oh, hell no. Yeah, he was even saying shit about your mama. Yes. My legs, Murphy, popped into my mind. I don't know. The fact that Xavier was crying at a scene was in my mind. It goes back to what me and Dad said we're just talking about with Lord of the Rings and Frodo and Sam. Xavier and Charles been through some shit together, for real. They've been through war and stuff like that together. They have a very close relationship. They are intimate in a non-sexual way. They know each other. They disagree on some fundamental things, but there is love there between each other, and not no homosexual love. They are like brothers. Shit. Charles is closer to Xavier. Charles is closer to Magnus than he is to Kane. And they actually partly related. Well, no, they're not. But they're close. They're actual brothers. No. They're close. This shit is traumatizing. Traumatizing. And exactly where I thought they were going to go in this shit, I'll say that again. This is traumatizing. This is the second time this motherfucker has been wide-eyed in an episode. In an episode. You ain't never seen Xavier this shook. Never. Yeah, they came out to each other, Beast. They came out to each other. If you need some modern narrative for you, they came out to each other. You will always be close after that. Oh my God, I had forgot about that one. Oh my God, the visuals. Woo, the visuals. Woo. Blood boy, and close your eyes for half a second. Close your eyes for half a second. I need that as a poster. I need that as a poster on my wall, bro. The glee in this motherfucker's face. Got that motherfucker Magneto looking like Blight from Batman Beyond. Like, oh my God. What up, Charles? The Faulkness in the building. This was cinematic. This part of that episode was straight up cinematic, dude. Dark shit, bro. Aquateki, dark. Woo! Woo! Oh my God. Illuminated that boy's insides. Good Lord. Good Lord, it was a good episode. Remember it. Jesus. Now, You said talked about that boy's mother, Beast. That's what got me. This is where I thought the turn was going to happen to. I said, is this how they work in the onslaught? This is where I thought the turn would happen because Xavier got out of character, bro. He got completely out of character. He started talking shit, laying on his stomach in the sand after seeing what Apocalypse was doing. He started talking to Apocalypse, and he was going for that boy nuts. He was talking shit. And I'm like, that's not bro, that's not Xavier. He had lost his fucking hold on reality. He had lost his hold on reality. He is going in on this motherfucker. I'm like, oh shit. Is this where we're gonna see the turn? I was anxious. I thought, oh, he about to turn. No, we're gonna sit on that one. We're gonna sit on that. Go sit on that. We ain't gonna stomp that out just yet, man. We gonna wait on that one. Yeah, this shit was good. This last episode was good. It's definitely trauma inducing. Definitely trauma inducing. Definitely trauma inducing, bro. Only a coward feels mighty when stepping on ants. Woo! Shit. Xavier been shook this whole episode, man. He is cool for a minute, but it was some epic level stuff happening in this that should have been in a movie. Should have been in a movie. Now, I saw recently, yesterday, there was an article came up on my feed about Marvel announcing their X-Men movies and how they gonna do it. I'm like, shut the hell up. Shut up. Look, you have fired at Marvel. You have fired two people who were giving you some of the best stuff you had. Bo DeMayo and Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors made Kang worth even talking about. His performance made Kang worth even talking about. Because Kang is boring otherwise. He just has technology powers. That's it. Time travel and technology. And when you get down to it, he stole the time travel technology from Dr. Doom's old shit. So basically, it's only tech. He's kind of boring outside of the fact of time travel being fun. Jonathan Majors made the character interesting, worth looking at, seeing on the screen. Bo DeMayo gave you X-Men better than they have been in the 20 years that they was at Fox. In an animated show. He made your animated material better than it was in the original. And you fired him too. You know who ain't been fired? Bitch that did She-Hulk. The person who said they wrote fucking Captain America Brave New World. Some of these other people giving you some shitty ass Marvel properties have not been fired yet. They still there working. Y'all fired the wrong people. You really fired the wrong people. Everybody knows Onslaught's been coming. Soon as Magneto ripped Wolverine's adamantium out on screen, you knew Onslaught was coming. And if you've read that Onslaught story or even the Fatal Attraction story, you know where it starts. It starts when Xavier ripped his mind out. When he went in there after he ripped the adamantium out of Wolverine, Xavier went into his mind. That's when it happens. That's when that darkness gets in Xavier. That's exactly the point that it happens. You've had to read the comics to see that shit, but that's when it happened. So as soon as he did that, like, here comes Onslaught. It is. But in this show, it could be this. It could be this moment. In this show, it could be this moment. Because you did have Xavier and Magneto's minds linked. You did. So, no, Disney does not keep on winning. They keep losing. They're racing to the bottom like we in fucking Fight Club. Like they're in a race to have nothing. Excuse me. Cold. Now, this part, the first after credit scene, because I do watch the credits because I like the music. It's not specific. These aren't bone claws. This is metal. So it's not specific about what time frame this is happening in. Looks like bone. He's hunched over, so maybe it is after he has his bone claws. The team he's looking at, I'm thinking, would be Team X with Maverick and Sabretooth. If they want to go into that again, because they already did that in the original series. They already did it with Snowboard and Shauna. They've already done that part. If they want to do it again, they can. But that's what I'm thinking the team he's talking about, getting the band back together. I don't know why he'd work with Sabretooth again in this shit, but it's connected to him too. I got myself a crew. Like, who? Could say you're getting the old band back together again. Who are you looking to grab? I don't see him working with Sabretooth, but he would have to if that's what he's doing. Okay, whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. But I can say season 2, these last 2 episodes have been really good. Really good. And it has more far-reaching consequences than the first 2 episodes. Well, especially the second episode. Second episode was fun for me, but it doesn't seem like it has any far-reaching consequences. And that was some shit written by somebody else. That's how I know. So, other than that, what is it, 12? I'll talk my ass off, but that's it. What else do we have? House of the Dragon. Yeah. Let's copy it. Let me just put this in there so y'all can get there. That's not it. That was actually a talk. That was more like a reaction. So there's a link in the chat. If y'all want to come up and talk about any of this shit, if you've watched any of it, hopefully. I don't know why we always behind on shit like this. But the last 2 episodes were actually great. They're almost halfway done with this season already, which is I don't know. It could be problematic, but it will remain to be seen if it falls off a cliff after the fifth episode, and seeing where Disney got into with their new guy and Bo DeMille was out and how the writing on that goes. I'm expecting it to fall off a cliff. Like I've said, I've written off the third season that it should not be good at all. But because they were wanting to strip somebody's credit off of this, I guess they were seeing that they had a hit on their hands, but they was getting rid of him because it's oddly specific to me that they would want to take the credit from someone. Is that was the threat that they were giving him, that they were going to take the credit for him off of it, take his name off of what he created. And I'm like, that's oddly specific. You don't see that happening too often. Like people get fired. Yeah, they get fired. It's not that big of a deal. But that was something specific they were going after. After the success of the first season. Oddly specific to me. Oddly specific. Which makes it out of the ordinary and weird. Why would they want to do that? But I just popped back to YouTube and saw AM's video dropped 5 hours ago. Said they raised a whole generation of weak men. Generation of weak men. Oh, I'm definitely watching that one. Yes, they did. They did. That should. Yeah. Let me just go ahead. Yeah. Let's just put that over here. Okay. Now we won't lose it. Yeah. Now we won't lose it. Okay. All right. On to current news. Did anybody go see Moana? Because apparently these people are losing their mind about the Moana live action version. The movie has been out for what, 3 days? And somebody was doing a stream or something like that Friday talking about it was a flop. I said, it just opened. How is it a flop when it just opened? Like, damn, the goddamn rock hate is real. Like, for what? Completely weird to me. The movie just came out. It can't be and by that meaning that it just came out Friday. They were already doing streams talking about it was a flop Friday. Look, I can tell you this for me. I'm not a fan of the Disney live action remakes of the animated stuff myself. I haven't watched them. I don't watch them because I thought it was a waste of time to make live action adaptations of your own original cartoons. I didn't see why we needed that. It's not making anything new. You're going over the same ground you've already walked necessarily. And then you're going to alter it because now it's in live action. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why that would be a move to do anyway. Just make some more animated stuff or just make some original live action stuff. Because from my youth growing up, Disney always made live action movies. Always did. Shaggy Dog, Shaggy DA, Escape to Witch Mountain, Pirates of the Caribbean, all this stuff was live action. Yeah, they did animation too. Fine. But why would you ruin both your streams by crossing them over to each other to just doing live action remakes of animated movies you've already done. That just doesn't make sense to me. That just seems stupid. So I've watched none of these live action remakes at all. I didn't. I didn't think Will Smith looked right being a genie. I'm fine with Robin Williams playing the genie, and I didn't need another one. I didn't watch the live action Jungle Book. I know the technology was groundbreaking. I didn't give a shit. I've already seen the Jungle Book. I definitely wasn't watching The Little Black Mermaid. I was like, that's ridiculous because mermaids ain't black. They're underwater. They're going to be pale as fuck. Common sense wise. They're not up in the sun. It's not going to work that way. I didn't think that was necessary to race swap her anyway. Even if you were going to do a live action, why'd you race swap her? They ain't got any white girls who can sing? Get the fuck out of here. You could have had Adele being Ursula. We know she can sing. I haven't watched any of that shit. I'm not a fan of it. Not. So, in terms of a live action Moana, I know Moana because my kids watched it. Later in life, watched it. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. I've seen pieces of it. It's not that big of a deal to me. Just me being an old person in the room for that one. But seeing what I have seen of it, and The Rock playing that character, and the girl playing that character, pretty much a lock, as far as I'm concerned. What's the problem? What is the goddamn problem? It's a Polynesian-ish story with Polynesian-ish people playing in it. I don't see what the damn problem is. You can't claim that they fucking race swapping anybody. So what are y'all upset about? Is it just The Rock? What are you upset about The Rock for? He's just playing a fucking role. He looks ridiculous. Look at the wig. He's bald as fuck. Every wig looks ridiculous on him. What's the issue? Moana is too new. Yes, that would be the only other thing I had to say about Moana. It's not even old enough for a remake yet. You know it's supposed to be like 20 years or so before you even jump into doing remakes on things. 20 years. But apparently this generation does not understand time, because they don't understand time travel, and they don't like waiting. Nothing has had a chance to mature yet before they already trying to remake it. Which is why I can tell you the James Gunn Superman was going to suck. You haven't had enough space in between Henry Cavill and Corn Sweat for it to even try to succeed. It wasn't. You want to introduce a new Batman? It's going to suck too. You've had no time between Robert Pattinson and this fucking dude, whoever he is at this point. There's not even any time between Robert Pattinson and Ben Affleck. Y'all need to take your time with some shit. I don't know why you rushing it so. You ever heard the phrase, everything will be done in the fullness of time? Time is stretched out for a reason, so everything doesn't happen at once. Time can give you distance as well. You need time in between there so you know what the fuck is going on. Otherwise, everything just happens all on top of each other, and it makes no damn sense. Moana was too new. It wasn't old enough for you to need to make a remake, especially not in live action. Wait, let it simmer a little bit. But because you don't have any goddamn ideas, you just rush into the next thing. That means you're not fucking creative. You're not creative because you needed to go back to that as your way forward. Stupid. What up, Faulkness?
Hi, I'm Charles, Prince of Baltimore, protected secrets of the of Castle Crackhouse.
The Wire and Trap House, right?
That is Cosmic, my fearless friend. Fabulous secrets have been revealed to me when I held up my magic AR-15,
No, your Magic Cocobolo.
the bow nightstick and Glock, and said, "I dare this nigga try me."
Damn, motherfucker, that try me.
Negro. I have firepower.
Listen to Snarky. A soulless disaster.
You know,
Jesus, dude.
I have my love and critiques about things when
came out.
about the second season so far of X-Men 97. For those of you who don't know, I actually have it in my collection, Cyclops and Phoenix, which was the story of how they were raising Cable. For those who don't know, I'm not being a comic book snob, but that's where they got the story from. You know,
that's not being a snob. A snob would be looking down your nose. It's like, you didn't read this shit.
Yeah, and I like to point people to the books where, you know, people go by the shows, and I said the books are better. You know, but at least they stayed pretty faithful to the adaptation as much as they could. Like you know, they have Rachel Summers, who is like Cable's trans-dimensional sister.
Yeah, I mentioned all that last week. Moving ahead.
And
current stuff.
It's funny because we look at the relationship between Magnus and Xavier, one of the greatest bromances of all time.
Got Sam and Frodo in there, so no.
Yeah, that's that one of them. we all love Iron Fist and Luke Cage. Damn it.
True.
So
is a squad, they're a team, man.
It's funny because we don't know how long they've been gone chronologically on their end. Might have been some months, might have been a year or so.
For what?
While they were trapped in ancient Egypt.
Couple months.
Yeah. So we'll just roughly say about 6 months.
Yes, about 3 months.
So there's a lot of, I guess, regret on Magneto's part. And probably just as equally on Xavier's, because, you know, he was living fiendishly good in in a galaxy far, far away. So it gets kind of interesting to see how you take a guy who literally had to grow up in the Holocaust, and people wondered, you give him one of the 4 fundamental powers in the universe. There's times when Magneto's right. And I think Xavier really hates to say that. Or he feels as though he doesn't want to give to his lesser thoughts, as he would say. Like, yeah, some of these motherfuckers need to be smited. And I look at things like that because during that time, you literally came to Krakoa, not to jump too far. You went to, not Krakoa, but what's the island?
Krakoa.
Huh?
Genosha?
Yeah, Genosha for the mutant massacre.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all literally told mutants to go the fuck away. And they said, bet. And you brought all this destruction. And you made a man who already lived through the Holocaust go through another. And y'all gonna sit there and tell me this motherfucker's wrong? And then you wonder why he took the Earth off his polarity and said, y'all eat this. y'all motherfuckers eat this. You literally eat this. But then let's go to this season. Of course, he's softer, trying to convince, you know, Mr. Nur not to become Apocalypse. Please don't do that. Well, here's the thing about Magneto's not really pragmatist, because let's just say what it is. He is a terrorist. But
Sometimes he's a terrorist. Sometimes he's just leave us the fuck alone.
Yeah, that's all he is.
Because for me, terrorism is you actually go out and commit acts against people.
Yeah.
Like that shit in One Battle After Another. You just going out and doing shit to people. They
Yeah.
ain't did nothing to you. Don't know what the fuck is going on. That's terrorism.
They're just open market.
Other times, he's just, look, I made this thing up here for us. Leave us be. We'll leave you be.
Mm-hmm.
And people come fucking with him. You get what you get after that.
You
He
know?
was not terrorizing you. He made some distance. We got a spot. Leave us be. You come to our spot, we're gonna fuck you up. They come to his spot.
So
Kill a bunch of them, and you mad he come back angry. You did it to yourself.
it's kind of funny because I was looking
Straight
at
up confession.
what you say, AB?
Straight up confession. Magneto has always been my favorite villain of all time.
You got to look at it because I know this white guy. He was doing a review, and he's like, "I'm so happy Magneto died because of all this." We forget that he did all this stuff. I said, let's go back to why he did all this stuff. He's supposed to just let that massacre in Genosha go, and then you captured him. I don't know about anybody, but blood is on the dance floor after that moment. So
even Michael Jackson knew blood is on the dance floor, bro.
Blood is on the dance floor after that one, boy. And I think it's really, really hard for a certain
age group,
not just age group, but a certain type of people that kind of lack melanin to get that.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of what I hear from black content creators compared to white ones, I hear almost two stark contrasts. Because one, imagine being a 400 or 500 years of being Magneto. So black people get it off the break. Like, look, there's a reason why y'all went out of your way to manufacture institutions and industries to keep us down because we would do better.
Mm-hmm.
You measure yourself on if I'm still better than the highest Negro mentally. So we get it. So he's like, well, Magneto did all these crimes. He did this. He ripped out Wolverine's adamantium. Well, Wolverine did kind of stab him in the fucking back.
I mean, he did. He didn't kind of. He stabbed him in the back. You realize that, right?
And then you realize, like, nigga, do you know what the master of magnetism means, nigga? You stabbed. You see, we ain't doing no back and forth. Fuck this, And then you look at this and you're saying, if you would have gave Magneto, which you said you were going to respect, the sovereignty of Genosha, and then I don't know, I forget the chick with the glasses from the UN. I forget her name.
Val Cooper.
Yeah, Val Cooper. That bitch. You literally take his daughter and put her on your fucking Black Ops team. And I'm like,
X-Force is not the Black Ops team. X Factor is not the Black Ops team. X Factor is the government-sponsored team.
Yeah.
They were in the original series of X-Men, too. They were in the original 90s version, too. X-Force is the Black Ops team by Cable, because that's the difference between the two of them. One team is a military unit. One team is a police force. The military does not handle things the same way as the police. They do not. Cable is a soldier. He ain't Mr. Soft Talk.
Even though that X-Force intro was fire, though.
It was. So Cable having the team, which is the problem, is that the problem that most some X-Men will have with Cable is Cable's methods are more extreme because Cable believes in taking these motherfuckers out.
Which that's why you have people And you don't mind if I talk about tactics real quick. The first tactic you have is mere presence. Meaning, because the sight of you and how you look and how you present, people aren't going to fuck with you. Then you have diplomacy. Diplomacy fails, you're going to have to take action.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens after action, may God have mercy at your soul. And I told people, well, you shouldn't kill because, there's always a better way. No. I've told people, well, you were a soldier, you're a police officer. I said, most of those professions have in common. Sometimes, in order to save life, you may be called upon to take one. And some people do forfeit their lives to live, their right to live.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to, and that's the reason why I love the dichotomy between X-Men, X-Factor, and X-Force. Because you see how these entities work so separately and differently. And then you got people like we mentioned Magneto in the middle. Where is he truly wrong? No. Because if you go into the forest and you throw rocks at a goddamn mountain lion and that motherfucker pounces on you, was he wrong? No. Leave him the fuck alone.
That's how people get attacked by hippos.
Yeah, stay out of their territory.
Mauled by tigers.
It's like it's like you see some of these videos, women yelling at men and all this other stuff, and she just hits them. And next thing you know, oh, that's a female. That's a dude. Why are you arguing with something bigger, stronger that could hurt you? And it's like,
oh, that's good.
Yeah. It's like, why would I want to mess with a guy who controls magnetism, and I'm going to send the military after him, and all their equipment is made of metal? Let's just leave this motherfucker alone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm taking it that neither one of you has saw this episode of X-Men 97. Did you guys watch that? Or
The latest one? Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Because
I have a question. I think Beastly is still in here. I was looking for this just on a side note.
Side note.
Oh, it's going to say it right in here. But it goes to the Rivals thing, which I heard somebody say something else inaccurate. Y'all know how much I love that shit. Beastly, who the fuck is this? Who is this, Beast? Who is that?
Oh, I know who that is.
Man, some beasts in the chat. Go back and talk to your homeboys on this Rivals camp who don't know who the fuck this is. This is a unlockable costume for Wolverine on Rivals right now. This new patch, right? Or this new update, and somebody called this something else. Like I forgot what they called it, but it was completely wrong. I'm like, motherfucker, you don't read comics.
No, he doesn't. That's the Avatar. That's the Death Horseman, Wolverine.
That's the Horseman of Death, Wolverine, that you have in a costume. I was like, I'm getting that costume. That is not Egyptian Wolverine. What?
No.
That is the Horseman of Death, you dumb fuck.
And this is how you know.
Don't know comics, dude.
This is how you know that person doesn't read comics. That's how he got his adamantium back. He fought Sabretooth over it. It was Wolverine actually sacrificed himself to beat Sabretooth. He had to be dirty and cut him from his balls to his intestines.
Yeah, it is what it is when you got claws, man.
Yeah. And he said he couldn't allow Sabretooth to become the Horseman of Death because he said he would have been unstoppable.
Yep. Not you. Well, it's kind of the same mode with Dr. Doom and Strange, right? They both showed up, killed the Beyonder. It's not going to be Strange. It's going to be me, man. Super Deuce in the universe.
Oh.
There you go. There you go. In the story of the 12.
Like, it's like Roger Mayweather. You niggas don't know boxing.
Yeah.
You don't know shit about no comics.
No. I said fucking Astonishing Wolverine. That's not Astonishing Wolverine. That's the Horseman of Death, you dumb fuck. I can't stand people saying doing shit like that.
Here's another tidbit. Who was the first person that Apocalypse sent? The Horseman of Death Wolverine to fight.
I don't remember who it wasn't Charles. It was somebody else. Cyclops, I think.
Nope.
No, the Cyclops was part of the 12.
Nope. It was the Incredible Hulk to test him out.
Yep.
That's why they always have that unique relationship because
always Hulk.
I got to, like you niggas need to learn your art instead of worrying about your people.
Know what you know.
Got to do some Dragonfly Jones on them. Niggas should be worrying about practicing your art.
Yes, that's how he got his adamantium back. So that lead in from the cartoon where they said, "Oh, he got a new crew." Could be Apocalypse.
Could be Apocalypse.
Could be. I don't know. There's some ways that shit can go because you gotta remember, Wolverine wasn't back in the past with them. He knows who Apocalypse is. But he wasn't back in the past with them. He was in the future with Future. He knows Apocalypse from the 90s and from the future, not from the past. So I don't know. It could be a way, but they're mixing a lot of stuff together. Just like Dune 3 will have to do, X-Men 97 is doing with mixing a lot of these stories that we know together to create this one thing that encompasses all of that. Because this X-Men 97, no, Rise of Apocalypse didn't have shit to do with Xavier and Magneto and the mutants being back in time. No, it didn't. Nothing to do with that whatsoever. But what it does have to do with Apocalypse's birth, his rise, and the Celestial stuff. That shit is in there. So it's two separate things mixed together to tell their story. It's actually working together pretty well. But that's because somebody knows the cartoon and knows the comic and is able to nail the two of those together.
Bring back Bo.
Yeah, bring back Bo. Yeah, I'm all down for Jonathan and Bo coming back tomorrow. Because apparently you need them.
They gave you the biggest win y'all had in 5-6 years. Biggest win. I don't care. That's I could sit down at any convention and have a drink with, but I don't give a fuck about his preference. That's what he does in his private time. That man knows the goddamn comics. He has a love. You could tell he has a love for him. Because if you're telling me you were not drawn to, if you didn't almost shed a tear or remember it, that's okay.
You ain't got no heart, man.
You ain't got no heart.
You ain't got no heart.
You just a sociopath. You were born with empathy.
They are right about your generation. They say internet generation are just sociopaths. They were right. If you didn't feel nothing about remember it, you're a sociopath, sir. You imitate emotions, you don't feel them.
especially if you know the history of Gambit and Rogue. You didn't feel nothing. It's just like the Magneto thing. When I say it's as deep as that, but you could feel like when Charles, you could tell Charles was so hurt when he killed Magneto because he said he just lost it. He said, "Your mother left you in the desert because she saw nothing but evil in you." But what did my man say? The coldest line. He said, "Only a coward would step up." Whoever making these quotes, man, they need to go to the Masoni. This shit.
It goes back to the person who wrote the shit. He wrote that line.
Yeah.
He wrote that line because he put it in there for Magneto to be telling Nur the whole time in the last episode. Then you get to this episode and he gives that line back. He gives the line right back and he gives it to Xavier. Like,
when Xavier said your mama should have swallowed you in a very professional British way.
Damn. Xavier said that? Wow.
Basically, when he said your mother, I see why your mother left you in the desert to die.
Yeah. No, Look, I thought he was going to turn to Onslaught at that moment because it could happen because they're mixing up stuff. But the way Xavier went in on his ass, that was uncharacteristic of Xavier's personality because he was going for his nuts. He was really just gaslighting, getting at this motherfucker's soft spots for real. Like that motherfucker went dark. Xavier just went bad on him.
And you can't blame him because he's like,
you can, but god damn, like
he's like, your mama was a hoe. She should have swallowed you.
Yeah, your mama was a hoe. You should have been there. I fucked the bitch. Yeah, I told her to clean you away. Like, good lord,
send you away. Matter of fact, I'm probably your dad. Matter of fact, let me go back in line. Let me go back in time to wipe my skeet off her face.
Oh shit!
I mean, he went in on him. He tossed the Magneto's helmet after you incinerated him.
Stop telling the ending, goddammit. Some people ain't seen the shit. Blood Boiling had not seen the shit.
God damn it.
You never.
Hey, Blood Boiling. Turn the volume down. Keep watching.
Yeah, never spoil the endings. He might not have known it, but that was one thing I hadn't said at all. I didn't mention it at all.
I don't really care. I'll rent Disney Plus later.
Yeah, I know you ain't fucking Disney Plus anyway, so I know you didn't see it.
You know, AB is one of them smooth operators. AB is the guy who invented, Netflix and chill and Disney Plus this dick.
Heard me, mateys. AB doesn't fucks with the Disney Plus. He goes to the high seas. All of it is available on the high seas. The sea giveth.
They call him Blackbeard.
Black AB. Black AB of the media.
Who lives in Annapolis next to the sea? AB.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Oh goodness.
Look, it's Pirate AB and Pirate Hama.
Oh man, those motherfuckers, boys. They got the goddamn Jolly Roger.
Right? Flying the Jolly Roger. Let me get my iPad and my Jolly Roger out. Fuck y'all.
They first meet. Oh man. Yeah. Y'all gotta forgive me, but one of my mutant powers is sarcasm and quick wits.
Oh shit. The only person that should have been in Rise of Apocalypse was Ramatut. Yeah, that was the only one.
Yeah.
But it would have been more centralized to a story. The whole point of Rise of Apocalypse is it's centered on Nur. The whole story is about Nur. That's it. It's an origin story for who becomes Apocalypse. So how do you do an origin story in a team show? It's X-Men 97. It's about them. It's not about him. So you have to mix it up a little bit. This is where I don't have a problem with them mixing it because the person mixing it did a very good job of it. Very good job of it. You took the main beats from the original story, you put that in there, and it holds true. You gave me more stuff in it that was real interesting, like the conversation with Apocalypse or Nur and Rogue. Fuck, dude, that never happened before. That is fascinating. The whole conversation with Magneto trying to teach Nur. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Like, no.
But it had you on the edge of your seat.
But I was willing to hear it. And then Magneto and Xavier having an argument about that shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, no, I'm trying to get him onto your dream. I'm not trying to get him on my dream. I'm trying to get him onto your dream, Charles. You should be down for this. I'm like, hey, you kind of got a point, though.
You kind of got a point.
I see your point too. Like, I don't know. This is a good debate.
It felt like good drama.
If I was a mutant, which powers would I want? I want to fly. I would think telepathy or being a psychic, but the psychics I made up for my comic book universe work differently than psychics in this universe, right? I wouldn't want psychic powers because you don't want to hear what everybody's thinking all the time. It gets into what I was saying about the Kwisatz Haderach, which is being able to hear, or the abominations being able to hear all them voices all the time. You don't want that. You really don't want that. It's the same thing as a psychic. If you don't have mental blocks in place, you hear everybody all the time. You never have a moment's peace. No. But flight, absolutely. Absolutely. Flight without avian wings. I want to be able to fly like Superman, meaning that, or invincible, meaning that you can always push off of gravity. So you can fly anywhere in space, in atmosphere, outside of atmosphere. You can always do it. That is the base level ultimate superpower for most people. Doesn't need to be strong. I just need to be able to fly. Because then I can get anywhere I want to as quick as I wanted to. And I don't need the teleporting ability of Nightcrawler or Manifold, which you can teleport anywhere or across great distances, universes and shit like that. I just need to be able to get there under my own power because I like the journey. I like to see the stuff on the way to get in there, not just instantaneously. Now I'm here and I don't even know what the journey was. No. So that's me. I don't know about Charles. He already kind of strong. I don't know if he want more strength, but I don't know. He likes Viltrumites. You want Sage of the X-Men's powers just to know everything? She's like a human computer. That's it. Fun would that be? Now you know everything. What do you do with it? What do you do with it? I like Sage and Extreme X-Men, but Sage is in somewhat limited because she knows she has all this mental ability. What does she use it for? What does she do with it? She ain't helping nobody. As opposed to Sage, I would go with Synergy from Wildstorm Comics from Stormwatch. I think that was her name, Synergy. She could at least activate people's powers. People who had latent abilities, she could activate them, which in some ways makes it fun. It's like transition in Wild Seed. What people's powers evolve into, you never really know. But being able to awaken that in somebody, it's like being able to awaken their third eye or get them to understand something. That is more powerful in a sense. Because like turning it on, you could probably turn that shit off too.
Yep. Well, it's interesting because I tell people, I said, well, you read some of the guys who my characters artisans, so my character has super strength and telepathy. He's literally, he's a very interesting character. Like one of my characters, the one you like the most, the sniper, he has planetary vision, and he's like. And he also has the ability that anything literally in his object can become a weapon, and he can change the trajectory of it. So he could throw a coin and split a pineapple. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, my character, his power, or he has strength, durability, because that's like a baseline for my characters. But he has flight as well. He has flight, telepathy, strength, vulnerability to a level, but that's not his whole thing. It's not about his powers. It's about him as a person. So one of the things he has one of the most powerful and destructive abilities. It's not about how destructive his abilities are. It's how he controls that shit. How he control it and get it down to being precise. Like Cyclops with his blast. You take his visor from him, he opens his eyes, everything is getting destroyed. Yeah, well, that's cool. But him taking that power and pinpointing it to a small point is actually more fascinating to me because it's learning how to control all of that shit. That's like being a child and growing up into a man. It's not that you have the ability to do anything. How do you focus that into doing a specific thing? How do you perfect that?
It's like
Franklin, yeah. Franklin is a danger to me. Like I should have thought somebody should have been showing up to try to kill Franklin a number of times because Franklin is too powerful to be a child.
Yeah, you should nerf the fuck out of him.
He should be fucking nerfed like nobody's business, boy.
He should have a collar, like one of my characters.
Grow up with an
She,
inhibitor around his neck. Like,
like one of my characters, she has light speed. Like she can run speed of light, but she can teleport through shadows, and she's an assassin and thief. Who's really comical at it though. I mean, I have the whole team dynamic is just funny. My comic is very action and it's funny at times. But we also have a guy who can literally survive anything. You shoot him in the stomach, he's like, "That's rude." You just look at him like he'll walk through fire, and but you got to look at his skill set. It's like somebody having the skills. Imagine an immortal with the skills of Delta Force or SEAL Team 6. You're really not gonna. You can't stop him. So it's not just the powers, because I think you 90s babies, 2000 babies, always worrying about who's the more powerful, but you never see who's the most precise and who has the best stories. It's not. It's one thing to have a gun, but it's another way how you use it.
Because anybody can hold a gun, but what makes it different for this person to hold it than anybody else? It's like saying, what is the difference between a Punisher and a Tech 9? Why is Tech 9 still cool next to the Punisher?
Yeah.
The Punisher uses a lot of guns, but he has tactics. Well, Tech 9 any weapon he holds never runs out.
Yeah.
It never runs out. So he could take a 6-shooter and go blow for blow with the Punisher if we're just using weapons.
Yeah.
We could. Now, he's just as mortal as the Punisher is. But for that time, he's going to be a fucking handful. Be a handful. There is no empty weapons with him.
It's like being around a street fighter versus a trained fighter. And it's like most people are going to be like, oh, they're going to swing for 30 seconds and tire themselves out.
Yep. Yeah, 30 seconds, bro. This is going to be a short fight.
They're going to be like, oh, you're just blocking. They're tired, and now they're trying to back up. I said, oh no, you wanted to hit me. Okay, let's play now.
Well, Rainfire, this is the point. I like Franklin. I like Legion, David Haller. I do. But this is why those characters don't get used that goddamn often, because they made them too powerful. They're too OP. That's why X-Men Nate Gray, he ain't around all the time. Because they're OP. You like having OP characters there, but you can't really have, just my view, you can't really have OP characters as heroes. Because then it's always about who do they have to struggle against. Your hero is defined by your villain. And if your villain ain't OP, your hero can't be OP. And if your hero is OP, who is the villain that stops him? That's why I like a Darkseid and a Superman fight, because Darkseid can beat his ass. He can. Because you can't have your hero being the one that's OP. You have to have your villain being the OP, because it's somebody you have to overcome. The hero has to go through his journey. The hero has to dig deep. The hero has to push past, my bones are broken, my mouth is bleeding, all this shit to try to overcome this motherfucker. That's what you cheer for. You don't cheer for an overpowered hero who just beats the hell out of everybody. Who gives a fuck? It's not interesting. You're going to have to do something else, because we ain't talking about X-Men 97 because Charles and all the rest of them got the better of Apocalypse. That's not even interesting. But what you are talking about was, damn, Apocalypse was wrecking their ass. Exactly. Because you want to see the hero overcome something like that. And if it's not there for them to overcome, it's not fucking interesting. It's not even real. You can live your own life and realize that you weren't the baddest motherfucker everywhere you went. You had to overcome something, or you would have never got better. It's not reality. That's why it doesn't work even in the fantasy part, because whatever. Can take it, can leave it. But that trauma-inducing shit, seeing motherfuckers lose and lose big, you're like, oh shit, how are they going to come back from this? Exactly. How are they going to overcome? That's what draws you into the story. That's what makes you talk about that shit later. I was just thinking of having Tech Nines and Wise Son's powers with Bullseye skills for superpower wish list. You're gonna be invulnerable, and your weapons never run out, and your accuracy is off the charts. We got to remember, Bullseye don't have powers. They thought about that maybe he was latent something, but Bullseye don't have powers. He just had skills, and skills to a certain level can be a power if you're good enough. Captain America doesn't necessarily have powers. He heals, but all of Captain America's stuff is just what the human body does already. It automatically heals. It automatically gets rid of fatigue and toxins and stuff. This shit is just amped up to underneath superhuman levels, and he knows how to fight because he's learned. That's it. Other than that, he's not superhuman. He doesn't have a power other than anything anybody else can have. Because you ask yourself, what's the difference between a Batman and a Captain America? And would you want to see them have a fight together? Yeah. Batman is not superhuman. He's strong. But him and Captain probably have a good fucking fight. Because they're going to go blow for blow, hole for hole. What you know versus what you know. And Batman will switch it up in the middle of that shit. Like, oh, this motherfucker know this Kempo shit. Well, I'm going to straight judo, nigga. Straight judo. And Cap going to be right there with him. It's like, oh, well, I just got to give you the hands then. I'll show you how I did to old Nancy, old short mustache. Oh, we get Nightcrawler in 10-5. So, I don't know. It makes it more interesting to me. But that's why. I like those characters. I do like Franklin and Legion. But they're so OP that you have to tell some different stories for them to make them interesting. And most of Legion's story is about his mental issues. Because that's the only way that you found to nerf him. It's multiple personalities.
I mean, that's how Doctor Strange was in the 70s. He was OP as fuck.
And that's why they had to nerf him. Superman was OP at 1.2, and they had to nerf his ass down a bit.
What do you think in 86 when he did the New Earth? Like, he was not as powerful as he was. People forget how powerful Superman was back. Oh, Superman's OP. I said, you got characters more OP than him.
You do. I mean, look, Marvel specifically doesn't know how to write OP characters. I like Blue Marvel.
Yeah.
Right? Adam Bashir is a really good character. He was written really well. His power set is OP. Him as a person, though, is not. And it's not because he's fucking crazy. He just has issues dealing with the shit that he's dealing with around him. That's it.
He's old enough to remember real racism.
Yeah, Sentry is OP. But the nerf they gave him is, well, if he gets too much, then this other side of him takes over. So you just made him crazy again. You're just back to making him crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlet Witch is OP, but her downside is, well, she'll just kind of go crazy and, she can snap everybody away. They always go to the same thing. I've seen this 3 times. You got to get more interesting. Superman is OP at a point, but what do they do to make Superman interesting? Take away his fucking powers.
Yeah, here's this kryptonite shit.
That's it. It's like, oh, fucking hell, dude. Tony Stark, what did they do to nerf him? If he starts getting a little bit like he too big in his britches, they take his fucking money.
They give him a 5th.
Give him a 5th, take his money. He lost everything because he got drunk one time. That's what they think the character's actual power or his weakness actually is.
Yeah.
No. It's more about the person than the powers.
Well, to piggyback off you said, I think Marvel don't know how to break black characters, period, but still.
No, they know how to make them. They don't know how to do them any justice not for any long stretch of time. And that's when you get into the inherent, the embedded kind of racism in some of the comic book stuff. And let's not call racism. Let's call it just bigotry. Because in some ways, that's why I don't like it, but I let the white geeks have their little say so and what they dislike and don't like about race swaps and the rest of that shit. Because it is mostly their kind of fantasy genre. Yeah, we all consume it, but you think about the people who made these characters, it wasn't a bunch of black folks, nigga. It wasn't. It's a bunch of white dudes, usually Jewish white dudes. They put themselves in a powerful position because at least if you understand the history of Jewish people, that's what their 0 point that they want to always point to is coming out of that. That's it. That's their origin story for them. Even though it's not, that's their most recent origin story. So that's what they're always coming out of. So they're always trying to make themselves seem powerful. Just is. The characters they created look like them and were powerful, like they weren't. Because that's what all the fantasy is. So wish fulfillment in some sense. Yeah, it's a wish fulfillment, a power fantasy. It is. So don't think your black characters are ever going to be written really well if you can't even fucking write them.
And that's
if
the
you
point
won't,
that I told
if
you.
you won't even write them, if you won't even read ones that are written really well by the black folks, don't be surprised. Don't be sitting up here on the internet bitching about it. Do it. It's on you.
You mean I got to work?
Yes. You got to work. You got to go through your own journeys, and you got to take your journeys and feed them into your damn stories so you can quit running around calling everybody else's original works racist. It's not racist. It's from somebody's perspective, from somebody's life, from somebody else's knowledge that they lived, and they poured it into a written work. Just because you don't like it because it don't speak to you, they didn't make it to speak specifically to you, you selfish bastard. You self-centered little fuck. You were part of the I generation where everything got to be about you. Everything is not about you. And part of understanding that is understanding everybody has their own goddamn experiences. If you want to see yours represented and mirrored, write it.
It's too hard.
Yeah. Well, I told you about last week about laughing at these damn videos where these people walking out to grown folks outside the clubs and just out there in the streets dressed up like hoes and little kids. And they're asking them to read something on a 3x5 card. They can't even fucking read it.
Because
They
it's
can't even
cursive.
read it. These are all grown 20s, 30-something adults. They can't even read the shit. Written on a card.
It's cursive, my greatest enemy.
Yeah, oh my God, it's a looping letter. I don't know what this means. What is this, Old English?
Like, what the fuck is this shit? This is some bullshit.
I thought you guys read. Didn't you graduate from somewhere?
No,
you went to university, right? You went to college? Can't read?
Yeah, barber and clown.
Yeah, barber and clown college. I believe the clown college with the way they put on their makeup nowadays.
It gets back.
Had all that shit on and said, she just looks like she's waiting for the rodeo to start.
Yeah, it's like a fundamental thing where you look and see and you're like, wow, like this is the best we got. Shit. We are doomed.
I know it's not the best we got because I know people like you and other brothers that men and women who really out there doing their shit. So it ain't the best we got, but it's what they show us the most, which I think should be pushed to the back burner. You need to stop putting these motherfuckers up there. And the rest of y'all need to stop trying to act like these motherfuckers they keep putting up here, thinking that's reality. When you should be able to look to your left and look to your right and see that that's not actually reality. It's not. You're not seeing that represented. Not like that. That is a minstrel show. But I don't expect white dudes to write good black characters. The fact that they think they can is no different than a feminist woman thinking she can write the best male character ever. It's no different. What do you know about it? No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. So I don't expect that from them. But if the character is written well, you should be able to write a good story for a character, period. Even if you stayed away from race. Fine, just write a good character. Because I've never seen Brody be hella pro-black or anything like that, but I didn't think he was a shitty character either.
Hey, Brody. Yeah, where the white women at?
Well, Captain Marvel is his chick in the comic book. Not in real life. In the comic books, that's his chick. Since we got the thank you, Rainfire, for supporting the stream. The first and only one today. It only took 5 hours. Damn, I got myself a quarter water. Since we got the old school comic book folks on the panel, what do you guys think about the Ink Alliance? And are you getting the reserve copies for Teen Titans? Don't know anything about the Ink Alliance, and no, I haven't reserved a copy. I'm really still adverse. And it's a weird thing. It's just me. When I was younger and didn't work in the field, I would go into anybody's comic shop and buy comics anywhere I was. Now that I've actually worked in the comic shop and own my own comic shop, I find it very hard to go to a comic shop. I still love it. I walked into a comic shop recently on a Tuesday when I was at League. I went to the one that's next door because usually I show up to League and it's closed already. But I got to go in there and just being in there, smelling the dusty ass books. Like, you need to clean this. The weird brand. Yeah, the weird hairy ass dude sitting inside of a window in his little hovel. Like, this shit just looks cluttered. And thinking this is why people don't come in comic shops more often, because it's never open, it's never bright, it's never clean. I kind of missed it and I kind of didn't. But I didn't buy anything in the store either. So I'm not buying comic books regularly anymore. I'm not. It's just tough. It's hard for me. It makes me sad. It does make me sad.
It's the way God intended.
Maybe. I've matured, got through that whole cycle. I'm back to the beginning. Herb still buys comic books regularly.
Yes. You gotta go through. Gotta wear your cloak when you go in. Yes.
I do. I mean, I was in there and it was nice. And it's like being a carpenter walking into places. I just start critiquing it. It's not clean enough. You can't even read all of these books the way you got them put up here. This needs to be bagged. This needs to be boarded. That's what was going through my head the whole time. Like, you're not selling any of this shit. There's 10 copies here. These aren't selling. Get these out of here. Like, I've worked retail too much. I've done too much retail.
This man becomes a comic book store snob.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's the snobbishness of it. No, it's not clean enough. Like, what is this? What is this? You got this shitty run in here. Don't put this shit up front, dude. Throw that in a grab bag or something. And throw this out there for free. Get rid of this shit. Garbage. This shit out of here. This can't sell.
Nobody wants your vintage WWF.
Nobody would come in here. Who walks into a dark hole and thinks I'm going to find something good in there? Nobody. Brighten this bitch up a little bit. Like, Jesus. Make it appetizing. At least the whole house got bright lights out front before you walk through the dark door to see what's in there.
Wow.
Jesus. You couldn't even get advertising like a strip club, dude. Throw some neon in this bitch. Something.
Like, put some bitches at the door.
Something. Look, I said this while I had the shop, dude. I would not mind having a woman that wanted to work in here. You know why? Because more niggas show up for a female being in there than a dude. Some surly, overweight, asshole looking face ass dude sells less comic books than some chicks sitting in there that don't even read the books. Like, I got Snark over here on the opposite screen, Snarky J. Y'all already know she's cute as hell to me, but she's too young for me because she's the same age as my daughter. That's fucked up, right? She cute. If she was sitting her ass in a comic book store, that'd be the biggest selling store in the area. Hands down. hands down. She attractive and she know the books.
Mm-hmm.
Repeat customers all day.
Oh
Repeat
yeah, you got
customers all day.
you got the second coming of Olivia Munn.
No shit.
Oh yeah, I missed Attack of the Show.
Shit, I just missed Olivia because
Yeah, that's Olivia. Oh, she played the perfect Psylocke to me. Fuck that, I was not complaining.
no, she's perfect as Psylocke to me. She got her breast cancer diagnosis, so I think her self-esteem got a little bit of shot after that because she had to get some mammectomy going on. But she's still attractive. She's still an attractive woman. But she is a geek. She is a geek. Snarky J is a fucking geek. She'd sell fucking comics. She would sell comics. That's in the store. Motherfuckers would be showing up in there hanging around all fucking day. It'd get annoying to her.
Yeah, it would like drooling over Zendaya. Well, Zendaya's a dude.
Because you got to tell the motherfuckers after the point, it's like, y'all gonna buy something or get the fuck out of here.
Like, stop drooling over me.
Yeah,
well,
this is not a hangout.
Well, any chick who has a really good relationship with their dad, they tend to be dudes. So they tend to be cool as fuck.
They tend to be cool as fuck. They don't necessarily end up being their dads, but there is a tendency that you could make her into more acting like a dude and not acting like a female.
Yeah.
So the fact that they can be cool with their dads and still hang on to their femininity and hold that as who they are and not their dad as their identity is cool. My daughter is feminine as fuck. The picture she sent me of her and her boyfriend Connor going to somebody else's wedding, it was attractive as shit. It was a pretty ass picture. All I did was put a heart on that bitch. I was like, oh, look at this shit. And my baby girl. Right? It's a pretty picture. But she is happy being a female. She doesn't think she needs to be a man. I'm sure she could say some shit out of her mouth that sound like a dude. But she's not. She's a female. She knows that. And she's proud of it. Stop being weird is what you have to tell them. Stop being weird. Yeah. Stop being weird. You can't, though. Weirdness is a part of people. Anybody that's outside of the norm is weird. In their terms, weird. Doesn't mean you are. You just have to accept that about yourself. You do some shit that's a little bit outside of what normal people do. It's fine. You're weird. Own it. Own it. It's a lot more of us over here than it is of them over there. Trust me. Because everybody weird about some shit. So thank you, Rainfire. I appreciate that. I will give you, again, that support the support. I give you Guts and Butts, named by Charles Faulkner Jr. Appreciate you.
Double up. 3 or 4 times I ain't taking no lines. Run it up. Never let a hard time
Toya out the car. Toya, fell the fuck out the car. Stop being weird. They called it the Ink Alliance. What are you talking about, Rainfall? Teen Titans did a limited edition just for Black comic book stores, and will do some Black-centered projects in the comic book community. And they called it the Ink Project. How fucking racist is that? The first thing I would say, are there many Black-owned comic book stores left? Because there ain't that many. There weren't that many to begin with. It was only 2 in the Bay Area. And I was one of them. Calling it the Ink Project. You know, when Black folks name stuff for Black people, they never use anything that's related to the Black color. You ever notice that? They usually can be more creative than that. Milestone Comics is not Milestone Comics because it makes any relationship to the color Black in its name. That's always shit that white folks give you. The Black Lantern, Hal Jordan. Why can't he just be the Lantern? He's a Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. Or excuse me, John Stewart, my bad. You don't need to do stuff like that. When it's of you, for you, you don't usually name it Black first. Because at least in this country, you know, Black is a caste, social, economic term. Modern self-esteem boosters for women going into comic book store or a gamer area, especially plump chicks wearing cosplay at Comic Cons. Nobody really cares about a plump chick. It's morbidly obese chicks. That's the difference. You could be plump, which means what you have, maybe 30 pounds of vanity weight you carrying? 100, 200 pounds? That's morbidly obese. That just denotes that there is a problem health-wise going on that needs to be addressed. And no, most dudes don't find that attractive. And the ones that really do, we call them weird. That's fine. Somebody for everybody. Nope, I've checked hardly any black comic book shops. Yeah, there isn't. You can thank COVID and Diamond doing that shit. Even the black comic book store that was owned by a black chick got closed down. There's not a lot of black comic book stores left. There wasn't that many to begin with. Just like it wasn't that many black comic book creators before to begin with. Because remember, Milestone got bought out by the people who was trying to ruin them. And they was in charge, they publishing. And all they did was reskin it and put it back out there. There's not a lot of them. The independent ones are the only ones that are black owned comics. And they're not working on the Teen Titans. They're making their own characters in their own books. So I don't give a shit about, oh, look, the Teen Titans such and such. That's still that same company trying to throw you a butter biscuit again. And we called it Ink Alliance. Right? Catchy, huh? No, not interested. Good try, though. I'm sure the Wokies will love it, though. Those religions, parishioners will show up for that shit. Jacob went bad on Roman again. No, putting Static on Teen Titans is not moving the needle. No, it's not doing anything for Static. It's doing more for Teen Titans than it is for Static. Because Static is the money draw to Milestone characters. He needs his own thing. He doesn't need to be on the Titans. Why are you putting them on the Titans? Because you're saying the Teen Titans are failing. You're using this black character to bolster your bullshit. That is not representation. That is lip service wokeness. I'm good. Excuse me. Anyway, since y'all got quiet in here, what time is it? 1:13. Maybe got an hour. I don't think we have any league stuff today. I hadn't heard anything about it because we got a meeting for Vegas next week. Dun, 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 dun. I gotta see if LFG has come back yet. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I did get some other donations. My bad, folks. I've been quiet in recent months, recent weeks, so I hadn't looked at this shit. Oh shit, I'll people some apologies. Some praise. Shout out to the Aqua Techie. No message, just support. Appreciate you, Tucker. I will give you Not the kissy faces. Not the kissy faces. It's not like that, bro. I like that, but I'm not French. All right, praying hands. Appreciate how Take it. I will give you the guts and butts.
Number one, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the ones.
Shout out to Joe Herb. He said, for the return of the good summer blockbuster. What are you talking about? Spider-Man? You ain't getting no good summer blockbusters. Not this year. It's too critical nowadays. Shit is too critical. It has to be something. I'm still going to see the Odyssey. I don't give a shit about Helena Troy being Lupita Nyong'o. Just say you think she ugly. Because that's all it centers around to me. I can get to the part about you don't like the whole thing with race swaps. I'm not a fan of the race swap either. But I also wasn't a fan of Elizabeth Taylor being Cleopatra. None of these Caucasian ass women playing anybody from Egypt. Because they're not. If they look like that, they would still be there looking like that in present day. They are not. So who's to say, since they Greek, there ain't no dark Greeks? Really? I mean, if you want to make the argument that she's too dark to play a Greek, I would agree with that. But just the fact that she is black and not what this myth or what Homer wrote. Okay, we gonna fight it over this one and not the last 7. Okay, so I'll still go see the Odyssey. I think it'll make a lot of money unless they can pull this, circus up in front of it quick enough, because it wasn't getting any smoke until this shit came out. So maybe it'll be enough to push people away. Maybe it'll just push the people who pay attention to the folks that's on the internet on what to watch and what not to watch. Maybe it'll just push them away. And then they'll wait around until the shit comes out on streaming service, and then they'll watch it then. And you'll see that big old spike. So they'll do the coward thing, which is they won't go to the theater to see it. So they can give you that makeshift solidarity. But in private, like a voting booth, they'll actually watch it and secretly like it and stand up there and smile with your ass the whole time. The only other one is Brave New World. Brand New Day, excuse me. Brave New World. Brand New Day with Spider-Man, which could be shit, but it will make a lot of money. No doubt about that. It will make a lot of money. But it could be bad. Could be. Could be good too. We'll see. But other than that, Dylan's not coming out till December. It's not coming out till December. And I'm more amped to see that shit than anything else on the menu, even Spider-Man. I'm more amped to see Dune. To see how it goes. But thank you, Herb. I will give you the power of 20.
Power of 1. The power of 2. The power of many. The power of 1. The power of 2. The power of many.
I do love that shit. Because it's so stupid. Shout out to 2 Triv. He says support. Appreciate you, 2 Triv. I will give you I just drew a whole blank on my own shit. The 3B salute. Well, I need some better coffee. This is really being trouble. I think I might need to go to a doctor or something. Can't be having brain farts like that live. I'm going crazy or something. Shout out to the Beastly Nerd. He said, for the stream. Beast, did you get a chance to play Jubilee yet? Because I know you popped on when I was on. I still got to figure out how to turn my audio back. I don't remember how to turn this shit off. So I can actually hear the people I'm playing with talk, even though I don't want to. I need to be able to toggle it back and forth. But shout out to Beastly Nerd for supporting the stream. I will give you guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Number one, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the one.
Let me roll back a little bit. Ink Alliance, Modern Self-Esteem, Harley D. Black, but Static. Yep. Russell Crowe as Noah. I saw that movie, Herb, because I did have a Christian upbringing. I did. So I watch movies like that. Just because I want to see it. It was a little different. I didn't think it was terrible, but whatever. They even had Russell Crowe play Noah. Yeah, but Noah, okay, I get what you're talking about, the race thing. Yeah, they did have Russell Crowe, fucking Australian dude, play Noah. That's not right. Nobody complained about that part, though, did they? You got to understand, in this modern era, especially with the critical era, there's two things happening at the same time. One, black folks want to see themselves represented, right? Well, not badly, well. Not even saying great, just well. And for good or bad, white dudes want to see themselves represented well as well. Now, their angst seems to be silly to some people because it negates the fact that they have been at the forefront for so long in cinema, in media, whatever. They've always been at the forefront. It's not normal to see them not at the forefront of any cinema, to not be the hero in any story. It is. But that goes back to who's creating the shit. I don't think it's a problem that they created it and they put themselves up there because that's what they saw. It's just human nature. If black folks were created, I would assume that most of the characters would be black. Just would be. You just had Sinners become a big hit. And the main thing that everybody else that wasn't black disliked about it because it was just mostly black folks. Same thing with Black Panther. Oh, they just made the white folks enemies. That's who the fuck you've been. You don't like being called colonizer? When you were? Or at least those people were? Come on, man. Calm down. Let's live in reality for a hot minute. So I don't think it's evil. I just think it's the way it is. So when they don't see themselves at the forefront of it, it does bother them. Especially when you're blaming the current crop for all the sins and the ills of the past crop. It's not the same people. If that was the case, you'd still be a fucking slave and expected to act like one. It's not the same people. So understandably, they have their angst with it. I do. Where that shit goes overboard is that they don't understand. You know, because you've been at the forefront for so long, It's completely okay for people not to put you at the forefront for a little while. It's completely okay. I don't think you need all the derision, but if you weren't at the forefront of this movie when you thought you should have been, oh well. Adjust to the fact that it's been that way for a long time. This is maybe the first, maybe the second time you've ever seen it told differently. It's okay. It's okay. It can go back to what you remember the whole time. It's not permanent. So that's where I get on and get off with some of this stuff. It's what about Nick Fury? What about Nick Fury? I had three versions of Nick Fury exist in my mind. Old school, OG, main continuity Nick Fury, white dude, hair like, excuse me, Reed Richards, eye patch on his eye, grizzled cigarette, howling commandos, Nick Fury, who I always liked, was always a cool cat. Right? But per late 90s to early 2000s, there's also a Nick Fury that's black from an alternate universe. He's the black Nick Fury. He looks like Sam Jackson. He has 3 scratches on his face, not from a fucking flirkin, but from Wolverine, James Howlett. That's 2 versions of it. The third version of it is not what you think. It's the Sci-Fi Channel version with David Hasselhoff wearing leather and chomping on cigarettes, trying to be the version from the comic books, which was the OG Nick Fury, Howling Commando Nick Fury. Trying to be that one. It wasn't good, but it was a version of it. The Sam Jackson one in the MCU, that could be the 4th version, but it's only a play on the one from the alternate universe Nick Fury, the black one. It was already drawn up as him from Inception. So he's just playing that version. Fine, it can all happen. I don't consider that one a race swap because the origin point was in an alternate universe anyway. The only problem for people is when they went to making the MCU, they used all the alternate universe shit. That's it. They didn't go back to the OG 616. They didn't. That's the only problem. But other than that, there's 2 versions of Nick Fury. Yeah. The Unseen, the white one, and Nick at Night. Not to mention the 5th version where they made him, Nick at Night, have a son in the regular continuity, which is fucking stupid. Both will make money, in my opinion. They will both make money. They both will make money. I don't think any amount of bitching is going to make the Odyssey not make money. You can have whatever disagreements you want about it. But even with Elliot Page being in it, look, I like directors who use the same actors or show some loyalty to actors they work with and casting them as roles in all their pictures, especially if they have a good working relationship and they've made some classics together. Look, if you sat down to watch the Odyssey and yeah, Lupita Nyong'o is in it playing Helen of Troy, and we don't want to idolize a black woman as being the most beautiful woman in the world. Okay, whatever the fuck. You don't want Elliot Page being Achilles, which it turns out he's not even fucking Achilles. That's fine as well. If you're watching this movie and Christian Bale showed up in that shit, you wouldn't lose your mind? You wouldn't lose your mind. You telling me you wouldn't? You wouldn't be like, oh shit, it's Chris and Chris again. You wouldn't lose your mind? The fact that Kristen Bale isn't in this movie is kind of a disappointment. Because Christopher Nolan has made classics working with Christian Bale. He's also made classics working with Michael Caine. Where they at? Where's Hugh Jackman? He got some new crop of people that's working with him, and he got some old crop of people. And because of that, Elliot Page gets a pass to be in this damn movie because Ellen Page was in Inception, a classic movie that Christopher Nolan directed. And he always uses some of the same people if he can. He will recast them as something else. Okay. That's how we got Elliot in it. Playing Achilles? I don't think so. I got to finish this damn story. And when I listened to a book yesterday, I was torn between just trying to tear through the Odyssey by listening to it or Children of Doom. Children of the Doom went out because I really do want to finish reading through the Odyssey, and I only got a week left. So when they say in the movie this character's name and who it is, I'll know if it's Achilles or not. Because you know me, I don't like spoilers. So I'm not listening to everybody talking about every spoily character shit. I'm not listening to that. Selective ignorance. I want to be ignorant of some things going into the movie. And I'm ignorant of the speculation, not the source material. Beasley, you already know how I feel about this. Disney is not the big dog on the block, especially not on the 18th, not on that day. They need to get the fuck away from that day, do themselves a favor, and back the fuck up. Give them some room. Let that worm slide through, man, because you're going to lose. My prediction is that Doomsday loses to Dune in the box office. They open on that same day. And I don't want Doomsday to lose. I need Marvel to get their feet back under themselves again and get off the bullshit and start winning again. I really need them to do that because I love these characters. You got the material, you got the characters, just execute. All you got to do is execute well. That's it. The rest of the work is already done for you. But as far as Doomsday coming out on the same day as Dune, that's fucking a loser for me. That is a loser. I'm going to see Dune. I'm going to see Dune. I'm going to see Doomsday too, but not on that same day. Not on that same day. The 18th is reserved for Dune. It's reserved for the Messiah. Okay. Come out the week before or week after. The same day, I'm not going to watch you. And I know I can see 2 movies on a weekend. I'm not going to watch you, though. My day will be busy. I will go see Dune as early as I can. I will see that shit in IMAX, and then I will come back and do a review because I'm not thinking it's going to be bad. And I'll be working on that. I will not be thinking about your ass until maybe Sunday, Monday. And I don't feel I'm going to be missing anything. So Disney ain't the big dog on the block for that week. Shit. They sitting here telling you that a Disney movie is flopping at the box office right now in real time. Isn't Moana a Disney movie? Is it doing well? Disney is not the big dog on the block no more. They've produced too many bombs. Only more so than Warner Brothers, but that's just with their DC shit. BC Nerd, just found out that one of the black shop owners here is one of the founders of the Ink Alliance, although the only reason he's still in business is because he's a comic/record store. He like vintage media. It's basically what that is. I like doing better Better change the date because they got the Avengers and it's some Doomsday. Yeah, change the date. Don't save the date. Change the date. Put it a week earlier. You're fine. It was mostly playing. Look, think of it this way. Why did James Gunn not drop, excuse me, Supergirl on the same week as Brand New Day? Why did he not drop that on the same day? You think it's Warner Brothers dragging they nuts? Or is it on the strength of the filmmaker and the film itself? DC ain't got it like that. That's why they didn't drop their shit on the same day as Brand New Day, because they would have got blown the fuck out. And mind you, Disney is not the big dog on that production. That's Sony. But why didn't James Gunn drop Supergirl on the same week as Spider-Man? Because he fucking knows better. Because he fucking knows better. Do you think the Russo brothers are better directors than Denis Villeneuve? Do tell. Yeah, I was supposed playing the other X-Men. There's more team up abilities to learn. That's the most fun part now. Somebody said it on Cloud Rio stream that this is like they were watching the release, the dev video. I watched it. I watched the dev video myself, and then I saw Cloud did a review of the dev video. So I watched his stream of him watching the dev video. And one of the people in his chat said, well, it's like Marvel Rivals 2.0. And I was like, yeah, with all these updates to all of these characters, outside of throwing the one new one in the mix, it is like 2.0. In my mind, that's what it is. It's 2.0. You just changed the whole game. So there is more stuff to learn now, as opposed to one or two things, one character or whatever. And I think that's why when I was playing it on Friday, I didn't see a lot of people playing Jubilee, because there was more other shit to learn about your own characters. Like, yeah, I ain't got no time to be fucking with her, man. I got to go back and see how this team was working with my Daredevil. That got me to playing Blade more often. That's all it did. It got me to playing Blade more often. I would switch off between Jubilee and Blade in the same game, seeing how that bonus works, how the team up ability works, and kind of liking to switch between them or turn it off. Yeah, that was actually fun. Now they fixed my targeting thing. Some inner UI shit, it'd be better. Only people that should be mad about Odyssey is the Greeks. Just like some white millennials were upset because they discovered there was an all-black Wizard of Oz. Called it racist. The Wiz is not racist. It's just a black version. Would Sony be considered the new top dog? Sony is the top dog. Sony been in the news all week. Why? Because they made a move on your ass and said, this is what we doing. And they didn't ask you about it. They told you what they was doing about it. And people didn't like it. And everybody was talking shit. And what did Sony do? I think they backtracked a little bit. They took a step back. But they ain't backed all the way up. They ain't pulled that dick out yet, have they? Nah, they just backed up a little bit. Give you a little less balls, more shaft. The rest of the stuff was done. It's just done. No, that shit just gone, motherfucker. I ain't paying you no money back. Fuck you. Yeah, the devs are calling it Marvel Rivals 2.0 when you do the in-game tutorial. Yeah, it's 2.0. Straight up 2.0. And somebody else made a salient point that I like, but I hate, Beast. And they were saying it was on Cloud Stream, and he was talking about you have to accept the fact that when it's a free to play game, you're going to have those players that like to throw. And I'm paraphrasing, but you're going to have those players that don't want to play, that throw the game. I was playing with some of them Friday night. That's what finally got me to stop playing Friday night, because the motherfuckers was throwing games, not doing shit, walking around, just strolling. And I'm like, I want the ability to fucking just boot your ass. I really would. Because like on Division 2, you could have a squad of random people that you put together, but you can also take a vote. If you feel like they're not doing their part in this shit, you can take a vote with the other members and boot them out the group. Mid-game and right in the middle of gaming. You're like, oh, there's a vote up in social. You want to boot so-and-so? Yeah, he got to go. You get them the fuck out of there. You're not going to drag down the whole team because you showed up and didn't want to fucking perform. No, man, get the fuck out of here. Get somebody else who want to do this damn job. They made Storm a hit scan where he is shooting lightning bolts. I don't understand what it means to be a hit scan character. I really don't. That's the one thing I don't like about Cloud, even though he's funny. Watching a whole stream of his and not just watching a short of his is different. It hits different, which means I see his age. You use a lot of terminology that everybody else might not know. I don't even know what it means, what the definition of a hit scan character is. I don't. Maybe I'm ignorant to that part. It's fine. There's a lot of shit in the world I don't know. Teach me. I don't have a problem learning. And I don't get what a hit scan character is. And how would you know the difference? Sony said just the tipple. Tipple, man. Yeah, just the tip. I'll back it up and give him more shaft. Give you more shaft. Less balls. You know how it is. There's two ways you can go in. You can go in just the head. You can go in all shaft. You can daddy long stroke it. Or you all the way down to nuts and pelvic bone. They was down to nuts and pelvic. And they just backed it up and gave you just shaft. That's it. The 3 phases of getting fucked. They gave you phase 2. They was giving you phase 3. You didn't like it. They backed up to phase 2. They ain't pulled it out, though. Nah. You just getting shaft. I can give you that analogy because I'm a man. I was born and raised as a male. You know who couldn't give you that analogy? Elliot Page. Anyway, let me get out of here before I get myself into any more trouble. I know I'm going to get a copyright on this shit. Anyway, for as much as the X-Men I was showing. And, well, shit, I'm going to get it from both sides. Disney and Warner Brothers. I'm pissing off all the right people today. So I need to go back and probably alter that video in some senses. But if y'all got anything else, drop it in the comment section. I will read that stuff. And thank you to the people who did support the stream for supporting the stream. I do appreciate that. I'm going to get out of here and get some actual food. Raisin Bran was not enough to wake up my brain. And I need to practice because I got Vegas in a couple of weeks. Got a tournament. What is it, the 12th? Yeah, about 2-3 weeks. I'm going to be in Vegas. And I get to play in the big tournament. On the big tables. Should be fun. Well, some of the big tables. It's like Hall B, but that should be fun. I'm looking at it as fun. Anyway, Elliot Page has aged 15 years and 3 years as a man. Yes, she has. Yes, he has. We'll see how good Elliot can act now. If it has to be a different person, then you have no acting chops. I got to see if you know what you're doing. See if you can pull off being a dude. Whatever, it's your life. But thank you guys for coming through. Thank you to Charles, AB, Dead Set Anime for coming through. I didn't even get in the House of the Dragon. Not much to say. It was a boring ass episode for the most part. I didn't care about Rhaenyra's one bloody day on the throne because she had cramps. It just smacked like that Loki story from Thor, where Loki actually did become the king of Asgard, and how much he hated that shit, and just was piecing out on people about doing the kingly part. It's all fine and good to want the throne. Good. Now you're on this throne. Do the shit that people on the throne do, which is listen to all these small problems and solve them. Do the administrating, motherfucker. It's not just about having power. You actually have to do something with it. And you have to do something for the benefit of your subjects. Or you can be a tyrant and wait for your subjects to overthrow your ass. But if you want to sit on the throne, do the things that's required of a person on the throne. You have to govern. You have to lead. Do it. I don't give a fuck about your problems. I don't care about your fucking cramps. Do your fucking job now. You wanted it, you got it. Do it. So that wasn't that damn interesting to me, but finding out that lady was the one that gave me some of that other bullshit in House of the Dragon that I didn't like, now I'm not surprised. And I was suspect of that when I saw the episode and like who wrote it. Because I'm very conscious nowadays when I watch stuff and watch opening credits. I wait for that. Who directed it? Who wrote it? Making mental notes on that shit. So if I think the episode sucked, I know who to directly blame it on. The writer. Possibly the showrunner. If I find stuff that wasn't working for me, like I needed to know she was on her period the whole time, that was obviously a woman, and I obviously don't give a fuck. I'm not sure the women cared about that either. But for them, that just made the situation that much worse because she was on her period. It was her time of the month, and she was cramping. That's not a fucking struggle, bro. It's like having a flatulence problem right now. But that's your major struggle that just makes it the cherry on top to a rough day at work. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Epic. Epic, epic. So I'll watch it tonight. I'm still liking the show so far. I don't know how far it is away from the book, but from people I know who've read the book, they said it's pretty far off from the book, which is not surprising for a HBO Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon situation to happen where the writer walked away from helping on the show. Not surprising that they went off book because they still need to do this show. And I can tell you, I always have a problem when the creators walk away from projects. I didn't like it when J.J. Abrams did it because every time a creator walks away from a project that they start and that's theirs, when they walk away, it brings down the whole project. You've basically doomed it because now these people who couldn't have made up the original story anyway have to fill in the blanks that you've left for them, and they're going to do it badly. They just are. So if you want a House of the Dragon to have a satisfying ending, you should have got George R. Martin to keep his ass on it and stop thinking he's talking and just walking away from it. It never turns out good when they do that. That's why you got season 8 or season 7 and 8 of Game of Thrones. That's why you're getting what you're getting right now in House of the Dragon. In season 3, the creator walked. The creator walked away from it. Disney ain't been that damn, or at least Star Wars hasn't been that good since George put it down, has it? No. You got a couple of good bright spots. Andor, Rogue One, He had a couple of good ones, but just a couple. Just a couple. Rest of it has been kind of dog shit. So I'm not a fan of the creators walking away. Hit scan. Our characters like Cyclops and Punisher. Press trigger, immediate fire. Projectile heroes are Namor and Hawkeye. It's the same shit. And their time travel between pressing triggers and objects hitting the target. That doesn't work. Because Hawkeye is like the Punisher in the sense you press the trigger and something happens. Shooting an arrow is just like shooting a gun. Gun just travels faster and louder. Hawkeye has to spend a little bit more time aiming because it's not rapid, endless fire, but you're doing the same thing as the Punisher. You're pointing, you're shooting. Point and shoot. You don't have to stay there and wait for it to hit before you can move on to the next target. Because if anything, I would say there's a difference between a Punisher and an Ultron shooting his beam. His beam is continuous from his arm, but it's slow. So on the time that Ultron could hit the Punisher with a shot, the Punisher would have already killed him because he can put more shots on target quicker than him. Namor doesn't even shoot directly most of the time. He has the squids that shoot for him, which means the people are taking damage without you having to look at them to take it. So that makes Namor the same as Moon Knight in that same way. I threw this thing down, I ran off and did something else. And this thing is still hitting you the whole time as soon as you're in range. Cyclops he has a continuous beam. It's just a continuous beam, one shot, one continuous beam. Not like the Punisher, which can put more shots on it because I can take out Cyclops with the Punisher. I can take out any of the rest of these characters with the Punisher just for that one reason. It's direct damage, rapid direct damage. I can overwhelm you. I can suppress you with this damage. Hawkeye can't suppress you with his arrow, but I can use Hawkeye too. But it means I have to go on the prowl more like Black Widow than just being up front in the melee and using the amount of rounds I could pump into your ass to back people up. They are not suppression characters. Hawkeye is not a suppression character. To me, the Punisher is a suppression character. He will get people to get their goddamn heads down. If for nothing else, from hearing judge, jury, executioner, you ain't even got a fire and them people running already. They already know what that means. They already know. They moving. So that still doesn't give me a clear definition of what hit scan is. I guess this is where I have to go to the fucking AI. But I appreciate you trying to explain it to me because I don't know. I just don't know. I really don't understand what that means in this gaming sense. And I would like to, just because when you don't understand what words mean, you're missing something in the conversation when they're used. Like I talked about Wild Seed and transition and stuff like that. If you've never read the book Wild Seed, you don't know what the fuck transition means because it doesn't mean sex change. It doesn't. It means the burgeoning of your innate mutant special abilities activating in the painful process it is to go through that transition from being a regular human being to being one of these special human beings with powers. You never know what's going to come out the other side. You can go crazy. You can scratch your eyes out. You can blow your own head off. You don't know what's going to happen. So it is a trauma to go through that process. if you make it through that process, you come out really special with some really awesome abilities. But we don't know what the ability is going to be, and it's a drama to go through it. If you didn't read Wild Seed, you wouldn't understand that term. That's how words work. You had to understand the word to understand what it means, outside of just what you pick up from inference in the sentence or the phrase that it's in. You have to actually know what the words mean, because words mean something. Anyway, I'm getting out of here. It's almost 2:00. So peace to you guys. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for supporting the stream. I've been Artisan MC. I do this every Sunday from 8 a.m. until I feel like stopping, usually with a little bit less brain farts. I'm getting older. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. If you have anything to say about what I just put in this long form video, drop it in the comment section below. I will respond to you. And if you're polite, I'm polite. Be respectful, I'm respectful. It's very easy. Till then, I will see you guys next time. Peace.